Within the urban petite bourgeoisie, students and youth constitute an important category. They react to events, and historically since the anti-British movement they played a significant role. In the wake of Naxalbari his role is exemplary. Our party has good experience in its organization. While working in urban areas, we must pay the necessary attention to organize them. We must emphasize the need to join the intellectuals. We must allocate enough cadres to work with each other and put special effort into uniting and organizing them. 3.4.4 Relations with the national bourgeoisie. Due to the vacillating and exploitative character of the national bourgeoisie, its extensive participation in the strategic United Front generally occurs only in later stages of the revolution. However, in urban areas there is room to support or unite with various sectors of the national bourgeoisie in tactical united fronts. A large part of the work of the working class is carried out in the small industries of the national bourgeoisie in the unorganized sector. Often, they are the immediate enemies of the workers we organize. Therefore, it is often difficult for the mass of workers to accept the concept of support or unity with these exploiters and enemies. However, it is a reality that the national bourgeoisie is coming to light in the fight against the government, imperialism, and the CBB. We must give them our full support in this fight and, whenever possible, even unite to wage a common battle against the ruling classes. A normal method to unite with the national bourgeoisie is for the party, directly or indirectly through some mass organization, to declare its support for the demands and struggles of the national bourgeoisie against the government, imperialism, and/or the comprador bourgeoisie. These can be on various topics such as tax reduction, cutting electricity rates, anti-small industry policies and court decisions, protest against the entry of multinationals and foreign goods, exploitation of auxiliary producers by large industry, etc. Our support can take the form of propaganda or even extend to the militant mobilization of workers on this issue. Another form of unity could be through joint front bodies with national bourgeois organizations. Most of this unit will be based on topics such as preventing relocation or closure of industries, opposing anti-small industry laws and tax increases, etc. However, as the anti-globalization and anti-WTO movement consolidates, we will have to do everything possible to attract the most progressive sectors and organizations of the national bourgeoisie to the movement. While we strive to lead the national bourgeoisie to oppose imperialism, this unity cannot in any case be achieved at the expense of the basic classes of the United Front. Thus, when uniting with the national bourgeoisie we must never lose sight of the fighting aspect of our relationship with it. We must not have the mistaken idea that unity with the national bourgeoisie implies concessions in union struggles with these sectors. All these questions will be decided according to the normal principles of the union struggle and will basically depend on the relative strength of the contending forces and the general conditions of the industry where the struggle takes place. It is the strength of the working class and not its weakness that will attract the national bourgeoisie to the front. The incessant attacks of the imperialists and their Indian agents daily push the national bourgeoisie into greater conflict with the ruling classes. So today the practical possibilities of unity from below are growing. These possibilities are greater in cities with a greater presence of the national bourgeoisie such as the Delhi Belt, the Coimbatore Road Belt in Tamil Nadu, Surat in Gujarat, etc. Local party organizations should, to the extent possible, take advantage of these opportunities, taking into account the aforementioned principles. 3.4.5 Front against repression. The PR and the POR adopted by the 9th Congress agreed on the call to mobilize the masses against the fascist repression of the ruling classes and against the black laws. All sections of the masses in urban areas face most of this repression and oppose it. Therefore, the party's task in urban areas is to unite all forces that are willing to wage struggles to oppose these policies and build a broad democratic movement against repression. The organizations that most systematically oppose state repression and black laws are the various civil liberties organizations that operate in different parts of the country. We can work through them to some extent. However, they have a poor mass base and a limited political program. Therefore, while we must work to expand and strengthen these organizations, they cannot be the only forums to build the front against repression. Fronts against particular black laws like POTA have the potential to unite broader sections. We must initiate or unite such fronts with our own program. Since such fronts are formed at various levels, we can intervene on different fronts through separate covering organizations suitable for such work. However, some of these fronts have various ruling class forces and parties with a long history of suppressing popular movements. Therefore, we should decide on our participation only if we are capable of carrying out a vigorous exposure of such opportunistic forces. Since such exposure is normally only possible at the lower levels, we should not participate in the higher levels where we would only become a pawn of such forces. Another excellent way to build a broad anti-repression unity is to address particular cases of brutal state repression and immediately mobilize all sectors of the masses in militant struggle. Police shooting, imprisoning the dead, violations by security forces, are some of the examples that can be used to awaken the masses for open battles. There have been many cases, like the Ramiza B case and others, where such incidents proved to be the turning points in building not only a militant struggle but also much broader democratic movements. In some cases where the methods cited lead to broad movements, we can work with others to form organizations of a more lasting nature with a broad program of anti-fascist repression. 3.4.6 United Front against Hindu fascist forces. An important call of the 9th Congress is to build a broad united front of all secular forces and persecuted religious minorities against Hindu fascist forces. Since a large proportion of these minorities are urbanized and Hindu fascist attacks are still concentrated in the cities, this united front has basically been the responsibility of urban organization. This task has appeared in our documents for many years, but still very little has been done. One of the explanations for this failure is the weakness of our urban organizations, but the other more important reason is our negligence in working with minorities. The united front cannot be built simply by uniting a few secular individuals on the basis of a political program. To be effective, it has to involve the masses, particularly the minority masses. This means, therefore, that we must have substantial grassroots work among the minorities, particularly the Muslim masses who are the largest and worst victims of the atrocities of the Hindu fascists. However, due to the extreme proliferation of ghettos in almost all Indian cities, it is only possible if we make a conscious decision to shift at least some forces from Hindu-dominated areas and place them in the slums and localities inhabited by Hindus. The poor Muslims. This would be the first step in building any united front. The current United Front organizations will generally be in the form of democratic legal bodies uniting various genuine secular forces as well as persecuted minority organizations. Such organizations should have a program basically aimed at Hindu fascist organizations and aimed at uniting the masses of all communities. On this basis, we should carry out propaganda and agitation among the minority and majority sections and try to unite them to isolate and defeat the few Hindu fascist fanatics. Leaflets and other means of propaganda should be used that explain the positions of the organizations and expose the positions of the fascist organizations. In areas with a history of communal conflicts, genuine peace committees, Mohalla committees, and all necessary community protection outfits should be created. Joint front organizations can also be created based on issues. These could be to fight for the punishment of perpetrators of pogroms against minorities, to oppose Hindu communal legislation, to fight against saffronization of education, etc. These fronts should also have a mass approach and try to widely mobilize secular sectors as well as those most affected. As Hindu fascists advance their agenda, the task of building this united popular front will become more urgent. All urban organizations must concretely plan their implementation. 3.4.7 Front against globalization, liberalization, and privatization. This is also a call of the 9th Congress whose implementation requires considerable efforts on the part of the party organization in urban areas. As globalization policies affect all sectors of the urban masses, discontent is on the rise and there is great potential for urban areas to become powerful centers of anti-imperialist struggles. Although the struggles have not yet reached the dimension of protests against capitalism and globalization in many cities around the world, the movement in India is growing. The industrial working class is the main force in these struggles, with numerous demonstrations, rallies, bonds, and prolonged strikes, against privatization, changes in labor laws, the contract system, the exit policy and other aspects of the policies of globalization. These struggles, which have experienced a rebound since 2000, have not only been increasing in size and intensity, but have also been taking clearer political positions against the World Trade Organization, against globalization, and even against imperialism. The line of action to build anti-globalization fronts must, therefore, rely mainly on the working class, while all other sectors join in the struggles against imperialist policies. Thus, we must aim to attract the different fronts of the working class against the various anti-working class policies to the front against globalization. Likewise, anti-globalization fronts should consciously give importance to workers' issues in their programs. Other important classes and sections that we should try to attract to the anti-globalization front are peasant organizations and farmers' bodies, slum bodies, student organizations, intellectuals, writers, and cultural activists, pro-popular environmental groups, teachers and other middle-class employee associations, etc. The scope of the anti-globalization movement is so large that it includes practically all classes that are part of the United Front at a strategic level. While the separate organizations formed by these sections against various aspects of globalization are objectively part of the movement, we must try to draw all these organizations into a common united struggle with a common anti-imperialist program. Reactionaries like Swadeshi Jagran Manch, revisionists like CPI, and imperialist-funded NGOs, are some of the forces participating in the anti-globalization movement. These forces are linked to the dominant classes or part of them. We must stay away from reactionaries on any joint front. As for the revisionists who are part of the ruling classes, we ourselves should not invite them to any joint front, but if they are part of a front called by others, we should be kept away by their presence. Revisionists and foreign-funded NGOs can participate to a certain extent, but there is always the danger that they will try to sabotage the movement at higher levels of struggle. We must warn about this danger. The anti-globalization front has the potential to encompass a wide range of forces. Therefore, the party's urban organization must plan concretely in order to participate most effectively in this movement. 3.5 Military tasks. As explained above, the urban movement plays a secondary and complementary role in the military strategy of the revolution. While the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army and the People's Guerrilla Army in the countryside perform the main military tasks, the urban organization also performs complementary tasks to the rural armed struggle. Due to the expansion of urbanization, the growth of a number of megacities and the sharper division of cities into rich and poor sections, the possibilities and importance of urban military operations increase. However, these remain secondary to rural military tasks. The various military tasks carried out in urban areas refer to 1. The defense of the urban movement, 2. The help of the urban organization to the rural armed struggle, and 3. Direct military operations carried out under central direction. Therefore, these constitute the main categories of military tasks and forms of organization in urban areas. 3.5.1 Defense of urban movement. The nature of urban work being mainly legal and defensive, military tasks directly related to urban movement are basically defensive in nature and will remain so until the final period of the revolution. However, even an urban defensive movement requires the military-type organization of the armed defense of the urban masses against the enemies of the people. These enemies are of various types: Gunda gangs acting in the service of the ruling classes, Hindu fascist organizations and their militias, vigilante gangs organized specifically by the state to attack activists and sympathizers of our movement, the state forces themselves, etc. Without confronting such forces, it would not be possible for an organization to survive and develop. Although we cannot and should not, at this stage, organize ourselves for an armed offensive confrontation with the state, we must, without a doubt, create defense organizations that adapt to the specific situation. 3.5.1.1 Open self-defense teams. Where necessary, legal organizations must organize defense against local enemies. Examples of these self-defense teams are self-defense of trade unions against lumpen strike breakers, busty self-defense teams against gunda gangs, self-defense teams of Mahila organizations against bullies and abusers, community self-defense of Mohalla during communal riots, self-defense of the masses against slum demolition, etc. Open self-defense teams must be organized in a way that mobilizes important sectors of the masses in this task, especially motivating young people to participate in large numbers. When such defense is organized systematically with the participation of the broad masses, it greatly strengthens the legal organization, gives confidence to the grassroots and local leadership, and releases the creative energies of the masses. If such activity grows in an area, it gives rise to new creative forms of mass militant struggle. On the contrary, it demoralizes and paralyzes the enemy, preventing him from using his old forms of repression. Often this open self-defense is organized temporarily for a specific situation or period. However, whenever possible we should plan and try to give this mass self-defense a permanent form and structure, assigning specific responsibilities and linking with mass organizing committees. Such bodies may run via yamshalas, martial arts centers, sports clubs etc. 3.5.1.2 Secret self-defense squads. Secret squads are necessary to complement open defense teams, or when, due to repression, it is not possible to form such teams. They are also formed with the general objective of defending the urban mass movement. However, they take on different tasks, without exposing themselves. A meaningful form of activity is to participate alongside the masses and give them the confidence to undertake mass militant action. Other tasks are to secretly hit particular targets that are obstacles in the advancement of the mass movement. Secret squads require adequate military training, military and political education. The extent and depth of training will depend on the facilities available, but we must make every effort to ensure that squads are properly trained and armed. The weapons used will depend on the situation in the area. To the extent possible, weapons not normally used in the area should not be used. Due attention must be paid to the discipline of such squads. The selection of members should not be based solely on their military capabilities, but rather on considering their political level and discipline with their comrades. All squad members maintain their jobs or other responsibilities and only combine for the purpose of training or performing. Squads must operate under the direct and strict control of the party, with each squad operating under a responsible party comrade. To the extent possible, two squads should not be combined to perform an action. Knowledge of the existence of such squads should be as restricted as possible. Each squad is a separate entity and there should be no separate line of command within self-defense squads. All state committees must periodically review the activities of such formations and provide guidelines to the committees immediately responsible for them. 3.5.1.3 Urban militia. At this stage of the revolution, all open and secret organs of people's defense will maintain a separate identity and the party will be the only organization that coordinates their activities. Today there is no possibility of bringing together all or many of the self-defense teams and squads in a single organizational mechanism to form a militia. This may be possible during certain periods of rise in the class struggle when important sectors of the urban population are willing to take up arms, either against fascist militias or against the state. At such times, the party must take the immediate initiative to launch an urban militia without exposing all its forces. However, the specific form of organization of this urban militia would depend on the particular situation and the specific forces operating at that time. 3.5.1.4 Local intelligence. Intelligence is a very neglected function in our party. Very often we suffer serious losses, or miss good opportunities due to the absence of adequate intelligence. In urban areas, intelligence is also very necessary to protect and preserve the urban party, as well as the mass movement. Therefore, the task of data collection and analysis must be undertaken from the very beginning and the responsibility must be assigned accordingly. As the organization grows, this task and responsibility must exist at all levels and must be integrated into the functioning of the organization. The objectives of our intelligence work should be to know and study the tactics and plans of the enemy forces in the area, study the activities of informants, prevent infiltration into the organization, etc. The methods and structure, especially at the lower levels, must be as simple as possible and make maximum use of the forces we have among the masses. 3.5.28 to Rural Armed Struggle. There are numerous ways in which the urban movement can help rural armed struggle and, in particular, base areas and guerrilla zones. Some involve direct and immediate help in terms of materials and personnel, others involve long-term preparation for the decisive battles in the final stages of the People's War. 3.5.2.1 Work in key industries. Some industries such as transportation, communications, energy, oil and natural gas, defense production, etc. They can play a crucial role in the People's War. Disrupting production in these industries has an immediate impact on the enemy's ability to fight the war. If the struggles in these industries are coordinated with the developments of the People's War, they can provide direct aid to the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army and the People's Guerrilla Army. Party-led units within such industries can also carry out industrial sabotage actions, which would provide effective aid during certain points of the war. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the urban organization to establish a presence and influence in those key industries. Such operations will normally be necessary in later stages of the war. However, we have to make long-term preparations today so that workers in such industries can be sufficiently politicized to play such a role. This means that we have to give importance to the allocation of cadres for such industries from the beginning. Key industries have typically been public sector. However, now with the privatization policy, many of the old units are being privatized and new units are being created directly in the private sector. So, some of those industries, such as the electricity boards and the telecom department, are experiencing many militant struggles in opposition to privatization policies, and there has been a significant resurgence of trade unions. In the context of the general rise of the labor movement, workers in other key industries are also turning to struggle. Therefore, we can take advantage of this situation to try to influence the workers in those industries. Our plan for key industries must operate on two levels. At a first level, we can influence the workers of these industries from the outside through various forms of propaganda, particularly during struggles in these industries. This can be done through legal democratic workers' organizations, workers' magazines, and secret pamphlets, and even through party declarations. We can also mobilize in solidarity with them. This method can create broad influence among workers and a level of unity from the top with the unions already operating in these companies. At a second level, we must send comrades to secretly develop fractional work from within the industry. This work should be done with a long-term approach, taking care to avoid exposure. The comrades who carry out propaganda and solidarity from the outside do not need to know of the existence of the work that is carried out from the inside. It is also not necessary to do the work of both levels in the same unit. Due to the critical nature of these industries, the enemy is also well aware of the need to prevent any revolutionaries or other genuine fighting forces from entering such industries. Therefore, we have to be very careful when entering and working in such companies. All work in such locations must be under some type of coverage. Fractional work is the normal method. Work in such industries should normally be separate from the rest of the work in the area. Even reporting to committees should be restricted, particularly in the early stages, before any foundation is established. The cadres assigned to such jobs should not be of such a nature that they are quickly withdrawn. Once assigned, they should normally not be transferred for a long period of time. Policymakers generated by those industries should be kept within the same industry as much as possible, without being asked to leave their jobs. Considering the current opportunities available and considering our negligence until now, we should plan the immediate use of our limited subjective forces in the best possible way. Depending on our contacts and the quality of our forces, we should decide on certain areas and industries that we should concentrate on. Since such work is not easy to initiate and maintain, it requires attention and guidance from higher levels. Considering the importance of this task for the future of the People's War, the state committees should pay attention to it. 3.5.2.2 Infiltration into the enemy camp. It is very important to penetrate the army, paramilitary forces, police, and the higher levels of the administrative machinery of the state. It is necessary to obtain information about the enemy, build support for the revolution within these bodies, and even incite revolt when the time comes. Other types of technical help are also possible. Cities are the strongholds of the enemy and have a large concentration of enemy forces. Therefore, it is in cities that attention should be paid to this task. This work can be done by following up contacts obtained from the civilian sphere, or by directly assigning comrades to penetrate enemy ranks. Whatever the method, the work is of a very special kind, requiring a high degree of political reliability, skill, and patience. This work must be carried out without the knowledge of the lower level committees, and the details of the work must only be left to the comrades directly responsible. Associated with this task is the need for a work plan in the cantonment cities spread throughout the country. This work, even among the civilian population of these cities, can give us valuable information and open us to penetration into the enemy ranks. 3.5.2.3 Sending paintings to rural areas and the PGA/PLA. A constant supply of urban cadres is necessary to meet the needs of the rural movement and the People's War. This is necessary to provide adequate leadership for the working class, as well as technical skills for People's War. This issue is a responsibility of the entire urban organization of the party, from the cell to the highest leadership, which must inspire comrades to be prepared and assume rural responsibilities. The task of generating new cadres for the rural movement must always be before the various party forums, which must send such proposals for the transfer of suitable cadres. However, it is the higher bodies, particularly the state committees, that will make the decision in this regard. Cadre transfer decisions must take balanced account of the needs of the movement and the organization in both rural and urban areas. To meet the needs of recruiting workers in large numbers and sending them to rural areas, we need to work in the unorganized sector where there is an overwhelming percentage of working class. Whereas when we need to work in the key industries, which are the organized sector for strategic reasons, we must mobilize and organize millions of workers who are in the unorganized segment. Working conditions are horrible in this sector and militant struggles are bound to arise here. The majority of the working class has living connections with backward rural centers, in some of which there are already armed struggles. If we work patiently, we can get a good recruitment that we can transfer to the areas of armed struggle. 3.5.2.4 Logistical support for the armed struggle. The enemy obtains all its logistical support from urban areas. The People's Army, however, depends as much as possible on rural areas and the rural masses. However, for certain crucial things the support of urban areas is needed. Depending on its strength, the urban organization must make every effort to provide such support. Supplies or contacts for supplies of certain types are only available in urban areas. Examples of such supplies are weapons and ammunition, spare parts, certain types of medical supplies, etc. Helping the People's Army establish supply lines in this sense is a task that the urban organization can perform. However, once that supply line is established, it is best for the rural organization to maintain it. As the needs of team sites and guerrilla zones grow, it will even be necessary to establish a separate supply and transport wing in this regard. Medical networks of sympathetic doctors and the use of hospital facilities to treat PGA/PLA fighters are also necessary in urban areas. This is necessary for certain cases that cannot be treated in the facilities available in guerrilla areas. The party at the urban level must always be in search of sources and contacts to establish such a network in various cities. However, once a network has been established, it must be separated from the party organs that direct the work of the urban masses. Technical assistance in the form of repairs and maintenance of PGA/PLA combat, communication, and other equipment is another area in which the urban organization has to provide assistance. It is best to prepare comrades with technical, electrical, electronic, and other knowledge to move in and assume those responsibilities in the field. It can also be done by sending city comrades to take training courses for the PGA/PLA. In some cases, when necessary, repair of some equipment can be done in urban areas. Providing contacts to help establish a production network for certain items in urban areas is also another area of help needed. The development of new technologies for people's war is another crucial area. With the daily advancement of technology, there are numerous new devices that could be adapted to the service of people's war. Since the large metropolitan centers are the points where these technologies or information related to them are obtained, it would be the responsibility of all comrades in those areas to always be alert for any opportunity in this regard. The proposals and devices obtained or developed must be sent to the higher committees for examination and application. Since in future it will be necessary to establish separate research and development wings in this regard, it is the task of the urban organization to develop suitable comrades for such work. All the aforementioned logistical tasks can only be carried out successfully when all urban comrades are active and attentive to these needs and constantly submit suggestions, proposals, and contacts in this regard. And the broader and deeper the base of the urban masses, the better the possibility of actually providing assistance to rural work. However, we must realize that this task cannot be carried out spontaneously in response to emergency situations and needs. Logistics networks must be established in absolute secrecy for a period of time. Separate comrades must be assigned to that work, and once assigned, they must be freed from other work and completely disengaged from mass work. Only in this way can we create networks that can serve the long-term needs of the people's war. 3.5.3 Urban military operations under central direction. Although the countryside is the main area of operations of the People's Army, there are certain military objectives that must be achieved through operations in urban areas. This even requires the establishment of permanent PGA/PLA structures in cities and towns. 3.5.3.1 City Action Teams. These action teams are small secret teams of disciplined and trained PGA/PLA soldiers who are permanently in cities or towns to attack important and selected enemy targets. Such objectives may be the annihilation of individuals of military importance or sabotage actions such as blowing up ammunition depots, destroying communications networks, causing damage to oil facilities, etc. These action teams, which are part of the main force of the PGA/PLA, carry out these actions under the guidance and orders of their respective command. Therefore, these teams should not have any type of connection with the local urban structure of the party. The selection of targets and timing of operations will also be based on the overall political and military needs of the people's war. However, the secret team must have extensive knowledge of the programs and plans of open mass organizations. This could, to the extent possible, help prevent problems arising due to a clash between open and secret plans. The Central Military Commission must carry out the tasks, training, and education of city action teams. 3.5.3.2 Central Intelligence. Since the enemy is focused on big cities, it is very important for our party to develop a network to obtain and analyze political and military intelligence at higher levels. In addition to human intelligence, we can make use of the internet and other modern electronic means to gather information by breaking into enemy networks. For this it is necessary to assign a separate responsibility. The urban party organization can provide contacts and individuals for this work. However, once they are assigned this job, they do not maintain any connection with the local organization. Such networks are directed and administered by the highest party organs. 3.5.3.3 Cyber Warfare. To the extent possible, we should make use of computers and the internet to promote the military objectives of the revolution. Although today we are quite far from this possibility, we should have the perspective of establishing units with the task of damaging the military and other important networks of the enemy. However, the possibility of establishing such a structure depends mainly on the development of the urban mass movement and the ability of the party's urban organization to attract and consolidate comrades with the skills required for such work. 3.6 All India and state-level plans. The policy and guidelines mentioned above give the political and organizational guidance for our urban work. This is the basis on which our work in the different cities must be reorganized. However, it is not enough to reorient our work only at the level of particular towns and cities. Equally important is the task of giving a plan and direction to overall urban work in a particular state, and in the entire country, on the basis of concrete objective conditions and the situation of subjective forces. It is also necessary to relate and coordinate the tasks of the urban movement with the general needs of the revolution in the country or in a specific state. There is also to some extent a need to coordinate urban movement with our international responsibilities both in South Asia and globally. The task of developing these plans and the committees at their respective levels should be responsible for their implementation. We present here the broad basis for the development of such plans. 3.6.1 Factors governing All India Perspective Plan. Making the All India Perspective Plan basically means selecting the cities, industries, or regions on which we should focus and give priority. It may further mean evaluating the subjective forces available and deciding on the appropriate allocation. The main factors in deciding areas of concentration are: 1. All India Perspective and Plan for Guerrilla Zones and Base Areas. Since the urban movement basically plays a complementary role to the rural armed struggle, the All India Plan for the development of armed struggle is a crucial factor to decide on our concentration pattern with respect to urban work. We should give importance to cities and towns that can play a direct role in helping and strengthening our base areas and guerrilla zones. 2. Concentration of the working class. The working class is the main focus of our efforts in urban areas. Therefore, we must target those cities and regions which have a high concentration of the industrial working class. We must judge the importance of the working class of a region, not only on its quantitative basis, but also take into account its role in terms of struggle. The working class in some centers has a tradition of struggle, which is why it influences and directs the surrounding areas. Some cities have strong working class organizations that play a decisive role in all India struggles. These factors must also be taken into account to give importance to a particular center. Another important short-term consideration is the sharpening of class contradictions. A center or industry that is experiencing acute and increasing struggles is best suited to start work. 3. Importance for the ruling classes. Some cities like Delhi and Mumbai have great political and economic importance for the ruling class. Strong movements in such cities weaken and paralyze the ruling class and have a greater impact. 4. Key industries. Importance should be given to the centers of key industries as they have the potential to play an important role in the people's war. 5. Cities of military importance. They should be given importance because they present the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy ranks. 3.6.2 State plans. State committees must analyze and identify the main types of urban and industrial areas in their states. On the basis of such analysis, priority areas should be selected keeping in mind the following criteria: I. All India and GZ/rural state perspective as well as All India urban perspective. 2. Concentration of the working class and sharpening of class contradictions. 3. Concentration of students and other petty bourgeois sectors and their struggles. 4. Political importance within the state and v. Key industries. A class analysis must also be done on the main cities selected for said work. The decision of the priority areas gives the general direction for the allocation of the subjective forces, which are or may become available. The concrete plan depends on the nature of the forces that are actually available. Review of our understanding and practice. After the rise of Naxalbari and at the time of the 8th Congress of our party in 1970, we had considerable impact and influence in several cities. We were a powerful force in Calcutta, at that time the largest city in the country. The revolutionary wave inspired workers in several industrial centers, particularly in Calcutta, Durgapur, Coimbatore, Jamshedpur, and Dhanbad. However, due to the erroneous understanding of mass organizations and struggles that prevailed in our party at that time, we were unable to preserve and develop our influence. Our policy was that it is not our job to organize unions or bring them under our control, or worry about union elections. Our task is to build secret party organizations among the workers. So we boycott unions and, as a consequence, alienate ourselves from the working class. In the same way, the erroneous understanding of placing emphasis on urban guerrilla warfare, when there were no conditions for it, led to a setback in our work in the city. At that time, although there were no circulars or policy documents on urban or working class work, there were some articles and notes from CM, which appeared in party magazines, which served as a guide for our work. 4.1 Old circulars and policies. Subsequently, our party made certain attempts to develop guidelines for our urban and working class work. These have been very few, but significant. In addition to the sections on urban work in our various strategy and tactics documents and conference reviews, the main policy documents have been the Circular on Cities and Towns, our Program and Organization, published by the State Committee of Andhra Pradesh in 1973, the Guidelines for the Front of the Working Class, published by the Central Organization Committee of the former Patriotic Union in 1987, and the Review of Our Document Method of Work in the Cities, published by the APSC of the former Patriotic Union in 1995, in which the previous document from 1973 was revised. 4.1.1 Circular of 1973. Although this document was only intended to be a circular providing methods to resolve the contradictions between the needs of open and secret work, it also provided an explicit understanding of the program, tasks, and forms of organization for the working class, students and other fronts. Therefore, it served as the main document that guided urban work in the former GP for many years. The 1973 document played an important role in giving the correct direction to urban work. The crucial points on which he presented correct understanding were: 1. Corrected most early erroneous notions about mass organization and mass struggle. 2. In general, he gave a correct strategic approach to urban work, that the party in cities and towns must use secret methods to preserve itself from the enemy, until the last stage of liberation of rural cities. 3. He correctly stated that in cities and towns we should focus mainly on workers. Coming to its limitations, it was not an exhaustive document on urban work and dealt more with the immediate problems that we had to face at that time in urban areas. I had some erroneous understandings such as, we should not hold office-bearing positions in unions, we should not organize independent unions by ourselves, etc. This was a continuation of the early misjudgment about mass organizations. The 1973 circular played an important role in the initial period. But in later years, with the rapid expansion of mass organizations in urban areas, there was no attempt to correct the understanding and further develop the circular comprehensively. Therefore, many of the important formulations of the document were not implemented in practice. Although the document stated that the main concentration should be on the working class, the emphasis in urban areas was more on students and young people. The prohibition on holding positions as union leaders and the opposition to forming separate unions for them were also not applied in practice. These were done without formally developing a new understanding of the policies. 4.1.2 1987 Guidelines. These guidelines were formulated in accordance with the call of the 1973 Central Conference of the former UP to take seriously the work on the front of the working class. This document presents in a concise and clear way the objective and subjective situation in relation to the working class, our tasks and policies, and a work plan. The document was significant in presenting a correct understanding regarding the leadership role of the working class in the revolution. He highlighted the leadership role in the struggles of the working class and the sending of advanced detachments to the countryside, and the responsibility of the party in preparing the working class for this role. The document's biggest flaw was its neglect of a strategic approach to urban work. Therefore, there was no understanding of the relationship and coordination between open and secret work and the need to preserve and develop our urban forces for a long time until the last stages of the People's War. The document plan was not seriously implemented or revised. In this way, it could not have a significant impact. 4.1.3 1995 Revision. The previous review of the GP by the CEAP was not limited to just a review of the previous document. He also laid down the objectives and tasks of the urban movement in AP. It was a development of the 1973 circular. A significant point that the document correctly reviewed was the lack of concentration necessary in urban work. He concluded that, although we gave importance to the agrarian revolution and the guerrilla zones, we did not concentrate to the required extent in the cities. He analyzed spontaneous movements from urban to rural areas and pointed out the lack of a long-term perspective for urban work. It also corrected the misunderstanding of the 1973 document regarding not filling office-bearing positions in unions. However, the document stopped short of presenting a comprehensive policy for urban work. Nor did he manage to formulate the then necessary reorganization of work. 4.2 Our main limitations. Previous documents and reviews conducted at conferences and plenaries at various levels have pointed out several flaws and weaknesses in our urban work at various times. It is necessary to develop a comprehensive picture of our main limitations as a whole. 4.2.1 Lack of concentration in urban work. Over the past 30 years, and in most of the party's main areas of work, there has been a lack of attention to the tasks of the urban movement and the party. As the Political Organization Report of the 9th Congress concluded, we have failed to grasp the dialectical relationship between the rural and urban movements. Having understood the formulation that rural work is primary and urban work is mechanically secondary, we concentrate most of our leadership forces only on rural work. Consequently, a culture was created in the organization where only rural work was seen as field work or work in the fighting area, while urban areas were seen outside the countryside, and as work in the non-struggling area. All the best and most committed cadres would opt for this and would be transferred outside the urban environment. Thus, as many examples from the 1995 review point out, cadres were spontaneously transferred out of rural areas without considering the future of the urban areas which were being emptied. The most serious manifestation of this understanding was the serious lack of concentration and specialization by the higher committees. Very few were assigned to urban movement tasks, and even those who were given the responsibility were usually overwhelmed by many other tasks. This led to serious problems on several levels. Without senior management in the field directing the work, there was little chance of correcting the erroneous understanding at lower levels regarding the long-term strategic approach, although this error was mentioned again and again in our reviews and documents. Without specialization, there was also no hope that the higher committees themselves would deepen their poor understanding of the problems of implementing the strategic approach. Without specialization and assignment of high-level comrades, the old mistakes only continued. All this took place despite our repeated realization in documents that the importance of urban areas in India is growing, that the percentage of the working class and urban population in India is much higher than at the time of the Chinese Revolution, and that, therefore, urban areas and the working class in India will play a relatively larger role in the revolution. Today, urban areas with 28.7% of the population and more than 60% of the gross domestic product, with many major megacities and a working class of crores, have a growing role to play in the country and the economy, and also in the revolution. It is therefore absolutely necessary to quickly correct the imbalance in our concentration on the tasks of urban movement. Above all, it is necessary to increase our allocation of high-level comrades to urban field work. It is necessary to increase the specialization and levels of knowledge of senior committees on urban work. And it is also necessary, whenever possible, to also assign suitable comrades from other levels, or at least to give greater consideration to the needs of the urban movement when deciding on transfers outside the cities. 4.2.2 Lack of concentration in the working class within urban work. The 1973 document had correctly stated that in urban areas we should concentrate primarily on workers. Since our movement had faced a severe setback in 1972 and there were plans put in place to put our movement in the crosshairs, we needed to strengthen our subjective forces at a faster pace. To achieve this, we focused on students and youth from a practical angle, but this practice was not based on any theoretical premise. When our forces grew and we were in a better position, we made plans to enter the working class. In the process of the enemy onslaught, and our continued weaknesses in our work in the urban areas, we became greatly weakened as losses increased abruptly. The lack of a comprehensive approach towards urban work and lack of management focus are the main reasons for our weak roots in the working class. 4.2.3 Neglect in developing party leadership from the proletariat. Despite being the party of the working class, the recruitment of workers has been low and the leadership from the proletariat even lower. Part of the reason for this was due to our deficiency in focusing on workers, and particularly organized workers who have greater potential for leadership. Building leadership among workers requires attention and conscious efforts. Unless we realize the importance of building leadership in the working class, we will not put in the necessary efforts to achieve it. Only at the 9th Congress have we specifically resolved to give importance to this task. Now we should put it into practice. 4.2.4 Lack of deep understanding of the strategic approach in urban work. We have regularly given paramount importance to the long-term strategic focus in our documents, and for some years we have been reviewing that the lack of this focus has been the cause of most of our defeats in urban areas. However, we have simply understood or explained it to the level of the strictest implementation of technological precautions and secret methods of operation. We have not understood that the correct strategic approach is essentially a task of fundamental reorientation and reorganization of all urban work based on the effective combination of legal and illegal forms of organization. Without accepting, deeply understanding and educating at all levels about this strategic approach towards urban movement, we cannot achieve qualitative change in our urban work. The broadest possible mobilization and organization of the masses is essential to challenge the enemy's overwhelming domination in urban areas. The secret operation and long-term preservation of our forces are only possible within the context of a broad and deep mass movement. Since we are working in the backdrop of semi-feudal and semi-colonial conditions, we need to take militant struggles and actions against the management, as the majority of the industrial working class is employed in the unorganized sector and is forced to work in unbearable conditions without access to minimal protective labor laws. However, we cannot repeatedly replicate in the city the offensive tactics appropriate to the rural movement and expect to survive simply on the basis of stricter technological operation. Strategically understanding the enemy's strength in the city means accepting that we cannot openly challenge him on a military basis. Consequently, we cannot expect to regularly use armed force to threaten factory owners, conduct negotiations through secret organizers, or annihilate managers, as would be possible in the rural areas of the guerrilla zone. And we can't expect that we can do all these things and still survive simply by using better technological methods. Of course, this does not deny the absolute importance in urban work of strict maintenance of technological precautions, natural covers, operation through layers and all other means of proper secret operation. We have to thoroughly re-evaluate our technological methods in all cities, and totally renewing our secret mechanism should be an essential part of reorganizing our urban work. All in all, we must understand that the secret operation itself is only one important aspect of the strategic approach of preserving our forces for a long time. The secret operation itself is based on the mobilization and support of the broad masses. 4.2.5 Lack of clarity in combining the different types of mass organizations. We did not have the clarity regarding the various ways of mobilizing the masses in urban areas and how to skillfully use them in combination depending on the concrete situation, ebb and flow of the movement. First, we emphasized openly revolutionary mass organizations, which maintained clear open links with the party. With the beginning of repression, we tried to operate these organizations secretly and still tried to mobilize the masses mainly from them. It was only much later that we realized that secret mass organizations could not be the only form of mass mobilization in urban areas, under repressive conditions. That's when we introduced the concept of the covert organization. Even at this time we placed excessive emphasis on the formation of new covert organizations on our part and did not give enough importance to factional work within the organized mass organizations in the urban areas, which were all controlled and repressed by the enemy. We thought that only those organizations explicitly under party control were revolutionary organizations. We did not see that through factional work we could remain covert and yet guide an organization to play a revolutionary role. Our education regarding covert organizations also placed a one-sided emphasis on the aspect of maintaining the organization's cover and preventing its exposure. We do not emphasize the aspect that the broader mobilization of the masses and the unification of large sections of the nonpartisan masses under the organization provide the best possible coverage. Furthermore, we did not understand the concept, role, and importance of the legal democratic movement and organizations. Here we also only understood that we had to restrict the program and the tasks in order to maintain legality. We did not see the importance of uniting the broader sections willing to work resolutely on a minimal program. After years of experience, we have corrected some sectarian misconceptions. But we still need to further develop our understanding and education at all levels regarding the role, importance, and use of legal democratic organization within the urban movement. We formed several secret mass organizations at various times. Many of these secret mass organizations were formed after severe repression on openly revolutionary mass organizations, which prevented them from functioning. Our response to the repression then was to direct these same organizations from underground. Our only change while running the secret organizations was with respect to the methods of secret operation. We expected secret organizations to perform the same functions and tasks that open organizations previously performed. We did not see the need to substantially change the role, tasks, and structure of the new secret organization. We must understand the limitations of secret organizations to carry out broad mass mobilization like previous openly revolutionary mass organizations. Thus, we should assign such tasks to the secret organization, which is the one that can best perform, such as secret revolutionary propaganda, organizing the masses in secret and carrying out militant actions when necessary. Furthermore, we should reallocate those unexposed forces from the old overtly revolutionary organization to factional or other covert work. This would ensure the continuity of the task of mass mobilization by other means. 4.2.6 Carelessness in secret operation. Our political organization report has listed in detail the various failures in secret operation, such as not building covers, not building and operating through layers, and other technical errors. The root of these errors is our superficial understanding of our long-term strategic focus, and our lack of an adequate understanding of the balance and relationship between open and secret work. Quick results, shortcuts, focus and liberalism are other reasons for mistakes. 4.2.7 Lack of an all-India perspective. This is also a limitation. In the initial period, when urban work was limited to a few pockets, the severity of this deficiency was relatively less. But, with the intensification of the People's War and the expansion of the party in most of the major urban centers of the country, the need for an all-India urban and working class perspective has become urgent. We should develop that perspective and plan the deployment and utilization of our subjective forces on that basis. 4.3 Major flaw in our understanding. The above shortcomings are basically rooted in our flawed understanding of the role of urban labor and particularly the role of the working class in the Indian Revolution. As mentioned earlier in this document, the 9th Congress has provided a precise and unambiguous understanding of the role of the working class in the revolution. Although we had the correct understanding about the role of the working class in leading the revolution, we could not provide enough cadres to concentrate on the working class. There was not much concentration on the leadership part while we concentrated on building the agrarian revolution. Even when we allocated cadres for the development of the working class, due to the lack of a long-term focus and because of repression, we lost many valuable cadres who were working in urban areas, and we faced severe losses. Although it does not exist at a theoretical level, there was to some extent an erroneous notion in the minds of higher committees at various levels that we needed to depend on petty bourgeois sections, such as students, to develop leading cadres. This was reflected in our practice in several states, to a considerable extent. An important factor that had contributed to this practice is the relative ease with which we can recruit cadres from students and youth compared to workers and the pressure of the immediate needs of the revolution to be met. The 9th Congress has given itself the task of building a proletarian base and developing working-class leadership cadres. If we rectify our mistakes, taking lessons from the past, we can certainly overcome the current deficiency. Immediate tasks. After formulating the policy and guideline for urban work, and after reviewing our past, the Political Organization Report of the 9th Congress calls on the party to launch a campaign to reorganize work according to the new guideline. Implementing this Political Organization Report campaign call systematically and comprehensively should, therefore, be the main focus of our immediate tasks. Depending on the objective reality and subjective situation in our respective areas, and based on our policy and guideline, we should draw up a wise step-by-step area program to educate the party, evaluate our work, identify areas of change, and make plans and concrete perspectives and exhaustively monitor their implementation. 5.1 Introduce urban and working class specialization in senior committees. The senior committees should be the starting point. In the central committees, political bureaus, regional bureaus, and in those scheduled castes where there is the possibility of substantial urban work, there must be allocation of members to specialize in urban work. When the volume and nature of the work demands it, subcommittees should be formed. Your tasks will be to thoroughly implement urban policy and guidelines, to closely study and solve field problems, to study the enemy, anticipate their movements and plan accordingly, theorize based on field experiences, and thus centralize the wealth of new ideas that constantly emerge from the field so that they can be quickly implemented everywhere. At this stage, the same comrades should also concentrate on the tasks of the working class area. This means coordinating the work of the working class in various centers, guiding the organizations and fronts of the working class, preparing the curriculum and materials for political education and training of cadres in the work of the working class, studying the development trends in the working class movement and plan accordingly, and respond with rapid decisions at the political and tactical level to the numerous spontaneous events that occur in the midst of the escalation of working class struggles. 5.2 Prepare all India and state-level perspective plans. The higher committees must formulate and decide on the perspective of urban areas and industries at their respective levels. Deciding on perspective gives the priority and direction in which to concretely plan. It ensures that the allocation of subjective forces does not move spontaneously but according to a plan. When studying the urban process in the light of our policy and strategy, and on the basis of a city analysis and an industrial analysis, the cities/towns and industries to focus on must be decided. An analysis of existing work areas and potential cities should also be carried out. This will help decide the priority and make concrete decisions. The actual allocation will naturally be based on the subjective forces available and the general plans of the responsible committee. In any case, while assigning forces to urban work, we must be cautious and only assign comrades who will have a good chance of adjusting to urban work and continuing for some time. Unlike in rural areas where the withdrawal of a comrade does not have to result in much exposure, the withdrawal of an urban comrade can lead to considerable problems for the urban organization. 5.3 Reorient and reorganize urban organizations with a long-term strategic approach. Many of our urban work areas are not working according to the long-term strategic approach. Many areas have had to close due to exposure and losses. Many areas have attempted to introduce a strategic approach through a trial and error method derived from day-to-day field experiences of confronting the enemy. They have made considerable progress, but shortcomings remain. Thus, today different areas follow practices based not only on the different levels of repression they are facing, but also on subjective factors such as the approach to the area and state leadership or the different work patterns and styles inherited from the past. This has continued due to the rejection of urban work in general, and in particular, the absence of a common set of policies and guidelines across the party. Having now adopted common policies and guidelines, we must work to reorient and reorganize urban work across the party with a long-term strategic focus. This task must be tamed as a campaign guided and monitored by state committees. It should be a step-by-step process involving the education of all urban cadres according to the urban policy, particularly emphasizing various aspects of the long-term strategic approach, evaluate the functioning and structure of the urban organization at all levels, both party and mass organization, and make decisions to correct or improve existing practices, establish goals to implement the decided changes and monitor them so that they are implemented according to the plan, and if necessary, reorganize the forces according to the previous evaluation, and also according to the prospective plans prepared by the higher committees. The essential element in the effective implementation of such a campaign is the closer participation of the higher committees. Questions, concerns, and practical problems are likely to arise in the course of implementation. To resolve this, the participation of senior committee members who can provide answers and ideas to resolve any problems that may arise is required. What we should aim for is to see that every militant and activist operating in the city deeply understands the long-term strategic approach, has full faith and confidence in this understanding, implements it in day-to-day practice and seeks to develop it to new levels. 5.4 Broadly mobilize the urban masses, particularly the working class. Regarding mass mobilization, first of all, we must correct the misconception that the long-term strategic approach of preserving our forces means restricting our mass organization to only small secret mass organizations. All comrades must understand that the preservation and protection of our forces is only possible in the lap of the broad masses. Therefore, we must resort to the widest possible legal mass organization while maintaining a correct balance between legal and illegal forms of organization and struggle. This direction towards a broad mass organization should therefore be one of the crucial components of the campaign to reorient and reorganize the party. We must mobilize through factional work in various types of existing organizations and through different covered organizations and constantly devise new creative means to go among the masses without being exposed. We should not worry excessively that our struggles and slogans are not red and revolutionary enough. As long as we are among the masses and lead them to the struggle, we will be able to politicize them and bring them closer to the revolutionary line and the party. Where necessary, and where large-scale mobilization is possible, we should also form or participate in legal democratic organizations. In this way we can bring out the masses in large numbers to a democratic program. However, we should not make such mobilizations where the number is small and our forces are likely to be exposed. The main focus of mass mobilization and organization in the cities should be on the working class. We should pay special attention to unions and other working class organizations. We should also organize in the busties where the working class resides along with other sections of the urban poor. After the working class and the urban poor, we must pay attention to student organizations and other sections of the petite bourgeoisie. 5.5 Recruit and develop party leadership over the working class. We must have a strong proletarian orientation in our party building process. In this sense, we must pay particular attention to the resolution of the 9 Congress in this regard. Therefore, we should concentrate on building the party in industries and other workplaces of the working class. Even within women's, youth, and student organizations, we should pay particular attention to recruiting those from a proletarian background. We should pay special attention to the education of the proletarians in order to quickly incorporate them into the party in large numbers. After recruitment, we should have measures and programs to train and develop party leadership among them. 5.6 Reorganize the technological mechanism in cities. Except for cities and towns within and adjacent to guerrilla zones, which face severe repression, the technological mechanism in most cities is very weak and primitive. Primarily, we are developing our technological methods as a process of reaction to the enemy's immediate threat, rather than as a plan based on a long-term strategic approach. This spontaneous approach is very dangerous and must be changed drastically. Therefore, we must thoroughly review the technological mechanism and coordination methods of our open and secret work. For this, a gradual and piecemeal process will not work. Such a process remains partial at best and does not produce the required change. Additionally, the enemy is moving quickly to establish its network in cities across the country. Therefore, we should drastically revise our basic assumptions regarding technological requirements. We must realize that we cannot plan based on the immediate actions and appearances of the enemy. The state is planning on a long-term and pan-India basis. Our planning also has to be on a long-term basis and cannot make much distinction between repressive and non-repressive cities. Basic rules about operating under natural covers, operating strictly through layers, methods of cover organization, and communication techniques must be implemented in all our urban work. This, however, should only be the first step. We must remember that our enemy is constantly studying and developing new methods against us. Our approach and method must also be dynamic and creative. Accordingly, in the course of implementing our guideline, each of us should make additions, adaptations, and developments to those guidelines. Our technological mechanism, although based on certain basic concepts and principles, must always advance and improve, thus proving to always be one step ahead of the political police. 5.7 Prepare the self-defense bodies of the urban movement. In this sense we are relatively behind. Although all city organizations form teams to carry out specific actions, there has been hardly any progress and very few experiences in building more stable self-defense formations. This is true for both open teams as well as secret self-defense squads. We should set objectives and not delay this task any further. When preparations are necessary, we must make the necessary preparations and form the teams. For open teams, a simple political organizational basis and code of conduct must be developed. For secret squads, preparations for the necessary political and military education are important. There must also be complete clarity among concerned comrades about the squadron's line of command. Senior comrades must take responsibility for ensuring the satisfactory completion of this task. 5.8 Take up work in key industries. Our presence today in key industries is extremely low. With the advancement of the People's War, it is a pressing need for us to enter the key industries and establish a strong base there. All senior committees should take this into account when drawing up plans. We must make plans for key industries based on the importance of the industry, the openings available for entry, and the subjective forces we have available for that type of work. 5.9 Infiltrate enemy organizations. This is also another area where we are practically non-existent and where we need to start. We should plan this on several levels. We must make use of opportunities to join the police, paramilitary and military forces. We should do very secret monitoring of the contacts of those who are already part of these forces. Whenever possible, we should enter them from the outside. This work should be guided directly by higher committees without informing local bodies. We must regularly carry out propaganda about the problems of ordinary agents and soldiers. We should pick up the burning issues that concern them and awaken them to agitation. We should also do a study of cantonment cities, artillery factory areas, etc., with the purpose of formulating a work plan in those areas. We should also try to gather and generate the kind of forces that would be capable of doing that kind of work. 5.10 Build the united front in urban areas. Our urban united front work implies, on the one hand, the construction and strengthening of the worker-peasant alliance, on the other hand, the construction of unity between the working class and other urban sectors and classes. As mentioned above, the worker-peasant alliance is not only the task of those towns surrounding the guerrilla zones and other areas of rural struggle. Metropolitan and industrial cities relatively detached from the countryside should particularly focus on various avenues to promote the advancement of the worker-peasant alliance. Propaganda, solidarity struggles, participation of workers in peasant agitations, direct help to rural struggles, are some of the programs to be undertaken. At the same time, on the basis of the concrete situation, other new and more creative ways must be developed to strengthen the unity of the two basic revolutionary classes. The united front with other classes will be mainly realized through issue-based or program-based joint front organizations. Although they may be legal for quite some time depending on the breadth of the front, we should be prepared to run united front organizations from underground, such as the National Democratic Front in the Philippines, when faced with a brutal fascist government. While we participate widely in these, we must correct our sectarian errors in building those joint fronts and our bureaucratic dealings within them. Senior committees must constantly guide and plan to advance and expand our united front work. As noted throughout this chapter, liberalization, globalization, and privatization policies have had a major impact on urban areas. Almost all working sections of cities have been severely affected by these policies. This has time and again led to spontaneous outbursts from various quarters on various partial grounds without clear direction. Now, however, the struggles have become more organized and focused against the same policies, with the working class emerging with the leading role. Since the early 2000s, numerous important working class struggles have broken out and continue to spread and grow unabated. These struggles are not only expanding to all corners of the country, they are also marching at the same time as the anti-capitalist struggles that are taking place in various parts of the world. Even the reactionary wind behind imperialism's military advances in Afghanistan has not been able to turn back the growing struggles. To these struggles of the working class have been added the struggles of employees, teachers, etc. They are also inspiring the urban poor of the slums and the struggles of the semi-proletariat with anti-demolition and anti-eviction struggles that are once again taking on a militant character. Even the national petty bourgeois capitalists are militantly taking to the streets against the change of industry, new taxes, high electricity rates, etc. The roots of most of these struggles emerge from the imperialist policies of globalization, liberalization, and privatization, and therefore are increasingly being targeted directly against these policies. Therefore, a favorable condition exists in urban areas for the construction of broad fronts against imperialism, and this situation is likely to continue for quite some time to come. China, a modern social imperialist power. An integral part of the capitalist imperialist system. An analysis by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of India. Translation from English to Spanish by @Iniaki_and @Vom itself. PDF format download. Introduction. At its 9th Congress held in January 2017, the United Congress of the Communist Party of India decided to conduct a special study on emerging trends in social, economic, political, and change-related fields. Cultural with respect to the strategy towards capitalist revisionist China. The Central Committee was authorized to execute this decision. According to the decision made by the Central Committee during its conference, two main issues were considered: trends within China, and whether or not China became a social imperialist power. These were his 2 points of study. After investigation, the Central Committee adopted the following thesis at its 5th conference: today China has become a modern social imperialist power, an integral part of the capitalist imperialist world system, while also playing the role of antagonist of the oppressed classes and of the people in general. Marxist-Leninist Maoist parties, groups, and authorities are in solidarity with the worker-peasant class and other oppressed and suppressed social classes with the objective of world socialist revolution, marching towards a creative struggle to defeat the antagonistic imperialist China and put an end to their conceptions of revisionism, social imperialism, and obscurantism. Our two communist parties have two global responsibilities, supporting the working class and supporting their revolution. To accomplish these tasks, China's social imperialist nature must be thoroughly exposed. We must understand the process by which China became an important and competent imperialist state among the imperialist states of the world. We must also succeed in the process of segregating global alliances and enmities in accordance with the principles of international class divisions. We must evaluate the constantly changing structural variations and their specific conditions prevailing in the world. Unless we study these aspects, we will not be able to understand modern wars, the politics of modern revisionists and the incidental variations within the imperialist system. Leninism maintains that imperialism is the highest phase of capitalism, it is war, it is dying. Leninism maintains that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, it is war, it is dying. Imperialism affirms the rise of the socialist movement, and the 20th century has demonstrated it. The Leninist theory of imperialism applies even today. War is the supreme tool by which imperialism divides and reorganizes the world for its own interests. Imperialism indulges in war because of its monopoly in the world. Win mainly through war. Wars are inevitable as long as imperialism exists in the world. It penetrates underdeveloped nations under the guise of neocolonialism to continue its obsessive compulsion for plunder. It sucks the blood of the common people and the oppressed, and is the cause of their extreme misery and anguish. Modern wars are the result of imperialism, Lenin said again and again. The two world wars of the first half of the 20th century broke out between imperialist countries as a contest to gain supremacy over the world by dividing and reorganizing it. The imperialist countries' attempt to escape new political and economic crises led to the last two world wars, Mao said. The United States has plundered the world's wealth through imperialist war. He made a windfall by selling weapons in abundance to countries that have become involved in the war. In this way, the United States has become the imperialist superpower of the capitalist world. When the U.S. imperialist economic system incorporated a war economy, it focused solely on wars. Therefore, he orchestrated aggression and war. We can see this trend from Korea, Vietnam to Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. The war will continue as long as imperialism prevails. If we want to abolish war, we must eradicate the capitalist imperialist system. The Cold War between the then superpowers of the United States and the USSR had an impact on both developed and underdeveloped countries. This led to wars directly or indirectly between them. Between 1945 and 1990, at least 125 regional wars, civil wars, and armed conflicts left more than 40 million people dead, while millions more were injured or displaced. The economic crisis that resulted in these countries due to the imperialist war is greater than that of the crisis caused by the Second World War. Wars continued to break out throughout the 1990s. U.S. forces waged treacherous wars in Honduras, Ukraine, and Egypt, and the United States fomented incessant armed unrest. Military interventions by Britain and other U.S. allies have led to the deaths of nearly 3.2 million Muslims. The richest and most secular country in Africa, Libya, was destroyed by the United States. Libya, which once warmly welcomed migrants from different parts of Africa, is now being destroyed, displacing half of its population. More than 1 billion people live in extreme poverty and suffer from malnutrition. Additionally, almost 17 million people die each year due to poverty. Half of them are children. The United States is trying to cover Israel's increasing expansion and spending. Leaving aside the well-being of its own people, the United States is accumulating more than $20 trillion in debt to pay off Israel's debts and massacre Muslims. The United States is spending trillions of its budget doing this, subjecting its own people to misery and thus causing the death of more than 200,000 of its own people each year. The imperialist riots unleashed in Syria with the intention of overthrowing the government of Bashar al-Assad have caused the death of 500,000 people and another 2 million injured or displaced. In addition, millions of people were left homeless and emigrated to neighboring countries and some European countries. The United States destroyed many communities that had lived together in the midst of their shrines and sacred places in brotherhood, peace, secularism, and nonviolence for decades and centuries. The imperialist wars of aggression waged under U.S. leadership in Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Iraq, and many other countries have caused countless deaths and injuries, destroyed countless homes and forced countless people around the world to emigrate. To secure the imperialist system and deceive the people of the world, the imperialists and revisionists deceive the people in every possible way with various fictions in accordance with the changing scenario of the contemporary world. It's time to expose and mortify them. The contemporary political revenge of imperialism is a predictable result of the capitalist economic system. Imperialism is extending its political machinery to repress the people by implementing its fascist dictatorship throughout the globe. The stronger the repression, the stronger the resistance. The working peasant classes, the petty bourgeoisie and other oppressed social classes, even endangered species, tirelessly wage wars against imperialism. Our party, the Communist Party of India, strives tirelessly to exterminate imperialism from the land, install communism, and unite the oppressed classes and masses. Our party leads them and assumes the responsibility of fighting alongside them. In light of China's rise as a social imperialist power, the current task is for all labor parties in the world to develop maneuvers to keep themselves on their feet. The leadership of the party, on these principles, must unite the oppressed classes and peoples of their societies and guide them on the march towards socialism. This document was published by the Central Committee to elucidate how socialist China transformed into a capitalist and imperialist power and how to develop strategies to combat it. Let's study this document in depth. In light of 5 inherent characteristics and 3 particular features of imperialism taught by the great Lenin, let us analyze and synthesize them under the light of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism to build a correct scientific understanding of China's social imperialist development. The Socialist Revolution. After the advent of the new democratic revolution in 1949 in China, the Chinese Communist Party, under the guidance of Mao, put forward the slogan 3 years of preparation, 10 years of planning. As a result of this campaign, individual management in agriculture, crafts, capitalist industry, commodities, and productive manufacturing was basically eliminated in 1956. Collective farming became predominant throughout the country. A new society took shape in China as a result of socialist construction. The new democratic state of China became a socialist state. Progressive plans focused primarily on socially useful consumer goods rather than profitable products. Socialist China had no internal or external debts during this time. China was the center of the progressive socialist revolution at the time and was virtually the only country that remained free and independent from subordination under the spheres of influence of the then superpowers and the capitalist imperialist market system. Relying on the policy of self-reliance, socialist China experienced a great leap forward. Mass movements emerged in socialist China under the motto "Understand the Revolution, Improve Production." Socialist China introduced and applied new slogans and concepts, such as the development of agriculture and industry alike, coordinated class struggle, struggle for production, development of science and technology, development with local resources and many more. Revolutionary changes took place in industry and the living standards of the working class and peasants rose to a remarkable level. Unemployment was eradicated. Work was guaranteed for everyone. For more than a decade during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, industrial production in China reached up to 13.5% annually. The speed of industrialization in China at that time was more than remarkable. It surpassed the rates obtained in Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union. Although there were some riots by revisionists during the GRCP, productivity growth continued. China saw a 9.2% annual increase in coal, chemical, and electronics production. Followers of the capitalist road, such as Liu Shaoqai, Lin Biao, and Deng Xiaoping, formed an anti-revolutionary tendency within the party that gave rise to internal conflicts. The complex and acute conflicts between revisionism and the theoretical perspective of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought continued. Modern socialist characteristics matured in the GRCP, including in education, democracy, industry, agriculture, the fight against patriarchal domination, in breaking inequality between men and women, health, culture, and defense. In this way, the GRCP attacked the two bourgeois headquarters that belonged to Liu Shaoqai and Lin Biao and prevented the restoration of capitalism. Under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the Communist Party of China built a solid society through socialism without social barriers between the people. Workers, peasants, women, students, intellectuals, and other oppressed groups in China worked to transform their homeland into a modern industrial country, a country that could provide education and health care to all people within the span of 3 decades. They transformed their country into the most progressive system from a social, political, and economic perspective. The people's outstanding achievements made their country become the 6th largest industrial power in the world. However, there will continue to be opportunities for the bourgeoisie and other growth inhibitors to emerge and multiply, even in socialist society. The new bourgeoisie can emerge in many places: commodity production, currency exchange, and distribution according to work, such as pay in 8 variable grades. Even with the bourgeoisie overthrown, the means of production and money continue to exist. Some peasants and petty bourgeois classes retain property. These become the basis of small-scale production. Nascent capitalism can grow by leaps and bounds from these seeds. Under socialism, basic differences remain between physical and mental labor, agriculture and industry, the working class and the peasantry, cities and towns, and different areas and communities. Retrograde factors such as adherence to culture, traditions and practices become bases for attacking the foundations of socialism, as they all remain present in the superstructure. Resistance to socialist construction, revanchists and revisionists become a holy coalition with the support of external imperialist powers. Neo-bourgeois power blocks emerge due to the growth of capitalist elements. To develop the productive forces and the superstructure in accordance with the economic basis of socialist society, it is necessary to constantly revolutionize the relations of production. One of the primary duties of the dictatorship of the proletariat is to create the appropriate conditions so that the emergence of the neo-bourgeoisie is not a reality and thus prevented from taking hold in the superstructure. Taking advantage of these conditions, very few capitalist roaders who captured the high levels of power in the CCP openly made plans to restore capitalism in China. They implemented, however, their revisionist policy on the productive forces both secretly and openly. The carrying out of internal struggles exposed capitalist conspiracies. Mao taught that the revolution must continue until communism is achieved. The great Chinese working class continued its cultural revolution in accordance with Mao's call to break the centers of capitalism for more than 10 years under the leadership of the CCP. However, after the demise of Comrade Mao followed by Hua Deng's leadership, capitalist roaders in the state apparatus seized power through conspiracy and managed to dismantle the GRCP. As mentioned above, they successfully managed to install capitalism in all spheres, whether theoretical, political, economic and cultural. They were successful in their goal of turning the Communist Party into a revisionist party, the working class dictatorship into a bourgeois dictatorship, and it was an outstanding achievement on their part to install a capitalist state instead of a socialist state within the span of 3 years. In this way, the global proletariat faced a formidable historical defeat with the restoration of capitalism in China. Revisionist China after the restoration of capitalism. After Mao's death, the revisionist and renegade group composed of Hua Qiabeng and Deng Xiaoping carried out a counter-revolution, deceptively strengthening their position in the party while waving the red flag. The Hua Deng strategy was the continuation of the Liu Shaoqai-Lin Biao counter-revolutionary line. In this way they proved to be devoted and covert followers of capitalism. Comrade Mao Zedong said, "The rise to power of revisionism means the rise to power of the bourgeoisie." In fact, at the time, the Soviet Union was under a dictatorship of the big bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the German fascist type. Addressing these renegades during the GRCP period, Mao identified the representatives of the bourgeois class who have crept into the party, the government, the army, and various cultural circles as a group of counter-revolutionary revisionists. Once the conditions are ripe, they will seize political power and turn the dictatorship of the proletariat into a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. At first, these revisionists disguised their counter-revolutionary ideology in red to deceive the people theoretically and ideologically. They set out to ideologically convert their followers, inclining them towards the restoration of capitalism. They used the services of Deng's clique capitalists, Soviet capitalists, and anti-progressive elements both native and foreign. Deng's revisionist group, theoretically, ideologically, and politically bankrupt, published articles blaming the revolutionary values of the people during the GRCP for each and every misfortune. The followers of the capitalist path affirmed that the GRCP was an ultra-leftist error and repudiated it, denying its revolutionary character. All of its values were repudiated, its conquests reversed, effectively ending the dictatorship of the proletariat in China. These traitors made many false accusations about the person of Mao Zedong. Deng's clique replaced pragmatism with Marxism-Leninism. Mao Zedong thought. Followers of Deng's capitalist path resorted to atrocities, such as slandering Mao's followers, planning to criminally prosecute them, suppressing them, and even killing them. In this way, the Maoists were unable to regroup and launch a counterattack. Deng's clique published several articles and launched a reform campaign whose technocratic slogans were political stability, discipline, economic growth, incentives, skills, foreign technology, and unrestricted foreign investment. These were the bases on which the restoration of capitalism rested. The capitalists of the road restored the bourgeois dictatorship, defending the rights of the bourgeoisie over all relations of production. In Deng's words, we must continue to combine economic planning with the regulation of market forces. This should never be changed. The combination of market planning and regulation will continue. The important thing is that we must never again turn China into a country that keeps its doors closed. And in no way should we return to the old practice of keeping the economy under rigid control. Conflicts inevitably arise over issues such as commodity socialization and the scale of private production. This becomes the main conflict and gives rise to the following changes. Unhealthy competition and conflict among private producers make the poor poorer and the rich richer. This leads to the disintegration of society and the reintroduction of antagonisms between people. The rich become capitalists who make profits through the exploitation of labor. The poor sink into the condition of workers, who must sell their work. In this way, the market system was the means by which capitalism spread throughout society. To develop capitalism, the means of production and labor power must be able to be acquired with money. Markets for means of production and labor must be established. The means of production must be acquired through lines of credit and investment. In this way it is shown that a socialist market economy is, in reality, nothing more than a fiction. Therefore, when Chinese revisionists claim that reforms are needed to build a market economy, what is in mind are reforms to develop capitalism. The objective of these reforms is nothing more than to develop capitalism with Chinese characteristics. China implemented a phase of reforms from 1978 to 1989 known as the first-generation consolidated economic reform. The reforms of the 1990s are known as second-generation simplified economic reforms. First-generation consolidated economic reforms. Agricultural reforms began in 1979. Urban reforms were introduced in 1984 with the open door policy for foreign capital. China joined the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank in 1980. Thus, the revisionists became partners in the world capitalist imperialist system. China's state capitalist economy was transformed into a monopoly capitalist economy in phases. As a result of immense privatization and massive layoffs, independent private capital sprang up like mushrooms after a storm. Revisionist China reintroduced the rule of the law of value, that is, the economy became dependent on the market value of the labor required to produce a good or service. These reforms gave way to the exploitation and accumulation of capital that has had numerous effects on Chinese society. Multinational companies entered China without any restrictions. In 1982 there were 26 million private companies in China, which grew to the number of 58 million in 1983. At that time, the World Bank approved a 20-year loan of $220 million for the expansion of railway lines. The communal system in China was very strong. From the beginning, the revisionists in China used all means at their disposal to break the grassroots commune system. The breakup of the communes became a boon for growing capitalism in China. With the excuse of agrarian reform, they uprooted the most egalitarian sector of the socialist economy. To achieve this, the collective management of land, agriculture, animals, and agricultural tools was prohibited and the contract system was introduced. Communal land was slowly transformed into private property, solidifying capitalism in agriculture. Industry, commerce, mining, education, health, welfare of children and the elderly, entertainment and more were under the collective management of the communes of socialist China. Capitalist policies were implemented in these sectors. The following reforms in agriculture were declared. The communes and agricultural cooperative societies were liquidated. The state only maintained contracts to purchase agricultural products from all farming families. Individual farming was reintroduced, putting the responsibility for success or failure on individual producers rather than neighborhoods/villages. Farming families were allowed to sell their additional produce, beyond what was contractually agreed, on the local market. When the government began the campaign for free trade in grain, private grain traders emerged. The duties of the communes were revoked, including the provision of voluntary labor for government services and other related duties. They changed the name of the neighborhood/town authority. In order to increase productivity and provide incentives, they increased prices of agricultural products by 20%. Due to all these factors, inequalities emerged in village land consumption, animal domestication, management, and means of production. Land use can be transferred under the Constitution Amendment Act of 1988. Farmers were left at the mercy of market fluctuations. This left hundreds of thousands of farmers homeless. Therefore, many farmers became free labor. According to one estimate, more than 150 million free workers were created immediately after the first-generation reforms. These measures were widely used to develop rural industry, private enterprises, and joint ventures between state and foreign capital. Local bodies imposed taxes on the peasantry to raise capital. Urban reforms contain three central characteristics. The monopolists of the coastal cities were empowered with the creation of special economic zones. Existing restrictions on small and medium-sized private businesses, foreign trade, and businesses operating in these areas were eliminated. A consolidated and planned economic policy by the state ceased to exist. The main goal of running businesses became profit for its own sake, loosely orchestrated by indicative planning. Relations between business and government policy were consolidated, forced into a framework of mutual support and coordination in socialist China, but could now engage in virtually unrestricted competition in free markets. Most importantly, finance and planning were reorganized to reflect and facilitate the new bourgeois dictatorship. Deng's revisionist clique did not gradually enter the competition and gradually eliminate state control of consumer goods manufacturing. They destroyed the industries that played the most constructive role in state management. Qualified managers were selected through competition and not subject to supervision. The government gave them bonuses, increased or decreased their assets, and even gave them compensation based on their ability. The management of companies by workers was unthinkable. Small businesses under state management were sold to conglomerates and individuals. Some were even returned to their former owners. As Deng once said, a market is not only for consumer goods or policies, but also for elements necessary for production, for example, funds, workers, technology, information, and real estate. The revisionists implemented the following forms of distribution from the time of their first reforms. They reintroduced the idea of interest on bonds, dividends to shareholders, bonuses for managers who take risks, and incentives for companies that hire a certain number of workers, and the concomitant state guarantee of them through violence. The open-door policy and first-generation reforms allowed the imperialists to plunder the labor of the Chinese people. Multinational corporations received the comforts they demanded. The general state control over foreign trade was cancelled. The Chinese state granted companies permission to manage foreign trade independently. China thus became an entity inseparable from the world imperialist market, transforming itself into a market for imperialist goods and opening doors to its investments. Special rights were granted to foreign companies to increase their profits. For example, the right to set wages and salaries as they wish, the right to cut workers' compensation and benefits at will, etc. They allowed nearly 1,860,000 companies to receive foreign investments for a total of 150,000 million in 1994. These profit partnership agreements started a trend of profit-seeking by local government officials and factory managers. This was commonplace in the special economic zones. Chinese companies located in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and other East Asian countries repatriated small investments, leading to rapid development of small business and industry in the country. The demand for labor in the private sector was met by the farmers of the peasantry who were betrayed by the agricultural reforms, and also by the proletariat who were left without jobs due to layoffs and privatization, thus creating a large reserve army exploitable labor. Capitalist enterprises grew rapidly as immense new fields of work and investment opened up to them. As a result, municipal and village enterprises developed on a large scale, which in turn caused the capitalist economy to grow by leaps and bounds, and market anarchy multiplied accordingly. The central government ran massive deficits due to benefit partnership agreements and extraordinary giveaways to private industry. When deficits increased, banks readily extended loans, which were not reformed to restrain rising inflation and resulting foreign trade deficits. In response to rising inflation, the government began to cut its investments in the state sector and tried to balance the situation. This was not only to save government investment but also to help reduce the budget deficit. Due to this, there was a huge drop in the planned product quotas in state-owned enterprises. The government moved to approve the sale of a significant portion of its production on the open market. The market price of heavy industry products for the private sector was reduced. To correct these imbalances, they introduced even more liberal reforms. First, more reforms were introduced to make state-owned enterprises even more profit-oriented than they already were. Directors and managers were given even more powers to run their companies as they saw fit. They minimized the interference of party secretaries and the influence of politics in the management of industries, ensuring that only bourgeois politics were in charge. By introducing benefit partnership agreements, they increased management decision-making over investment and production. The government introduced a product-based pay structure, relegating the existing national pay scale structure to a few select state-owned enterprise managers. Time-based contract employment was introduced in place of guaranteed work for life. Second, they attempted to reduce control over government funds. A standardized taxation scheme was introduced. Taxes were set as a percentage of profits rather than a flat fee. And finally, the banking sector was reorganized on the basis of centralization. Socialist China, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, limited compensation in its merchant economy to 8 salary grades. The differences in the 8 salary grades were not large, but the socialist state slowly reduced the differences in salary scales. Although there were wage variations, there were many benefits, such as labor protections for workers, low-rent residences, free medical care, financial assistance for pregnant and postpartum women, workers' compensation in case of calamity, different types of insurance, pensions, entertainment facilities, schools and more. Begging, slums, and unemployment were eradicated between 1949 and 1976. Later, the revisionists introduced many fraudulent reforms that resulted in the resurgence of capitalism, and many of the concomitant diseases of capitalism penetrated into people's lives. The restoration of capitalism coincided with the dismantling of the support structures of the working class. Harmful factors such as poverty, unemployment, illegal use of goods, corruption, smuggling, prostitution, female infanticide, drug trafficking, human trafficking, theft, rape, murder, contests beauty, grotesques, etc., were at their peak. Efforts to increase subsidies to encourage increased agricultural production within the country had aggravated inflation problems in the cities. If the government subsidizes the food supply, the budget deficit increases. Otherwise, if there is an increase in food prices, unrest increases in cities, since the urban working class is already squeezed between high prices of consumer goods, the cost of living and low wages. In the late 1980s, the country's growing political and financial problems reduced enthusiasm for liberal reforms. Along with the development of capitalist production relations in China, a small private capitalist class emerged. In 1990 there were 98,000 small private companies in China. Their total investment was 4.5 billion yuan. This private capitalist class was not part of the government and had no political power. He made profits by exploiting workers the old-fashioned way. However, there are conflicts between the autocratic state capitalist class and the private capitalist class. The latter, in order to achieve a free market economy for all and gain some political momentum, took up the slogan of bourgeois democracy. To achieve this free market economy, it needed a stable legal system, protection from autocratic government, clear private property rights, and pluralistic policies. The autocratic ruling capitalist class accumulated hundreds of billions of yuan in private property. It had complete control over government property as a ruling class sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party. The new ruling class used its political power to obtain a monopoly on profits and controlled the privileges of the private capitalist class. Thus, the private capitalist class demanded democracy. A minority in revisionist China supported this movement. The majority of the Denghi leadership opposed this movement and tried to repress it. The consequence was the Tiananmen Square incident. Zhao Ziyang, who played an important role in the liberal reforms, was overthrown and the reform process became more cautious. Under the revisionist Deng clique, the industry remained under state administration even after the complete restoration of capitalism. Rather than preventing the restoration of capitalism, state ownership simply saw the transformation of all state enterprises into monopoly capitalists. As part of the reforms in China, the state monopoly capitalist policy was transformed into an old-style private monopoly capitalist policy. Thus, as China partially transformed into a private monopoly capital regime, the capitalist imperialist state eventually began to resemble imperialism in America, Europe, and Japan to some extent. Similarly, when capitalist restoration took hold in the Soviet Union, it implemented state monopoly capitalist policy and did not survive the transition to private monopoly capital. After the Khrushchev-Brezhnev wrecking crew conspired in the Soviet Union to seize party and thus state power, the privileged Russian bourgeois stratum expanded its political and economic authority on an ever larger scale. This privileged class strengthened its position in the party, the government, the army, the economy, and the cultural sphere. This privileged class transformed itself into a bureaucratic monopolistic capitalist class and exercised its exclusive authority over social wealth and the state machinery. He used his power to transform socialist management into capitalist management, socialist economy into capitalist economy, and a party state with politics as the top priority into a state monopoly capitalist one. The dominance of one-party government continues. Important internal factors, such as the integration and uniqueness of China's red monopoly capitalist class, played a central role in the suppression of the Tiananmen Square incident in 1989. These incidents demonstrated that capitalism by its very nature is undemocratic and oppressive. A capitalist fascist system of control can only be imposed on the working class through the repression of popular uprisings, brutal violence, and the use of state power. The one-party state was still useful for Chinese monopoly capitalism, and the repression paved the way for its solidification. The second-generation reforms. The Tiananmen Square incident and the disintegration of the Eastern Bloc, namely, Boris Yeltsin's reforms were implemented to open the free market to the bourgeoisie of Eastern Europe, in alliance with the imperialist bourgeoisies of Europe and America, meant a great impact for the revisionist Chinese Communist Party. Consequently, he began to reorganize central control over the party and the government, which had lost its control over the administration as a result of the first-generation reforms. The CCP leadership regained its control over the budget and reinstilled financial stability under the aegis of the state. Deng introduced the second generation of reforms after visiting THESIS in southern China in the summer of 1992. The expansion of THESIS to many more cities and provinces was the main theme of these reforms. The ruling clique was now confident that capitalist reforms could be implemented without succumbing to the fate of the Eastern Bloc. Foreign investment was to reap enormous benefits in China's infrastructure and cheap labor. Multinationals were salivating to acquire state-owned industries, while China began to overtake East Asian economies, due in part to first-generation reforms and higher labor productivity, but also due to the infrastructure and coordination built during the period. Socialist. China was able to provide local inputs and services as a result of an already strong industrial base, complemented by its fully developed social and financial infrastructure. Whether capital adhered to the rules or not, it became closely associated with the party and the state in the second-generation reforms. Opportunities were relatively scarce for foreign capital. If foreign investment wanted to make massive profits, it had to make deals with the government. Since the economy was very strong, China was in a position to make a difficult deal with multinational companies. China allowed only a few foreign companies, and even then under certain conditions, to invest directly in productive forces such as heavy industry. Joint venture agreements emerged between state-owned and multinational corporations when investments were large enough in scale. The state sought to use multinational companies to benefit the Chinese economy, trading access to the Chinese workforce for real infrastructure and productive forces. Multinationals built modern, state-of-the-art plants and provided state capitalists with access to Western capitalist methods of organization and technical knowledge. Multinationals could even foot the bill for the marketing, sales, and distribution networks necessary to sell the products produced in such joint ventures. Naturally, the capitalist state offered cheap and efficient labor, work quarters, roads, communication networks, and other economic infrastructure. The profits made through these joint ventures were shared between the government and the multinational companies. Foreign investment in China was initially small to medium degree, generally from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan. During the second-generation reforms, the government, with a new accommodative attitude, provided provisions to allow large-scale investments in more than one sector. As a result, foreign direct investment in 1992 was a little over $1 billion, while by 1994 it had increased to $50 billion. Export-oriented manufacturing industries grew rapidly due to the flood of FDI in the country. This flood of FDI brought many immediate benefits to the government and state capitalists. First, the government was able to cover its budget shortfall with massive new revenue streams from joint venture profits. Second, as a result of FDI, exports increased slowly and turned China's trade deficit into a surplus. Third, high-level positions opened up in the state sector in joint ventures. The declining state-owned and managed industries were soon reorganized to create a more congenial atmosphere for capitalists. Reorganizing state industries. The first-generation reforms of the 1980s focused on small and medium-scale industries as well as agriculture. Central public sector industries were affected by lack of investment and therefore a decline in progress due to the government's focus on expanding city cooperatives, town and village enterprises, private companies, the expansion of industries, etc. The government focused on important state-owned enterprises during the second-generation reforms. The CCP at its 15th Congress in 1997 declared that it would reorganize the entire state sector. The main objective was to transform popular state-owned enterprises into for-profit corporations. The first step of this reorganization was the privatization of small state-owned enterprises, mainly by managing or trading the workforce in the form of privatization. The second step was to transform the remaining state-owned enterprises into Western-style joint stock companies. Some shares were sold to private investors on the newly created Chinese stock exchange, but most of them remained non-tradable shares. Generally, those shares were owned by various government agencies. As a result of this, in all large-scale industries, the majority of shares were transformed into shares of state-owned enterprises. By separating ownership from management, as is the case in the West, these institutional reforms facilitated the initiation of joint ventures with foreign investment. There was now a chance to modernize businesses and upgrade technology, paving the way to the third step, corporatization. All state-owned enterprises moved to a profit-oriented system, and the profits of the working class were almost reversed. The rights and privileges acquired by the revolution and socialism were betrayed and abandoned to the needs of international capital by the bourgeois state. This phase represented the most intense stage of the capitalists' war against the broad masses of China to date. Private investment, massive layoffs, and the rise of privatizations were the object of this reform. Layoffs were mercilessly imposed when the law of value took over the entire public sector. According to CCP statistics, between 1998 and 2002, more than 25 million workers were laid off from public sector enterprises and cooperatives. In order to compete in the world market and boost exports, companies had to modernize. This led to a tremendous increase in construction, while laying off scores of workers. Another attack on the Chinese working class was effected by the replacement of the lifetime employment system with the contract system, in which workers were expected to renew their contract each year of their own free will. Despite the prolonged protest by workers against this policy, the government's monopolistic administration, fascist repression, and division among workers ensured the implementation of the policy. Another front of the bourgeois war against the Chinese working class opened with the implementation of the piece rate wage. Piece rate wages are the purest form of reactionary bourgeois self-discipline for workers, who are now atomized into particular work units and individuals, and paid different wages for different types of merchandise produced. The reorganization drastically transformed the state sector. Most of the production moved to the private sector, which occupied 70% of the GDP. The government's share in industrial assets of public sector enterprises fell from 68.8% to 42.4% between 1998 and 2010. At this time, employees also fell to 19.4% from 60.5%. The share of exports of public sector industries fell from 57% in 1997 to 15% in 2010. The size of public sector industrial units was reduced due to consolidations and lockouts. Thousands of industrial units were therefore reduced to a minimum during the 1990s. The World Bank encouraged this, commenting that, most entities have been corporatized and are run as for-profit enterprises. Budget allocations have been phased out and subsidies have been removed. The World Bank congratulated the Chinese bourgeoisie for its profit rates and labor productivity. Although the state capitalist sector is relatively small, it plays a prominent role. China's private enterprises' fixed asset investments in public sector enterprises are as high as 35%. It is interesting to note that 2/3 of the world's top 500 companies are public sector companies in China. All banks and insurance companies, including shares of major public sector units and state-owned assets, are under a single commission, the State Commission for Supervision and Administration of State Assets. The new bourgeoisie. The revisionist ruling class continued to rely on oppressing and robbing the working class, and this only intensified with the development of capitalist relations of production in China. This authoritarian public sector slowly transformed into a state monopoly capitalist sector and finally a private monopoly. It was not always obligatory private assets or public assets that had to be transformed into private assets to develop capitalist relations. Because in the process of capitalist development, members of the ruling class acquired their private assets through the most dishonest means. The most important ways that the bourgeoisie used to illicitly acquire private assets from public assets in revisionist China during the second-generation reforms were as follows. Buying and selling with monopolistic power, according to expert statistics, 400 billion yuan per year in accumulated profits for the bourgeoisie as a result of the exploitation of price, interest, and exchange rate differentials. Illegal trading with monopoly power, they bought and sold shares of real estate and stocks instead of goods or services. Stock market shares are similar to speculative investments. They have values many times higher than what they actually produce. Naturally, land has no value unless it is converted into a commodity, but once it is subject to real estate market transactions, its value can skyrocket to millions or billions of yuan. In this way, it is preferable to accumulate wealth through illicit means and monopolistic power than to accumulate through purchases and sales. Trade directed by monopoly power. The number of private companies in China in 1992 increased to 420,000. This was 88.9% more than the previous year. All new businesses were run by public companies, while more than 60% of trade was handled through the public sector. The People's Liberation Army opened luxurious hotels, and factories under PLA management were used to produce refrigerators, pianos, televisions, passenger planes, etc., on a large scale. There were sales offices in Shenzhen for more than 400 factories. Businesses that operated with absolute monopoly power were much more profitable than legitimate private businesses. Foreign investment. The Chinese state helped foreign investors rob the people. State monopolists made super profits through foreign investment, and foreign investors found many ways and means to avoid taxes, regulations, and trade restrictions. They tried to acquire land at low or even free prices using other privileges. To achieve this, they needed friends in the ruling class, and what better way as a foreign investor than to make individual state monopolies the beneficiaries of their foreign investment. It so happened that senior positions in the public sector were under the control of the sons and daughters of famous CCP leaders. These individuals conspired with American and Japanese banks and many other multinational corporations. The party, the government, and public sector companies were hand-in-hand relationships with no differences between them. Government income and wealth were stolen on a large scale by the ruling class. As a result, state revenues suffered serious losses. This was one of the main reasons for the increase in inflation rates. To overcome inflation, income had to be increased and expenses reduced. How did revenue increase? Increasing the price of consumer goods. And to reduce expenses, there is no other way than to cut social welfare structures. A very small number of people amassed a large amount of wealth at the expense of public property. That means, ultimately, that the wealth built by the working class was stolen by state monopolists and their new bourgeois allies. Trade liberalization, joining the World Trade Organization. The East Asian crisis shook Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand during the reorganization of government enterprises in the 1990s. This represented the imposition of a new type of capitalist politics, introduced by imperialist forces such as the United States, Europe, and Japan. These countries were known as the Asian Tigers. The imperialists attempted to build a great wall against communism while reshaping the region in their own image. The Asian Tigers liberalized the rules and regulations for those countries interested in investing in the form of loans. Western banks and investment funds rushed to buy shares in Asian companies and get their share of the Asian miracle. At first, Foreign investment led to a predictable boom. The accumulation rate began to slow down with successive falls in the demand for labor force. The miraculous investment soon turned into a speculative bubble. The expected profits were not being achieved through these speculative investments, so foreign investment finally came to its senses and moved to other countries. As they rushed to recoup their investments and convert them into US dollars, the Asian tigers' currencies collapsed against the dollar. The Asian crisis spread throughout the world between 1997 and 1998. World capital was afraid to invest in this type of economy. With Latin America and Russia also in serious crisis, where to turn? Although China had close relations with the Asian tigers, it was able to get out of this economic depression without much difficulty. The main reason for this was extensive government regulation of the economy. China was able to channel foreign capital into truly productive capital and avoid speculative bubbles. The state also strictly controlled capital flows in and out of the country, minimizing the risk of capital flight. Foreign investors had no chance to recover their investments, that is, they could not recover their capital from China even if there was a serious financial crisis. In this way, China was able to mitigate the financial crisis resulting from the collapse of the Asian tigers. But there was a steady decline in foreign investment coming into China, particularly export-oriented investment. When China started the globalization policy, it stimulated FDI. For this reason, the CCP leadership approved certain loss-oriented conditions in December 2001 and joined the WTO. As a result, the import tariff was reduced from 40% to 34%, lower than in other major developing countries. At the same time, export subsidies were also cancelled. Backward agriculture in China faced many problems as a result of the new liberal policy. The partnership with the WTO limited the number of tools available to Americans to isolate China. China implemented almost all WTO directions and recommendations regarding trade, industry liberalization and deregulation-related issues. In a way, China determined the new global economic policy of the United States by becoming a member of the WTO. After the dot-com bubble burst, foreign investment poured into China, further solidifying and strengthening its export-driven economy. Therefore, in 2004 China accumulated unprecedented amounts of foreign direct investment. The Chinese ruling class achieved this position with the intention of dominating America and the other imperialist countries. China accepted the rules and regulations of the game and moved on. China became an economic superpower. This transformation is only a conditional phase in a much larger process. This transformation will only increase the power of the Chinese government. China merged its enormous labor reserves with global investment, becoming a critical spoke in the wheel of global capital accumulation. China as a primary economic power. China's economy grew rapidly by intensifying capitalist policies, under the second-generation reforms of the early 1990s. Authority and control over state assets is the key in the development of the modern Chinese economy. The profits of public enterprises and the increase in FDI made the state capitalist bourgeoisie comfortable enough to provide subsidies and incentives to exporters. Public investment, FDI, and exports have become the three pillars of success for an export-based economy. China's share of global GDP on the basis of FDI and exports has increased by leaps and bounds. For example, China's production was 4.1% of the world total in 1991, and this increased to 14.3% in 2011. This made China the second largest economy in the world. At the same time, the US share in 2011 was 24.1%, which later fell to 19.1%. The manufacturing sector had the largest increase in capital value. China has now reached its zenith in terms of an economic sector of the world. The United States' position as the world's leading manufacturer, which it held for 110 years, is being challenged and replaced by China's. 1/5 of global productivity came from China, 19.8% in 2011, while 19.4% came from the United States. China has become the world's largest exporter. It produces 50% of all cameras, 30% of air conditioners and televisions, 25% of washing machines and almost 20% of refrigerators. It also produces cars 20% above market demand. It reached up to 33% of its GDP in exports in 2003, at a value of $438.87 billion. That same share was only 18% in 1996. Foreign investment funds exported a value of $240.34 billion, representing 62.4% of the total exports of all companies. The value of exports of manufactured goods is currently $403.56 billion. This is 92% of total exports. Of this, the value of high-tech products exceeds $110 billion. The processing business value is $241.85 billion US. This is 60% of total exports. The magnitude of China's financial and export power is matched only by its lack of debt. China's external debt was only 9.3%. Debts and services occupy only 2.5% of the country's gross national income. At the same time, the other capitalist countries depend on China to buy bonds and finance their debt and deficit spending. Therefore, China is no longer dependent on any capitalist country. China, which had never stolen from other nations to sustain itself, had undoubtedly transformed itself in 2014 into a new social imperialist power. As a result of super-exploitation, China has become an imperialist power. China's evolution as a global factory is not only strengthening the global economic reorganization, but is also changing the dynamics of supply and demand chains in the global economy. It has become a dragon hungry for resources, from iron ore to natural rubber and other raw materials. The nature of capitalism never changes. Although imperialism has been somewhat weakened by the drastic changes in the world after World War II, the era of imperialism is not over. Mao repeatedly said, "We are still in a phase of imperialism and working class revolution." Lenin's scientific analysis, based on the fundamental principles of imperialism, is completely valid and not outdated. The principles taught by comrades Lenin and Mao are the basis of our theory and practice. Marxism-Leninism Maoism knows that imperialism is dying. At the dawn of the world revolution, when imperialism is at its parasitic peak, even then it will not voluntarily leave this world. Imperialism can be permanently eradicated from the earth only when the oppressed classes and people of the world unite and make socialist revolution. But imperialism fights fiercely, crossing its own supposed limits to survive, even when it is at the end of its life. That is the nature of imperialism. We are now in the 21st century and living in the global revolutionary era. Our world today has been subject to many changes since the deaths of Lenin and Mao. The history of development proved indisputably that Lenin's revolutionary principles were correct and Marxism-Leninism Maoism immortal. But the story has its own twists and turns. The birth of Bernsteinian and Trotskyist revisionism after the death of Engels, the rise of Khrushchev-Brezhnev revisionism after the death of Stalin, and similarly, Huadeng revisionism emerged after the death of Mao. In 1956, under the leadership of Khrushchev, capitalism was restored in the USSR under the revisionist Brezhnevite leadership. The Soviet Union was completely transformed into a social imperialist power. Under the leadership of the revisionist Huadeng clique in China, capitalism was restored and the foundations of social imperialist power were laid. The current world scenario reminds us of the importance of following the following responsibilities. Revisionism must be exposed and eliminated globally. The nature of the social imperialist ruling class of revisionist China must be exposed. We must center the historical materialist method, and if this is done then capitalism, imperialism and social imperialism will fall. We must fight against imperialists, revisionists, and all types of resistance to advance and carry forward the movements led by the working, peasant and oppressed masses in general of the world. For a decade, Marxists have been conflicted over the question of whether revisionist China has become a social imperialist power, and for the answer to this question we must look to Lenin's theory of imperialism. So, let's briefly discuss Lenin's theory of imperialism. Lenin explained in depth what imperialism is. Imperialism is a definite phase in the development of the capitalist. Its nature is threefold. Imperialism means monopoly, parasitism and general decay. Dying capitalism. The economic aspects of imperialism are five. The general victory of the monopoly. The formation of financial oligarchies that unify industrial and banking investment. The primacy of the export of capital over the export of goods. Formation of monopolies that divide the world among themselves. Achieve the division of the entire world between the different major capitalist states. This is the macro and microscopic vision of Lenin's theory of imperialism. Now let us analyze in light of Lenin's principles. Chinese monopolistic companies. Bureaucratic monopoly capitalism and private monopoly capitalism are in power in China. China's ruling class regulated the authority of foreign monopoly companies over its economy even though investments came primarily from Western imperialist nations and Japan. China's ruling class developed government and private monopoly enterprises, and state-owned enterprises were officially under government management but operated as private corporations in domestic and international markets. That means they were like ordinary multinational and transnational companies. The state and the Communist Party of China have more impact on private corporations than in other imperialist countries in the world because the majority of the managers and owners of these private corporations are members of the CCP. Similarly, the bureaucratic class and the private bourgeois class were inseparably associated. 1/5 of private industrial entrepreneurs were members of the CCP in 2002. 2/3 of them are red investors. China's biggest red investors are now on Forbes billionaires list. The major private monopoly companies in China have become global players, and if we analyze the progression of monopoly companies in China compared to the largest corporations in the world, we find that China ranked third among the largest and most powerful companies in the Forbes global list in 2000. China has 121 companies on the list, while 524 companies belong to the United States. The average profit of these 121 companies was $168 billion, which is 7% of the gross profit margin of the 2,000 largest companies in the world. The Fortune Global 500 is another index and uses different standards to evaluate the largest corporations. We can also find that China's share increases continuously with the same dynamics in this list. 3 of the 10 largest corporations in the world belong to China. These are Sinopec, China National Petroleum Corporation, and energy giant China State Grid Corporation. China has already surpassed Japan if we just look at the world's top 500 corporations in 2000. Today, Japan is behind China. Among these top 500 corporations in the world, the United States has 132, China 73, and Japan 68, while France and Germany have 32. China's share of the world's major exports is increasing at a rapid pace. The superior position of the United States as an imperialist nation is constantly weakening. From 500 companies in the Fortune Global Index in 2000, the 197 companies belonging to the United States were reduced to 132 in 2012. Many corporations in China are run by foreign capital. Some doubt that China's exports are under the control of multinational companies. In fact, the export percentages of companies run by foreign capital are slowly limping towards bankruptcy. According to 2012 statistics, the export percentage decreased by more than 50%. Exports from privately owned companies increased to a maximum of 21.1%. So now in China, Chinese locally owned private companies occupy a larger share of the export market. In fact, according to China's statistics, companies that are considered to be run by foreign capital are not actually run by foreign capital. Companies served by Hong Kong, part of China since 1997, are also considered in these foreign capital assessments. Hong Kong is the main entry point for foreign direct investment into China. For example, FDI entering China from Hong Kong deposited $456.2 billion in 2010. Compare the FDI deposited by the United States in 2010 was only $78.7 billion. There is a myth that powerful countries such as the United States, Britain, and Germany dominate China's economy. That's false. The cumulative FDI from all countries such as the United States, Britain, Germany, France, and Japan was only $197.4 billion in 2010, not even half of Hong Kong's FDI. Similarly, some investments from Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, and even tax havens such as Macau also constitute a substantial part. But we cannot consider these sums to dominate the Chinese economy in any way. Therefore, the claim that Western powers primarily invest in and control the Chinese economy is completely wrong. For the first time in Chinese history, the number of millionaires reached 2 million in 2013. Among these 251 tycoons are dollar billionaires. There were only 15 billionaires 6 years ago. Among these, half are shareholders of different companies, investors in the real estate sector or high-level executives. Most of China's super-rich are private entrepreneurs. China is home to fewer wealthy people than its other imperial rivals. According to Capgemini in 2012, China is the fourth richest country behind the United States, Japan, and Germany. However, China's monopolies are the most powerful, with unquestionable direct control in their sectors. Therefore, China has not only become a social imperialist power, but it has much more room to develop than the West. Higher profit margins. Exploitation and super-exploitation are the driving forces of the Chinese imperialist system. The presence of organized, centralized, fascist and bureaucratic state-owned enterprises allowed China to ruthlessly exploit workers and suppress revolts against exploitation. Its imperial capacity arose as a result of the super-profits accrued from the exploitation of Chinese workers, as well as aiding the super-exploitation of the Chinese people by foreign capital. This is the mystery behind the Chinese miracle. China's monopoly capitalists have become more ruthless. China's government has successfully transformed the power of its working class, once the predominant political power in the state, into a commodity by maintaining a reserve army of labor through layoffs, reorganizing and minimizing the government sector and nurture the private sector in parallel to the government sector. The policies of the socialist period under Mao Zedong, based on slogans including self-reliance, discipline, unflinching sacrifice, overcoming pains to serve the people and the country, also played an important role in paving the way for the monopolists and make the super-exploitation of the working class achievable. Extreme poverty in rural regions, added to the sources of employment available in the cities, led young farmers to migrate to the cities. Former farmers or young peasants who moved to cities are called migrants. Migrant is a word mainly used for people who migrate from one country to another, but in China the term refers to people who have moved from the countryside to the cities. Workers who moved from villages to cities did not get secure residences, education, health services, any recognized jobs, or even social security. Their living conditions were miserable. They used to take refuge in dilapidated houses, tents, tunnels, under bridges and even in car trunks. Very soon they became an important resource for the super-exploitation of capitalists. According to China Bulletin, between 200 and 300 million workers migrated from the countryside to the cities. Among them, more than 140 million used to work in cities. More than 40% of Beijing's population were migrant workers at one point. These migrant workers were and often are thrown into dangerous or low-wage jobs. Migrant workers represent 58% of the industrial workforce and 52% of the service workforce. The large number of migrants, their uncertain legal and social position and their vulnerable economic situation gave rise to a large and disorganized working class susceptible to super-exploitation. According to official statistics, in cities between 30 and 37% of workers were unionized in the first decade of the 21st century. The true source of the Chinese monopolists' wealth is the super-exploitation of the working class, the payment of wages below the value of labor power. Foreign companies also ruthlessly exploit Chinese workers. The declining status of Chinese workers is demonstrated by their declining share of national income. The wage share of the industrial worker in 1983 was 57%, while in 2002 it was 52.3%. In 2005 it continued to fall to 37%, and in 2008 it was only 26.2%. Dong Tao, a banker and analyst, published statistics on the rate of labor exploitation in China over the past 2 decades. The total share of remuneration in the industrial sector was less than 10%, while at the same time it was more than 50% in developed countries. It is very interesting to note that not only labor compensation fell, but the profit rate also fell from 240% to 43% in the government sector and mega industries in China from 1993 to 2004. It became mandatory to exploit the working class so that China maintains itself as an imperialist power. If China wants to compete with other imperialist powers like the United States and Japan, it has to move its factories to backward countries. It must also exploit the workers of the world. Foreign investment in China. The first economic principle of imperialism is monopoly. The second is the formation of some financial investment, thus becoming a financial monopoly. Along with the evolution of monopoly in the industrial sector, monopoly arises in the banking sector. Major banks infiltrate the industrial sector by investing money in stocks of the industries. Monopoly brings together financial and industrial concerns to form monopoly financial capital. Some of the investors who are in the process of gaining authority over major financial investments have become financial oligopolists in China. The central government has unassailable control over this sector. For example, beverage maker, chairman of Hangzhou Wahaha Group and China's richest man in 2012 and second richest in 2013, Zhong Qinghao, had an annual revenue of 68 billion yuan. Similarly, the family wealth of Wu Yijin, president of Longfor Properties in Beijing, is 40 billion yuan. Additionally, she is the richest woman in China. China's former premier Wen Jiabao is the patriarch of a billionaire investor family with $2.7 billion in assets under his control. 4 of the world's top 10 banks belong to China. The largest is the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. His property is valued at $2.8 billion. The others are the China Construction Bank, the Bank of China and the Agricultural Bank of China. These banks are the centers of monetary investment. These 4 banks are under the control of high-ranking men within the CCP leadership. All of China's major banks are under strong government and party control. They have become the main tools with which the government rewards or punishes certain trends, sectors, or individuals, and are the axes of government policy. They mainly encouraged bank loans to state-owned enterprises. This is one of the main reasons why the government needs lasting control over the public sector. This tight control over finances in China is not like the significant control in the hands of Wall Street beneficiaries in the United States. The bureaucratic private monopoly capitalist class that entered the CCP has rotted the state from the inside out and reshaped China in its image. The financial oligarchy in China not only has control over political power, but also over different sectors of society. For example, nearly 70 members of China's National People's Congress, China's parliament, have accumulated vast wealth. The total wealth of these members exceeded the combined wealth of the 585 members of the U.S. Congress and its president, cabinet members, and the Supreme Court. The collective net income of these 70 lawmakers rose to 565.8 yuan in 2011, and has increased since then. Banks in China have 2 roles. One is to finance corporatization in the public and private sectors. The second is to accumulate investments in accordance with the government's direction. However, these banks are individually profitable companies. For example, nearly $50 billion of tax-free profits were offset by ICBC in 2012. China's top 4 banks earned nearly 150 billion yuan, equivalent to 3/4 of the China's total profits, at the end of 2012. At the same time, this also represents 3/4 of the total profits earned by the 4 major U.S. banks. Worker aristocracy. 2 social levels emerged, namely the labor aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie in the development of capitalist China. Their number can be 100 to 150 million. There are 2 aspects to this. First of all, there were a large number of farmers' unions and unions in China for a long time. The leadership of these unions was assumed by revisionists during the period of capitalist restoration. Public and private leadership was concentrated. This became a primary resource for the emergence of a labor aristocracy. Second, there was also a bourgeoisie among people in occupations such as factory management, service management, and millions of stockbrokers, lawyers, educators, and engineers. Those levels that received recognition as professionals and managers served major local and foreign corporations and the emerging capitalist class in China. This special layer of people reflects the birth of imperialism in China. Subsequently, most workers and farmers were subjected to super-exploitation. The massive profits made through monopolistic investment are the financial basis of this labor aristocracy and therefore the development of revisionism within the working class movement. The birth of a labor aristocracy in the conditions of emerging imperialism gave rise to a revisionist policy and ways of protecting this budding imperialism. The labor aristocrats are in fact the agents of the invisible bourgeois class. Revisionism is bourgeois ideology with the mask of Marxism. Economic anarchy in capitalism. China was less affected by the global overproduction crisis as well as inflation as it has developed more and more quickly capabilities to balance the weight of credit/debit transactions. There were attractive stimulus packages during the inflationary period of 2008 to 2009. However, as part of the competition in the monetary sector, China was moving towards allocating investments by irrational means. This is inevitable under capitalism from the point of view of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. It can be compared to the dot-com bubble in the US in the late 1990s, when huge investments were irrationally allocated to internet companies. Many of them failed to make profits and suffered losses of billions of dollars. There was a new wave in investment attraction after this crisis from 2000 to 2006 in the United States, which transformed into the prime mortgage loan crisis and the subprime mortgage crisis in late 2007. The same crisis occurred in Japan in the late 1980s. The Japanese real estate bubble burst in the early 1990s. Crises develop continuously in the Chinese monetary system, as in all other capitalist imperialist countries. For example, a housing crisis is forming in China. In fact, it has been around for many years. For the first time in 2013, new home sales crossed the $1 trillion threshold. The total value of new homes increased 27% annually before this boom. Average new home sales in Beijing before 1 year of this boom rose to 16% in 2013. Additionally, average new home sales rose to 18% in Shanghai and 20% in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. There is also a banking sector in China under government control. Currently in China, overproduction is underway, as in all capitalist economies. One such manifestation is the phenomenon of ghost cities, as well as empty apartment and office blocks. There are no ideological differences between the other capitalist imperialist countries and China in economic anarchy. There will be wealth bubbles and debt expansion in times of economic boom in any country. Economic anarchy is rooted in the nature of capitalist politics. The export of capital leads to the global primacy of financial capital. Export of investments in the form of bonds and loans. Lenin taught that the rise of monopolies and the importance of export capital are two of the most important defining characteristics of imperialism. The sudden development of export capital is the main cause of this transformation. The impact of extreme accumulation through industrial investment, financial investment, imperialist rent, and industrial productivity coupled with massive banking investment, these factors make the export of capital possible and necessary. This can be clearly seen when there is sudden and abnormal growth in local and foreign stock markets. These stocks increased to $3.305 billion in March 2012 from $165 billion in the year 2000. Interestingly, the foreign stock market is equal to the total value of the next 6 countries' stock market. The foreign stock market is used by financial capital in the form of debts. The part of the additional value obtained from the country that obtained the loan will be realized by the shareholders. Generally, the foreign stock exchange should have some special rights as a consumer. These will be secured in the form of foreign government bonds or IMF bank deposits, which are relatively safe and transparent. In fact, $3.3 trillion of China's economy is traded in foreign stocks alone. Currently, China has become the largest capitalist creditor of the United States in the form of American Treasury bonds. Now, China buys shares of government loans from countries in the European zone. Even on bilateral debts, China is an active lender to many countries. According to the Financial Times, Chinese banks have become major global financial institutions in recent years. China lends more to backward countries than the World Bank. Banks such as the Export-Import Bank of China and the China Development Bank were prepared to provide loans of up to $10 billion to many other countries and imperialist companies, even reaching agreements during the years 2009 and 2010. The Bank World Cup made an agreement for $100 billion to lend to other countries between 2008 and 2010. Foreign direct investment as export capital. China started its Go Global strategy in 2000. The object of the slogan is the need to partially re-centralize export capital instead of exports of cheap goods in the economic sector. According to Xinhua, on March 15, 2011, then Premier Wen Jiabao stated, "We need to implement the Go Global policy in a more accelerated manner. Policies supporting the Go Global policy need to be improved. Scrutiny and approval processes must be simplified. We must help companies and people who can invest in other countries. Let's encourage companies to work globally very quickly with world-class policies. We must strengthen the macroeconomic orientation. Let us improve the machinery necessary to encourage them to defend and prevent capital disasters." There are a few main goals for China's Go Global policy: to create global champions and encourage them in a strategy. This means that multinationals based in China should compete effectively with global brands in the international market. For example, Pearl River is the manufacturer of the best pianos on the market. It has surpassed its competitor Yamaha even in quality. Similarly, as a multinational in the modern world, you have access to a world-class technological base. The delay does not exist for Chinese multinationals. It is possible to obtain foreign technology through FDI, instead of FDI. Substantial obstacles, such as import quotas and tariffs, can be resolved using different companies and their global branches. In this way, the Go Global strategy has matured as a precondition for modern export capital. It is a basic need for all imperialist countries to find the most profitable places in the world and exploit them to the greatest extent possible. China emerged from the global financial crisis as a major exporter of capital. The 2008 crisis began in the United States and caused the insolvency of many major companies and public banks. To maintain stability, the Western government bailed out multinational companies with large stimulus packages. China took this opportunity and used it to invest in other countries. Therefore, capital exports increased significantly. The Chinese imperialists are investing capital in huge sums for raw materials and industrial assets in other countries, rather than in their own country. Chinese capital skillfully took advantage of the post-crisis credit crunch and a strong demand for cash from growing companies in northern and southern countries. This greatly enhanced China's capital investments in other countries. Chinese FDI in the past was as low as $2.5 billion. It took until 2007 to grow to $18.6 billion, but it skyrocketed to $52.2 billion by 2008. According to Standard Chartered data, FDI reached $65 billion by 2009, while FDI into China was of $150 to $180 billion. China emerged as an imperialist power only recently. It is weaker than the imperialist countries of the West and Japan, which rule in international finance. Therefore, FDI is more in the hands of the former imperialist powers than in China. Its shares are as follows: in China, America 21.1%, Great Britain 8.1%, Germany 6.8%, France 6.4%, Hong Kong 4.9%, Italy 2.4%, while China has 1.7%. However, China has developed very rapidly by investing FDI from 2005 onwards. According to official statistics, FDI reached $344.8 billion between 2005 and 2012. Chinese FDI has surpassed some of its opponents, including Canada and Italy. It has reached the level of Germany. According to data from the Heritage Foundation, the most important countries where China held capital between 2005 and 2010 are the following: Australia, $45.3 billion, America, $42 billion, Brazil, $25.7 billion, Indonesia, $23.3 billion, Nigeria, $18.8 billion, Canada, $17.2 billion, Iran, $17.2 billion, Kazakhstan, $12.3 billion, Greece, $5 billion, and Venezuela, $8.9 billion. China has the highest interest in savings funds. The highest current account surplus is about $195 trillion, which is the highest surplus in the world. At least 80 million foreign employees working for Chinese companies live in semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries. China's role is growing rapidly in backward countries. China's monopolistic companies are focusing investment on major infrastructure projects such as ports, as well as other strategic investments such as oil refineries. China has already invested $200 million in building modern ports in Gwadar in Pakistan. The $2.1 trillion Ramu nickel mine in Papua New Guinea was captured by the China Metallurgical Corporation. It reflects the largest Chinese investment in the South Pacific and has been the subject of armed attacks by disgruntled villagers resentful of the destruction of their homes and the poisoning of waters with nickel and cobalt byproducts. Similarly, COSCO, the Chinese shipping giant, acquired a 51% controlling stake in Piraeus, a major Greek port in the eastern Mediterranean. By the end of 2006, China had made 5,000 regional investments and TNCs installed 10,000 FDIs in 172 countries around the world. Accumulated FDIs in other countries totaled only $90,630 billion. China was saved from the global economic crisis because the banking sector in China is under government control. Because of this strong position, China was able to invest in other countries and approved $100 million in local investment in Chinese companies, encouraging local companies to invest more in other countries. China is focusing primarily on mineral and electricity resources, and has agreed to arrange a $46 trillion investment to supply long-term oil from countries such as Russia, Brazil, Venezuela, and Kazakhstan. Along with this, China is investing huge amounts of capital in energy resource companies. Chinese conglomerates are inevitably reorganizing to compete globally. It was also mandatory for China to create or buy marketing networks, bonds, and technology to develop. To carve out a place for itself among major conglomerates, China regularly engages in shady and/or unethical deals, as well as massive acquisitions. China set up a joint venture with Alcatel, a French telecommunications machinery manufacturer, and TCL, the massive television and electronics manufacturer. China has gained control of the operations of Thomson, one of Europe's largest TV and DVD manufacturers. Zoomlion, a producer of heavy concrete machinery in China, acquired Italian construction machine firm CIFA in 2008. Although foreign investment increased, Chinese companies and bureaucrats feared for the stability of the US dollar. China has kept its $1.95 trillion in foreign currency in treasury bills and other American companies as capital. Chinese leaders are tense about the safety of their assets and their value and fear that the US stimulus package could endanger their holdings. China established the China Investment Corporation with the intention of investing $200 billion in multinational companies and global monetary companies in 2007. It established the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank to gather investments and achieve a strong presence in Asia and Europe, in order to solidify the DREAM, the Integrated Belt and Road Initiative project. Strong currency holdings allow China to extend its economic and political impact on other countries. China has become one of the sources of investment, debt, and support for backward and indebted countries. For example, when Jamaica's traditional allies such as the United States and Britain languished in the financial crisis, China advanced $138 million to save that country. China lent large sums to Russia and Kazakhstan. To overcome the global financial crisis and support Northwest Asia, China declared a $10 trillion capital cooperative fund and a $15 trillion loan for Asian alliances. Countries such as Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines, which have strong alliances with the United States and Japan, are currently seeking capital investment from China. In this way, imperialism is the most solid basis for the exploitation of markets at the highest level, as well as for exploiting the poorest nations. China's investment in Asia and America as a neocolonial-style exploitation. To see how China squanders and exploits the resources and labor of Latin America and Asia, let's look at some key examples. Laos is one of the poorest and most backward countries in the world. It is located south of Yunnan in China. Laos was destroyed during the imperialist wars in Indochina and is now experiencing a new type of investment and exploitation. China imports wood and minerals on a large scale. A large number of rubber farmers do not own their land, but work under Chinese contracts. China is building a $7.2 billion railway line, from Botan on the border to Vientiane, the capital, to plunder timber, rubber, food crops, and minerals from Laos. Nearly 50,000 workers are involved. This route is important for China to organize its program in Southeast Asia. This route connects Vientiane with the important business center of Bangkok. It will then expand to cover Yangon in Myanmar. In Laos, China operates a number of special economic zones. Many projects are being built. In turn, if Laos is not becoming a state of China, then it is certainly becoming a state for China. China's influence in South Asia. It is important to understand China's imperialist interests and the impact of Chinese expansion in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Pakistan is currently China's strongest and most reliable ally. China has provided diplomatic support and extensive military aid to Pakistan, including nuclear technology, for decades. The goal of China's operations in Pakistan is to create a source of trade and energy resources for the Gulf and Africa. Pakistan's support for China is not only against India but also aligns with its strategic rivalry with the United States. China has provided 2 new nuclear reactors to Pakistan as a direct response to the US-India nuclear deal. China provided significant counterinsurgency assistance to Pakistan and continues to make massive investments in the country. Business between the two countries has grown rapidly in the last decade. The Pakistani economy has stagnated, foreign direct investment has slowed, unemployment and prices have risen, and exploitation has intensified. China's investment in the Pakistani economy is especially fruitful on the latter basis. China is providing an investment of $50 billion with the aim of creating a China-Pakistan economic corridor by 2030. This corridor will be of strategic importance to China as a naval base and as a source of energy, connecting Xinjiang in western China with Balochistan in Pakistan. China has been involved in large-scale infrastructure projects, including nearly 3,000 kilometers of roads and railways, as well as pipelines. Part of this is to improve the Karakoram highway connecting Xinjiang to Pakistan. There is a plan to add a train route, and China has purchasing rights to use the Gwadar port in Pakistan for more than 40 years as part of the CECP project. China depends on the Strait of Malacca to cross the Indian Ocean. This has become a repeated source of tensions at a time when China desperately needs allies in this region. The United States remains clearly the dominant power. The CECP was born with the stated objective of managing exports and trade with Pakistan, but in reality, Gwadar Port is the real prize. This subservient relationship of Pakistan with China is solidified by the paternalistic financial aid agreement obtained between the two. This debt taken by Pakistan does not help the local population, but all Pakistani people will have to pay it. In turn, China has been hampered by the burden of politicians in Punjab and Rawalpindi in Pakistan. Chinese officers working on the project were provided with 15,000 Chinese soldiers in the name of defense. This will make China politically, economically, and strategically stronger in the region. China is also trying to suppress India's supremacy in the Indian Ocean. China's presence there is a growing concern for the Indian ruling class, which worries that such routes will pass through Gilgit-Baltistan in Kashmir and take the People's Liberation Army to the Indian Ocean. China will necessarily abandon the neutral attitude adopted since 1963 in Kashmir. On the other hand, Russia has merged its Eurasian economic project with CECP, as the growing strategic alliances between India and the United States have not been receptive to the idea. India cooperates with U.S. military exercises aimed at isolating Pakistan. In this context, $100 million were spent developing the Chabahar port in Iran. The Chinese rise in the Arabian Sea, along with the CECP project, will continue. China's route in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz has been reduced to 600 kilometers. The 12,000-kilometer stretch of the ancient sea route to the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Malacca lies between the South China Sea and the North Indian Ocean, from Sri Lanka to the Arabian Sea. This will speed up the process of importing oil from Central Asian and African countries for cheap sale. In fact, these markets represent the largest oil supplies in the world. With the completion of this project, China would have direct connection with 60 countries and will control the flow of oil and derived products to other nations. As competition from China has increased, intolerance is rising in rival imperialist countries, but others are not threatened by the CECP project. England, for example, is interested in investing in the CECP project. On the other hand, people from Balochistan and Sindh have been displaced due to CECP. Pakistan is not willing to pay to relocate them. China doesn't care about these expats either. In this way, the CECP has become a matter of life and death for the Baloch and the people of the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, small and medium-sized manufacturers and artisanal producers are pushed into a severe crisis with the shipment of Chinese products to Pakistan. In general, the China-Pakistan economic project is reminiscent of the United States Marshall Plan. In the end, it is also dangerous for Pakistani sovereignty. Afghanistan, as NATO withdraws from Afghanistan, China has accelerated its economic, political, and security operations. In recent years, China has launched some major projects in Afghanistan, including copper mines in Mes-Anak, as well as oil and gas development. China has become the largest foreign investor in Afghanistan, after the collapse of aid and investment from Western countries after 2014. China has improved its political and security ties in Afghanistan. In June 2012, China and Afghanistan developed their relationship into a strategic and cooperative partnership. China is not only strengthening relations with the government, but also encouraging dialogue, both publicly and secretly, with the Afghan Taliban. Recent security agreements include intelligence, counterinsurgency cooperation, and increased training for Afghan security forces. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization has been dealing with Afghan issues since 2002. In 2012, it hosted Afghanistan as an observer. Both China and Russia are expected to have a high level of investment in Afghanistan in the future. Overall, China has made strategic, economic, and military moves to bring Afghanistan within its sphere of influence. Sri Lanka, despite good relations between China and Sri Lanka, ties have strengthened significantly since President Rajapaksa took office in 2005. Today, China is Sri Lanka's largest defense financier and supplier. Sri Lanka's strategic location in the Indian Ocean is important for Chinese projects. 90% of energy imports into China are channeled through Sri Lanka's adjacent sea routes. For this reason, China wants a strong political partnership with Sri Lanka, which includes infrastructure development and port facilities for Sri Lanka. In this way, China continues to curb India's dominance in South Asia. China has supported non-interference policies in the case of China, but in practice, it uses its backyard countries as part of its global strategy. China provided all kinds of support in the Rajapaksa government's war against the Tamil National Liberation. The LTTE, and all Tamil people, have suffered immensely as a consequence. Thousands of Tamils, from infantry to combatants, were mercilessly killed during the war, and continue to be killed in state-sponsored pogroms. China has repeatedly opposed United Nations proposals for investigating war crimes in Sri Lanka, as well as making significant profits from arms sales during the war. China continued to train Sri Lanka's armed forces long after the end of the war. Plans for U.S. operations continue. Since 2009, China has been a huge financier of large projects within Sri Lanka, offering huge loans for infrastructure projects. Most of the Chinese-funded projects are located in southern and central Sri Lanka. Land disputes abound. The United States is ready to leave Sri Lanka. With no intention of supporting reparations for war crimes, no intention of improving the rights of oppressed peoples, it is clear that China's imperialist interests are largely responsible for the current dismal state of Sri Lanka. Nepal. Since China and India border Nepal, it is strategically important for both countries. Nepal was always a close ally of India and maintained good relations with China. Relations with China have increased since the fall of the monarchy in 2008. China's main objectives in Nepal are to force Nepal to repress the political activities of Tibetan refugees, acquire Nepalese support for Chinese security forces throughout the border and enhance its influence in South Asia, open new trade routes through Nepal and expand its Chinese influence while isolating India. In the midst of all these strategies, the situation in Nepal is the following. Since 2008, China has dramatically escalated its political and economic security policies in Nepal. In 2012, the Prime Minister of China visited Nepal for the first time in the decade. He announced a large amount of Chinese aid. China has expanded its diplomatic presence in Kathmandu to encourage influx of people and build Chinese study centers across Nepal. Growing Chinese influence in Nepal is a serious concern for India. While the Nepalese military has traditionally been in close contact with the Indian military, it is expanding relations with Chinese security forces. The Indian and Nepalese militaries are beneficiaries of extensive American training, but that is beginning to change. China is now supplying weapons and equipment to the Nepalese army in limited quantities, but that will certainly skyrocket in the future. Chinese operations in Nepal are among the most important in the economy. China is one of the 5 countries that provides aid to Nepal. Since the end of the civil war, it has significantly increased its business and investments in Nepal. China offers loans for Nepalese infrastructure and hydropower projects. Chinese investment in Nepal has contributed to increasing tensions between China and India. For example, in 2008, Tibet signed a plan for a railway project to Nepal. While India is likely to benefit from Nepal's economic expansion, India's ruling class is seriously concerned about this. It also reduces Nepal's dependence on Indian ports and energy resources, while China provides a new corridor into South Asia. Beyond this, India fears that China has gained the opportunity for the PLA to deploy as quickly as possible on the Himalayan border. China's imperialist influence in Africa. China has taken aim at the vast continent of Africa that the United States, Europe, and Japan have largely ignored, save for some strategic resources. There are huge reserves of minerals in Africa, such as oil, iron, copper, and gold. 30% of all the world's mineral deposits are found on the African continent, including 42% of the world's bauxite, 38% of uranium, 42% of gold, 55% of cobalt, 44% of chromium, 82% of the world's manganese, 95% of vanadium and 73% of the world's platinum. China is the world's leading importer of many of these materials. In this way, China continues to exploit Africa in a neocolonial style. The Chinese social imperialists are now doing the work of the Western imperialists in Africa. Chinese economic dominance will grow rapidly in Africa in the very near future. China is now Africa's most important trading partner. China is currently buying about a third of Africa's oil, mainly from Angola and Sudan. China is opening a new £800 million oil field in Sudan, and has built a 900-mile pipeline there. It has invested £8 billion, spending £1.2 billion to establish new oil facilities off the coast of Nigeria. China has become a strategic partner of the oil and mining sectors in Congo, while acquiring retail development projects in each country's capital, including mines in Zambia, garment factories in Lesotho and railways in the Central African Republic and Uganda. To supply Chinese imperialist projects, new markets are needed for more raw materials and productive goods. China's oil consumption is likely to increase by at least 10% each year. Depending on the level of demand, in 20 years this need will be insatiable, hence the exploration for foreign oil. The world's largest reserves are already in the United States and the Western Hemisphere. Saudi Arabia and Iraq contain 45% of the world's oil reserves. In turn, relations with China have grown. Sudan is China's fourth largest oil supplier after Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Oman. In Africa, 3 Chinese public oil companies operate CNPC, NOC, and Sinopec. Chinese operations in the oil sector continue in Sudan, Angola, Nigeria, Algeria, Equatorial Guinea, Congo, and Gabon. In 2006, Sino-African relations marked a milestone. President Hu Jintao and Premier Wen Jiabao visited 10 African countries. In the same year, 48 out of 53 African countries participated in the third session of the China Cooperative Forum in Beijing. The government published a document that year outlining policy in Africa. He stated China's goals and ways to achieve them. Bilateral trade of $20 billion in 2000 increased to $55 billion in 2006. The United States and France became China's second and third largest trading partners. In 2004, China provided 156 loans worth $1.38 billion to 31 countries and taxed more than 190 products. By the end of 2005, China had taken on 720 projects from Africa. In Africa, China implements socialism in words and imperialism in its actions. Socialist foreign policy is characterized by the intense exploitation of the working and middle class, chanting its 5 principles: honesty, equality, mutual benefit, solidarity, joint development. Mutual exchange, respect for diversity and peace are included in every declaration issued by the imperialists for Africa. These words please local looting governments. In this way, China is deceiving African workers and farmers fighting for socialism. China is putting pressure on African traders, exposing them to bankruptcy. As China exports cheap goods to Africa, industries close. The imperialists have destroyed the environment. China makes people's demands for an independent and united Africa, while subjugating and deforming their economies. Human rights are violated and bourgeois governments are further corrupted. There is growing outrage among Ghanaian farmers over China's illegal mining excavations due to contamination of drinking water. China has repeatedly violated the laws of host countries. Thus, the Chinese imperialists have intensified the neocolonial style of exploitation instead of developing independent and self-sufficient economies. Chinese investments in Latin America. China's FDI is growing rapidly in Latin America. The imperialists operate like a mafia, looting countries and destroying the environment. Trade between China and Latin America reached $261.2 billion in 2012. This is equivalent to trade figures between China and Africa, but China has gone even further in Latin America than in Africa. Development loans provided by the China Development Bank and the Export-Import Bank of China in 2005 were much larger than the loans provided by the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. These ongoing development activities are carried out for the benefit of the imperialists, whose investments compete with each other. In Latin America, China produces many resource infrastructure facilities. In Argentina's Santa Cruz province, Jergion Corporation is building 2 new hydroelectric projects with loans of $4.7 billion from China. The Chinese company Sino Hydro will build a plant in Ecuador with the help of a $2.2 billion loan. China is investing in Chilean copper, iron ore in Brazil and soybean crops in Argentina as part of the acquisition of raw materials and natural resources. 87% of China's FDI is exposed by Chinese public sector companies. Private Chinese corporations are now also exporting capital. Formation of economic and military blocs, greater control of the Chinese imperialists. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization was formed on April 26, 1996. 6 countries, Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, are permanent members of the SCO. The observer countries India and Pakistan have been full members of the SCO conference held on June 9, 2017. The SCO nominally deals with political, economic, and security issues. Under its aegis, China and Russia have held war games regularly since 2005. Through them, Russia and China make a collective strategic pact against the West, with the SCO as a kind of counterpart to the US-led NATO. In addition, the SCO is a partner of the Collective Security Treaty Organization formed by Russia as part of a military alliance of 6 post-Soviet states, in addition to 2 observers, Afghanistan and Serbia. BRICS. The 2 imperialist economies in the BRICS, Russia and China, are the only ones with the capacity to invest large sums of financial capital. Brazil, India, and South Africa were the precursors of the BRICS, despite some contradictions and conflicts between these countries. BRICS was established to pursue common interests of developing economies, despite its various advantages and disadvantages. The largest and fastest growing economy is, of course, China. The United States, its next closest rival, has monopolized international lending institutions such as the IMF, the World Bank and other imperialist tools. There are no plans to withdraw the BRICS countries from the IMF and World Bank schemes. But BRICS nations, including China, are seeking to build new international economic and political institutions as a substitute for the Western-dominated meddling that comes with their expensive credits. BRICS leaders decided at their meeting in Durban in 2013 to establish an international development bank as an alternative to the World Bank. Its goal is to join Chinese alternatives to compete with the World Bank to provide access to credit for infrastructure projects around the world. Member states will also establish a contingent reserve fund that will allow $100 billion in cash to be withdrawn for future fiscal crises. Precisely in the same way that the United States dominates credit to underdeveloped countries, China wants to do the same with its various development banking schemes. According to the initial plan of this bank, the BRICS countries must provide equitable balances. They decided on the initial investment of $10 million, but China obviously wants to invest much more. Big investments equal big returns. The BRICS countries signed the agreement at a bank meeting to reduce dependence on the US dollar and euro. China's economic power is growing as rapidly as its economy, while the United States retreats and destabilizes. This financial competition will increase, and with economic competition in the age of imperialism, aggravated by the capitalist crisis, it will inevitably result in military competition. Chinese military power. China is not only a financial power, but also a growing force politically and militarily. Between 2002 and 2011, China increased its defense budget by 170%. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, China currently has the second largest military budget in the world. Only American military spending exceeds that of China. China is the world's fifth largest nuclear power after the United States, Russia, Britain, and France. The Chinese army has modernized rapidly during the last decade, and today maintains an enormous offensive warfare capacity, acquiring all the advantages for its navy and army to access through strategic points and islands. Showy displays, such as shooting down satellites, have featured prominently. According to PCREE, Chinese arms companies rank fourth among all competitors in the arms market. China is continuously developing a military capability comparable to that of the United States and other imperialist countries. Salaries paid to a division of soldiers in China and other costs, including food, housing, and training, cost less than in the United States. Similarly, the cost of a tank, jet, or missile submarine in China is very low compared to the United States, meaning that China can equip and train its military at a drastically lower cost than the US, compensating for their apparently unbalanced defense budgets. China is rapidly expanding the development and production of unmanned aircraft, or drones. Opponents' drones are easily countered with a modern missile system. By 2011 there were 280 operational drones in China used in intelligence, public surveillance, military reconnaissance programs and electronic warfare. The key to understanding China's armament rate is to understand that it came into play late as a new social imperialist power. Its neighboring areas are already under the influence of other imperialist powers. Russia is to the north and west. The most important threats to southern and eastern China are the United States and Japan. China can create and expand its neocolonial sphere of influence in backward countries only if it surpasses other imperialist countries. The growing conflict between China and the neighboring countries of Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and the Philippines in the East and South China Seas must be understood in this context. The U.S. budget deficit, as well as the lingering effects of the economic crisis in the United States and the world, continue to cut U.S. military spending. Such cuts are being made in Western countries. 7 countries have already reduced military spending by more than 10% since 2009, Britain, Germany, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, and Spain, the main founders of NATO in Europe. It is perhaps worth noting that the collapse of the Soviet Union and its social imperialist economy was presaged by a sharp decline in military spending. Chinese imperialist military operations. In other countries, China already intervenes militarily in different ways. While China has not yet emerged in major imperialist wars, it has been actively supporting local governments in suppressing revolutionary struggles, intervening in civil wars, people's rebellions, and national liberation struggles. After Chadian President Idriss Déby recognized Taiwan and began doing oil business almost exclusively with Taiwan, China supported, both diplomatically and militarily, the uprisings against him. Since then, China has apparently won Déby over to its side with huge bribes. China intervenes in many military conflicts in the world. For example, consider its role in the war against LTTE in Sri Lanka. China has strategically given nuclear weapons to Pakistan to change its fortunes in South Asia. Nepal and Afghanistan are subject to direct and indirect interference. Other aspects of Chinese imperialist foreign policy include particular political and diplomatic support in Africa, military assistance, military advisors in foreign diplomatic missions, as well as interference by military personnel. Most of China's sales of military equipment are to regimes it favors. In this case, the imperialists of other countries and the imperialists of China do not disagree. China is already one of the most active imperialist states. No wonder China became the third largest arms exporter in 2012. The Chinese military is rapidly developing characteristics close to those of American imperialism, increasing its ability to interfere abroad, especially in backward countries. As China develops a modern network of imperialist domination, it will become embroiled in open wars outside its borders, much like the United States. China joined the UN with a permanent seat on the Security Council in 1971, and by 2005 China had sent small numbers of troops to Liberia, Western Sahara, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Pakistan's Gwadar port and Djibouti military base in the Indian Ocean are to increase their deployments from 20,000 to 100,000. China maintains high-level military cooperation with at least 6 African countries, including Sudan, Algeria, Nigeria, and Egypt, and provides them with training for Chinese hardware. Chinese social imperialism. When describing the renegade opportunists of the Second International, Lenin coined the phrase socialism in words, imperialism in deeds. The Soviet revisionist renegades also moved from revisionism to social imperialism. Mao pointed out that when the revisionist renegade clique seizes state power in a socialist country, the result will be social imperialism, or complicity with social imperialism. The clique of Chinese revisionist renegades entered the capitalist world order with socialism with Chinese characteristics on their lips. Revisionist Deng Xiaoping oversaw the dismantling of socialism, the transformation of socialist relations of production into capitalist relations, but maintained the single-party monopoly on power, where state monopolists rule behind a mask of socialism. Under this mask, China became social imperialist. The CCP is still carrying on the farce of socialism. Today, the ruling class passes off the Chinese system as socialism with Chinese characteristics, but the bourgeois economic reforms of the Communist Party show that this talk is a falsehood. Their socialism is simply semi-planned capitalist development to achieve the goal of becoming a modern, rich imperialist country by 2050. The CCP leadership distorts Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought to suit any policy that this goal require. But revisionists cannot abandon socialism as a frame of reference, because they would lose their only claim to legitimacy. The CCP's distortion of socialism deceives the masses of underdeveloped countries who are hungry for socialism, all for the benefit of social imperialism. No amount of state-owned enterprises will change that. Make no mistake, Chinese social imperialism is exploiting backward countries by exporting capital and investing through asymmetric trade practices while plundering their natural resources. China is intervening in its internal affairs and seeking opportunities to acquire concessions and military bases. American imperialism is its main rival. In this way, China's social imperialism exists in direct relation and proportion to Western imperialism, where the West loses, China wins, and vice versa. Imperialism with Chinese characteristics is still imperialism and should be seen as such. The history of imperialist tensions, wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions. Today, a severe crisis of overproduction challenges the limits of capitalism on a global scale. China is part of the global economy as a major source of exploited labor as well as capitalist investment, both internally and externally. A significant amount of global growth is attributed to the exploited labor of the Chinese masses. Each imperialist force not only wants to compete with other imperialist powers, but also seeks to attack and reduce the wages and living standards of workers, especially migrant and semi-colonial workers. New and unequal conditions are intensifying in line with changes in industrial production, export capital, merchandise exports, and international stagnation. The increasingly unequal economic and political development between imperialist countries will inevitably aggravate confrontations between the supply markets for export raw materials. In rival imperialist camps, those who cannot compete are being marginalized, and competition is intensifying for profitable and growing markets in the underdeveloped world. This intrinsic struggle between imperialists has led to a global reorganization in terms of economic power. This will eventually lead to a global war. As Lenin concluded, capitalists divide the world, not out of particular malice, but because the degree of concentration achieved forces them to adopt this method of obtaining profits. And they divide it in proportion to capital, in proportion to force, because there can be no other method of division under commodity production and capitalism. But the strength varies with the degree of economic and political development. To understand what is happening, it is necessary to know what issues the changes in force resolve. The question of whether these changes are purely economic or non-economic is a secondary one, which cannot in the least affect fundamental views about the late epoch of capitalism. To replace the question of the form of the struggle and agreements with the question of the substance of the struggle and agreements between capitalist associations is to sink into the role of a sophist. According to Lenin's exposition on imperialism, China is destined to fight globally with Western imperialists, particularly economically, to protect and project Chinese investment. Currently, relations between China and the West are cordial, although tense, but this is a temporary and particular situation. Imperialist competition is permanent. The United States intends to surround China with lackeys, strengthening its allies, including Japan and India. China is countering this outdated strategy by projecting its power far away, into Africa and the Indian Ocean and elsewhere. China officially declared that its foreign policy is to promote a multipolar world. On all fronts, China is challenging American hegemony and unipolarity. For example, in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, China was granted a special partnership in the South Asian Free Trade Area. China also has bilateral trade agreements with Brazil for the supply of food and raw materials. The American ruling class and its allies have waged wars of imperialist aggression against the people of Afghanistan and Iraq under the pretext of the 9/11 attacks. The International War on Terrorism focuses its attack mainly against the Muslim world. This led to a growing conflict with China, made to stop the new Cold War operations. The United States and its allies feel that China, with good reason, will benefit from destructive wars waged by the West, and that China could even undermine efforts to destabilize nations in the Chinese sphere such as Iran, Syria, and North Korea. The United States continues to flounder in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the people's heroic resistance to imperialist aggression continues to bother them. The United States is failing in this regard. The fall of the United States in Afghanistan and the Middle East is a good opportunity for Chinese imperialism to enter the current global frame of reference consistently and permanently. The United States has no consistent strategy to combat Chinese gains at its expense. For example, after the US-led war of aggression, China has acquired large oil contracts from Iraq. The United States is concerned that China will cripple its position as the world's largest economy, while its monetary situation and budget deficit loom at the same time that China's international, political, and economic resources are growing. The Pentagon is growing increasingly uncomfortable as Chinese military spending increases year after year, while U.S. power declines on all fronts. The U.S. regime constantly seeks ways to isolate and overcome Chinese competition for markets. The Trans-Pacific Partnership was one such scheme, a free trade forum for all Pacific Rim countries except China. Although Donald Trump canceled this agreement, it is inevitable that such agreements and schemes will continue to arise. Since Japan and South Korea are not allowed to cancel, they stated that they would continue to cooperate under this framework. Two competitive economic/political/military alliances lead the global capitalist imperialist system. International trade war has been announced by the United States and other imperialist countries against China in the WTO, although China still engages with other countries in exploiting backward countries using international frameworks like the WTO. All major imperialist states that are part of the WTO are violating its rules, continually deceiving member states and mutually defrauding each other. To seize market share in foreign markets, they sell their products at the lowest prices and flood the market with products. Contracts with your corporations will guarantee military assistance. Corruption is built into the superstructure. Like the United States, China has also created its own free enterprises independent of its rivals. Therefore, China is trying to establish economic/political/military alliances against the United States and its close allies. An example is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, largely obtained between China and Russia, in which they hope to make the SCO their military bloc and BRICS their economic bloc. Silk Road Free Trade Zone, or OBOR project. China and Central Asian countries such as Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan have established a Silk Road Free Trade Zone. For this purpose, a logistics infrastructure project has been developed on the Chinese initiative, with active investment from Russia. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, New Development Bank and the Silk Road Fund provide most of the financial assistance for OBOR. In 2016, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit fully supported OBOR. OBOR is not a simple plan. The project currently consists of 6 financial corridors starting in China, and aims to develop road, rail, and sea routes from China to other Asian regions, Africa and Europe. Once these routes are completed, the integration from East Asia to the European market will be complete. The first route from Central Asia to Eastern Europe passes through Kyrgyzstan, Iran, Turkey, and Greece. The second route runs from Central Asia to Western Asia and the Mediterranean. The third route will pass through Bangladesh, where China hopes to form a Bangladesh-China-India-Myanmar corridor. The fourth road, the CECP corridor in Pakistan with its crucial port, connects Gwadar with Xinjiang in China. This is also known as the China Financial Corridor. On the fifth route, a waterway from China will go to Singapore and Malaysia, and through Singapore to the Indian Ocean. The sixth will be the Mongolian Financial Corridor. These 6 land and river lines are part of the Asian Free Trade Area, which includes Nepal, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran, with the aim of integrating all the main markets of the African and European continents. On May 14 this year, China hosted an international seminar on the project in Beijing. Citizens from Asia, Africa, Europe, and South America attended. Many countries, including the United States and Japan, sent delegates. In short, OBOR is a very important part of China and Russia's plans to circumvent Western imperialist control of land and sea routes, as well as markets and access to credit. Internationally, China's economic influence has increased. By financing the public and private debt of the United States, China has gained many advantages, including the isolation of the economic crises of recent decades. There is little opportunity for the United States to attack or restrain China. The United States and China support each other on a number of issues, but their rivalry continues and will only become more intense and dangerous. On the contrary, Russia and China jointly benefit. They reject the unipolar, Atlanticist world system and seek to break it. Russia, using force without fear that relations with Western countries may suffer, constantly behaves under its sole interest. For example, Russia has unilaterally decided to include Crimea. Crimea separated from Ukraine in March 2014 and joined the Russian Federation on the basis of a local referendum organized by Russia, a decision strongly condemned by Western powers. In November 2014, China unilaterally announced the establishment of its air defense identification zone in the South China Sea. He warned the international community that they should provide notification before flying over that area. 2 Chinese fighters escaped from Japan's scouting forces in the area where Japan's ZIDA overlaps with China's. In May 2014, NUC installed oil platforms in the waters around the Parasil Islands, which are disputed by Vietnam, and began drilling for oil. Naval forces participate in and are the target of ramming incidents between military and private ships in these waters. Russia and China are unassailable powers in Eurasia. They are permanent member states of the United Nations Security Council. They repeatedly oppose the unilateral control of the United States and Western countries over international politics. Russia and China have used their veto power at different times since the end of the Cold War. For example, the two countries opposed the use of military force in the United Nations Security Council in 1999 when war broke out in Kosovo. They opposed several of the restrictions against North Korea, as well as intervention in the civil war in Syria. Actions taken by China in the South and East China Seas are based on historical claims to roots, lands and islands. Statements issued by China and Russia indicate that they oppose the current unilateralism of the United States. In May 2014, Russia, Belarus and Kazakhstan signed an agreement to establish an economic bloc called the Eurasian Union. Russia puts a good amount of stock in the Collective Security Treaty Organization in military matters. Russia, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan are signatories. Russia's policies towards Ukraine and other regions on the periphery of the European Union are in line with an agenda for control of these areas in the future. Since Hu Jintao came to power, China has become a major naval force. From the moment Xi Jinping came to power, the slogans have been Chinese Dream and Rebirth of the Chinese Nation. In June 2013, Xi Jinping, in a summit meeting with Obama, suggested that the Pacific region could provide enough space for both China and the United States. She has revealed, through words and deeds, that China's project is to divide and govern the Pacific region between the United States and China, with the future hope of exclusive Chinese dominance. Within the framework of this project, the Bashi Channel between the Wyoming and Orchid Islands, claimed by the Philippines and Taiwan respectively, gateway to the Pacific and route through which submarine cables serve Asia, will be a strategic area of control. China must establish its dominance over that of the United States over these first islands in the entire South China Sea. In the future, China is eager to build a base network of settlements in the waters extending from the Indian Ocean within the range of the second island group, from the Ogasawara Islands to Guam. Therefore, the situation in the East China Sea shows us that China's imperialism continues apace, especially as an attempt to resolve issues of claim and sovereignty in the Pacific. China has pointedly stated that if the United States wants closer cooperation and freer two-way investment, it must abandon Taiwan and stop trying to undermine China on human rights. They must also accept China's right to control Tibet. This is the true relationship between China, the United States, and the deteriorating US-aligned powers in Asia. Some important developments and trends have emerged in the international sector. These are: since the 1970s, continued inversion and stagflation as part of a general crisis in the West, culminating in the 2008 mortgage lending crisis in the financially weakened United States. Military and political competition with Russia and China has reached a peak not seen since the fall of the Soviet Union. In imperialist countries, economic protectionism, racism, and fascism are increasing. The competition between imperialist nations to steal the resources of backward countries and their markets continues, and this ignites the competition between imperialist blocs for the loot. American imperialism, the greatest superpower so far, is trying to improve its condition. Russia's weak imperialism is trying to maintain its influence over its near abroad and its commercial sphere. Contradictions with the West have reached their highest level yet, as China has become an imperialist country and made serious efforts to reorganize world markets. Global geopolitical equations around the world follow the growing competition between the United States and China to redivide the world. To a lesser extent, competition between Germany and France is increasing for dominance in Europe. These developments reflect the position of the main imperialist countries in the balance of power. Although there is no direct war agenda between the United States, China, and Russia in the near future, there are many indirect wars on the agenda. The United States is aggressively trying to encircle Russia and China, and only China has the means to maneuver and circumvent its schemes. NATO is fighting a war in Afghanistan, Syria, madly in Africa and elsewhere. It will compete with Russia for the Arctic. China receives daily ultimatums from the Western Bloc. The China/Russia bloc has already become a major threat to U.S. dominance in the imperialist struggle to regulate the distribution of oil and key minerals in order to supply the growing market needs of Chinese imperialism. Conclusion. The three great contradictions in the world are becoming more acute: the conflict between imperialism and oppressed peoples, the contradiction between the bourgeois class and the working class in capitalist and imperialist countries, the imbalance between imperialist countries and capitalist monopoly groups. The contradiction between imperialism and oppressed nations is the main one. This contradiction now affects all other contradictions and will have a decisive effect on the class struggle. The people of Africa, Asia, and Latin America are awakening to imperialist exploitation, persecution, oppression, aggression, trauma, insult, power and discrimination. The participation of the people in the fight against the imperialists is growing. The people are fighting against Chinese imperialism in countless ways, and the contradictions between social imperialism and the oppressed peoples are intensifying, just as those between the bourgeoisie and the working class in China are intensifying. The liberation of oppressed nations and the freedom of people demands, and calls us, to revolutionize the struggle. Hence all these struggles intensify, until the end of imperialism or the end of all of us. On this occasion it is worth remembering Mao's words during the anti-Japanese war. The world will march on the path of progress, and in no way on that of reaction. Of course, we must remain very alert and take into account the possibility that in the course of events some temporary zigzags, even some serious ones, may occur again. In many countries, reactionary forces are still powerful, who do not want the people of their own countries and others to unite, progress and liberate themselves. Whoever loses sight of this will make political mistakes. However, the general trend of history is already definitely fixed, and will in no way change. The efforts of the imperialists, added to the nonsense of the revisionists, made us lose the world socialist camp, which included both the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. Conditions are the same today as before October. We are alone. Therefore, despite the high risks and challenges, there are many opportunities to pave the way to greater possibilities. There are more opportunities now than in the previous historical period. Without a doubt, the global working class is facing many challenges and worse times than ever, but overall the situation could be a small ash that could spark a prairie fire at any moment. The armed revolution faces an armed counter-revolution. As students of Mao and the historical struggle for socialism, we are aware of this and accept it. Capitalism, today at its highest and most decadent stage, continues to wage aggressive wars against backward countries around the world. The plague of war, unrest, and civil war spreads like a virus from its sick heart. As part of the competition between imperialists, world war is brewing by forming economic and military blocs to redivide the world for their purposes. The aggression and intervention of the imperialists are resisted everywhere by the popular and revolutionary war of the workers and oppressed peoples of the earth. In light of Marxist-Leninist Maoist ideology, Maoist party organizations must unite the struggles of oppressed nations and the masses with the goal of ending all forms of oppression from which these wars arise. The bourgeois nationalist arrogance of the imperialists must be discarded and efforts to divide progressive nationalist movements must be rejected. With the aim of provoking the world socialist revolution, the task of the revolutionaries is to also unite the middle and working classes of the capitalist and imperialist countries. The new democracy revolution and the national liberation struggle must have primacy in backward countries. The contradictions between the imperialists will lead to world war if the revolution does not stop it. If world war breaks out, then the imperialists will unite only to stifle the people's will for peace, using archaic and brutal methods of repression to safeguard their endangered power. Whatever happens, revolution is the main trend. No power in the world can stop him. All workers and oppressed peoples of the world, unite. Let the bourgeoisie tremble before a communist revolution. The resistance of all nations will ruin imperialism. Down with Chinese social imperialism. Down with revisionism. Long live the unity of the revolutionary parties and organizations of all countries. The unity of anti-imperialist revolutionary democratic institutions and forces must prosper. The unity of the world's workers, oppressed nations, and oppressed peoples must prosper. Long live the world's socialist workers' revolution. Long live Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. China, socialist development and capitalist restoration. Pao Yucheng. Translation from English to Spanish by anonymous Red Commune volunteers. This article is based on the concrete experiences of China during its socialist development during the years 1949 to 1976, and then since its capitalist restoration began in 1979 when the reform policies were implemented until the present time. This article will not follow the sequence of events that took place in China during these two periods over the past 6 decades, but rather will emphasize the fundamental components of socialist development as opposed to capitalist development as well as the theories and political forces they supported. They support the development of each period. How is China's socialist development distinguished in contrast to the development of less developed post-World War II capitalist nations? Based on China's concrete experiences, there are two components that are fundamental to its socialist development. These fundamental components are development based on self-sufficiency and development in order to meet the needs of the people. These two components explain why China's socialist development during the first 3 decades of the People's Republic is diametrically opposed to both capitalist development in developing nations and in China itself after the 1979 reform. The first part of this article covers the socialist development of China from 1949 to 1976. The discussion will include the meaning of two fundamental components of socialist development as indicated above. The first part also explains the political forces that, after the revolution, supported socialist development and why only socialist development can possess these two components. The second part of the article explains, on the other hand, how the reform begun in 1979 has fundamentally changed its development from socialist to capitalist, and the political forces that have supported this change. Part 2 also explains the consequences of this change for the majority of Chinese people. Part 3 will summarize the contrast between these two periods. Part 1, Socialist Development in China, 1949 to 1976. The meaning and importance of the two fundamental components of socialist development in China. The two fundamental components of socialist development are self-sufficiency and putting the needs of the people as the goal of development. Self-sufficiency. There are two important and interrelated dimensions of self-sufficiency: sufficiency in self-financing development and sufficiency in building one's own national technological system. Sufficiency in self-financing development. In today's world of imperialist domination, any country that genuinely wants to develop its economy must depend on domestic financing. Experts in development economics have created the myth that poor countries must depend on external financing to develop. However, the experience of less developed countries in recent decades has shown that the exact opposite of this approach is true. These experiences show that depending on external financing has meant that several times more resources have been taken out of these countries than they entered one. Many of these heavily indebted countries have been left in nothing more than ruins, and their populations are actually worse off after several decades of supposed development. During the last 3 decades of the last century, underdeveloped countries ended up paying large sums of interest to international monopoly capital and international financial institutions. On the other hand, under the policies carried out by neoliberal governments of many less developed countries, large foreign multinationals have gained control of various sectors of their economies including manufacturing, communications, transportation, and also finance and banking. The concrete experiences of China's socialist development between 1941 and 1976 show that a less developed country can, without a doubt, developed by taking advantage of its own resources. Now, to achieve self-sufficient development through internal financing implies that local resources must be mobilized. In any less developed country where industrialization is deficient or still in its early stages, resources for its development, or the initial investment necessary for industrialization, must come from the surpluses generated in the agricultural sector. During the early stages of its industrialization, China paid special attention to the balance between the industrial and agricultural sectors. China's socialist development model emphasized that, after the transfer of surpluses from the agricultural sector, as the economy developed, it needed replenishment of resources by the industrial sector. In a poor country like China after the revolution, development in metal industries, heavy machinery, and equipment became necessary to lay the foundations for future development. However, China, in the 1950s, realized that it must avoid the mistakes made by the Soviet Union in overemphasizing heavy industry at the expense of light industry and agriculture, which provide goods that people need. In Mao Zedong's speech on 10 Great Relationships, he discussed the importance of maintaining a balance between the agricultural sector and the industrial sector of the economy, as well as the balance between heavy and light industries within the industrial sector. After more than 100 years of invasions and civil wars, the Chinese countryside after the revolution was in ruins. Furthermore, under feudalism, landowners had overexploited the land with little or no investment put into it. For several decades before the revolution, China suffered several droughts and floods because its rivers and irrigation system had been neglected for too long. The majority of the Chinese peasantry lived in extreme poverty. How could China develop its agriculture with such a harsh natural environment and extreme lack of resources? Furthermore, how could the agricultural sector generate the surplus necessary for industrialization? Agrarian reform in the newly liberated areas began early after the establishment of the new republic and was completed in 1954. Hundreds of millions of peasants received a plot of land for the first time in their lives. Although holdings averaged only 0.2 hectares per capita, the peasantry cultivated their land with great enthusiasm. Grain and cotton production increased rapidly between 1949 and 1952. However, by 1953, grain production stagnated and cotton production declined. As mentioned above, China's natural environment for agriculture was fragile and the land infertile given the ravages of war and long neglect in the 100 years before the revolution. Shortly after the agrarian reform, the enthusiasm of the peasants alone could not increase production any further. Poor and lower middle class peasant households, 60 to 70% of the Chinese peasantry, did not own even a plow, much less other agricultural tools or draft animals. When bad weather hit in 1953 and 1954, many of these farming families again had to borrow money. When high-interest borrowed debt began to accumulate, they were forced to sell their land. By 1954, both land sales and hired labor were increasing in the countryside. The Chinese experience after the agrarian reform showed that through small properties there was no viable way to develop agriculture. If agriculture had not been collectivized, land ownership would have been consolidated back into the hands of wealthy peasants and a new landowning class. Through several stages of collectivization that led to the formation of the communes in 1958, peasants were able to pool their resources too, so that those scarce resources could be used more efficiently to increase production. As the industrial sector developed, it provided increasing quantities and varieties of industrial inputs to agriculture, from simple agricultural tools in the early years to sophisticated agricultural machinery, irrigation equipment, and chemical fertilizers later. With the hard work of farmers and a gradual increase in state assistance and more and better inputs from industries, agricultural production increased in a sustained manner to provide a better diet to both farmers and workers. After the formation of the communes, with the sole exception of the 3 difficult years, peasants received a guaranteed quota of grain from their production equipment 3. As the production of cereals and other complementary products increased, farmers were able to improve their nutritional intake. The harvest of the unified purchasing and supply system established in 1953 ensured adequate food rations for all urban residents, including the poorest in cities and towns. With the rapid increase in employment opportunities and low food prices, workers' diets also improved significantly. From 1958 to 1978, China was able to modernize its agricultural production and improve the lives of the vast majority of peasants in most of China's countryside. After pooling their land and all the tools they had, Chinese peasants devoted an enormous amount of time and energy to land conservation and improvement projects. They leveled the land and filled small streams with dirt, so they could then use machinery to till large tracts of land. Peasants improved the fertility of the land by working hard to apply organic fertilizers. Peasants built irrigation and drainage systems and power plants so that agricultural land could be irrigated with electricity. They also built roads, bridges, and other infrastructure. Additionally, they planted trees to defend against desertification and worked hard to preserve pastures and forests. The commoners did all the work in addition to planting and harvesting crops and extended their working hours into the winter months when agricultural production was slow, thus increasing their working hours per year from 119 days in the mid-1950s to 250 days a year. Mid-1970s. In addition, the communes took accumulation funds from their annual income to invest in land improvement projects and machinery and equipment. In addition, the state returned resources to agriculture, gradually improving the terms of trade between the two sectors in favor of the agricultural sector. He also gradually reduced agricultural taxes and increased state investment in large agricultural infrastructure, such as the Red Flag Canal and the Yellow River Project, among many others. The hard work of the peasants and China's development policy changed the entire landscape of China's countryside and modernized its agricultural production in the 20 years since the formation of the commune. The land cultivated with machines increased from 2.4% in 1957 to 42.4% in 1979, the area of irrigated land increased from 24.4% of the entire area in 1957 to 45.2% in 1979. During the same period, land irrigated with electricity increased from 4.4% to 56.3%. In 1957 there were 544 power stations, in 1979 that number increased to 83,244. During the same period, the number of large and medium tractors increased by 45 times, agricultural combines by 12 times, and small tractors increased from 0 to 1.67 million. Agricultural mechanization eliminated the hardest manual labor of agriculture and dramatically reduced the intensity of agricultural labor. Mechanization in agriculture increased rural energy consumption at an annual rate of 21%, and horsepower per hectare of three types of machinery increased at an annual rate of 24%. By the late 1970s, Hegel figures show that only three types of equipment now provide Chinese farmers with mechanical power somewhat greater than the 0.69 horsepower per hectare of cultivated land available to Japanese farmers with all types of electrical machinery in 1955. The great improvement achieved in land fertility doubled grain production for each unit of arable land area. China made substantial progress in increasing agricultural production and was able to increase grain production from 181 million tons in 1952 at the end of the recovery period to 285 million tons in 1977. With the exception of 1959 to 1961, grain production cereals increased on average by more than 3%, higher than the average population growth during the same period. The growth rate during this period was higher than China's historical record and the records of most developing countries. By the late 1970s, China was able to achieve food self-sufficiency. The newly constructed irrigation and drainage systems made it possible for farmers' production, for the first time in their lives, to depend less on the weather. Mechanization made it possible for many peasants to gradually free themselves from much of the most backbreaking work in the fields. During the 20 years of socialist development, China was able to achieve rapid development in agriculture, industry, transportation, and construction. The annual growth rate of agriculture, industry, and transportation and construction grew at average rates of 3.4%, 9.4% and 10.7%, respectively during the period 1952 and 19,784. China was able to achieve a balanced growth between industry and agriculture, so that the standard of living of peasants in the countryside improved along with that of workers in the cities. The proletarian leadership of the state fully supported the policy of not exaggerating higher rates of industrial growth at the expense of agricultural development. This policy of achieving balance between agriculture and industry not only made sense for development, it was also a policy to solidify the alliance between workers and peasants. The strong alliance between workers and peasants strengthened the political basis for socialist development. China's development during the socialist transition is exactly the opposite of what we have seen in less developed countries in recent decades. In most less developed countries, the agricultural sector is dry-milked, the land is consolidated by large landowners in many cases to produce export crops, so farmers have no choice but to migrate to the cities to look for work. In addition, the governments of many countries have subsidized large companies in the agricultural sector for the production of export crops. This type of development policy deprives both workers and peasants of their right to use the resources of their own country to support themselves. However, most people who migrate to cities are hard-pressed to find stable employment and earn a barely subsistence wage. As a result, the majority of workers and peasants in these countries live in devastating conditions. Of course, the same has also happened in China since the Reformation. The importance of self-sufficiency in domestic finances cannot be overemphasized. When a country depends on external financing, it is impossible to find a balance between sectors, even if political leaders are willing to maintain that balance. The constant and relentless pressure for the country to service its foreign debt forces them to make the promotion of exports to obtain more foreign currency their ultimate goal, including those who in the first decades after World War II declared their political and economic independence of the imperialist powers. International financial institutions controlled by international monopoly capital and imperialist nations have used debt as an instrument to impose the structural adjustment program on many developing countries. Through the pay they have been able to dictate the internal economic and political affairs of these countries. Countries subject to the SAP lose their autonomy to decide how to use their own resources to produce food and other necessities for their own people. Within the framework of the pay, productive resources are transferred from domestic consumption to the production of export goods. Earning foreign exchange to pay interest on ever-increasing debt becomes the sole objective of development, while people's basic needs for food, clean water, healthcare, housing, and education are not met. Nowhere in the development program. During the socialist period, China was able to develop rapidly by mobilizing its own resources. During those 20 years of development, it is estimated that China was able to dedicate 25% of its GDP to future investments. This estimate does not even include the enormous amount of labor that peasants contributed to building infrastructure and improving land in the Chinese countryside. 5. Building an independent technology system for development. The second dimension of China's self-reliant development is dependence on its own technology. Better technology is vital for the economic development of a country. Better technology in metal and machinery helps lay the foundation for industrialization. However, in developing its technology, a country must carefully choose the type of technology that is appropriate for its own development needs. During the socialist period, China used the walking on two legs strategy to advance its technology. Walking on two legs meant that China adopted advanced technology from the West, but in the process of adopting this advanced technology, it carefully evaluated how such technology fit its own development needs. Walking on two legs also meant that China made use of advanced technology, but at the same time also used whatever primitive technology was available to conserve its scarce capital resources. China did not rule out old machinery and equipment that could still be used to produce useful products, although those products might have been of lower quality. On the other hand, the governments of many less developed countries that have pursued capitalist development believed in the myth that they should import advanced technology from developed countries, as advocated by many development experts. These experts claim that poor countries do not have the capacity to develop their own technology, so they must depend on technology imported from highly developed countries. However, dependence on imported foreign technology works in much the same way as dependence on external capital to finance development. Such dependence only ensures continued dependence. Furthermore, once a country becomes dependent on imported technology, it must adopt and accept the logic of capital and the way capital defines efficiency. To follow the logic of capital, efficiency is achieved, for example, when a factory adopts a new, advanced technology and lays off half of its workers. The logic of capital means that efficiency can only be achieved through the continued use of advanced technology to replace labor. This logic obviously goes against common sense for developing countries that are endowed with abundant labor but scarce capital. This dimension of self-sufficiency is critically important and is related to self-sufficiency in internal finances. When we contrast the self-sufficient development model and the one based on external financing and imported technology, the difference is clear. When a country becomes heavily indebted to international monopoly capital and international financial institutions, it has to give up all other development goals and use all necessary means to promote exports in order to pay the interest on its debt. Furthermore, when a country's production is concentrated on the export of agricultural or industrial products, it must also employ advanced technology controlled by monopoly capital to compete in the international market. By relying on its own domestic finances and independent technological development, China was able to develop rapidly during the 30 years before 1979. China was able to develop sophisticated technology in its industrial sector and, as mentioned above, raise the level of mechanization in its agriculture sector. There were also countless technological advances in steel manufacturing, the construction of other heavy industries such as machinery and equipment for light industries and agriculture, the chemical industry, transportation, and telecommunications. After the communal system was established, the communes and the central government established up to 40,000 agricultural technological expansion and improvement stations. 6. The network of these research and experiment stations covered the entire rural area and greatly improved the level of technology for agricultural production by improving seed varieties, controlling plant diseases and improving soil conditions to increase production. In the mid-1960s, along with the growth of agricultural production, production brigades and rural communes established small-scale industries. These small industries not only provided supplies and services to increasingly mechanized agricultural production, but also produced light industrial goods, such as fertilizers for agriculture and cements for construction, as well as consumer goods for rural residents. Furthermore, these industries employed members of the commune and raised the level of technical expertise in China's countryside. Small-scale rural industries often do not use the most advanced technology, but they serve the increasingly modernized agricultural sector well by utilizing the level of technology available to them. This was a good example of the walking on two legs development strategy. A model based on self-sufficiency had made it possible for China to develop its economy during the socialist transition, improve the lives of its people, and consolidate the alliance between workers and peasants. However, it should be clear that China received financial aid and technological assistance from the former Soviet Union in the 1950s. Aid from the former Soviet Union, given in the spirit of helping another socialist state, had a very positive impact on China. The development of China's heavy industry. However, the Soviet Union withdrew all its technical staff and left many projects unfinished in 1960 after the Chinese Communist Party criticized the Communist Party of the Soviet Union for its revisionist path taken after its 20th Congress in 1956. The Soviet Union also demanded immediate payment of all debt. 7. China also learned from this experience the importance of self-reliance. It is also necessary to note that self-reliant development does not mean that a country has to depend entirely on itself without trading with other nations. China has always maintained that it welcomes trade as long as it benefits both trading partners and is carried out on the basis of equal treatment. However, for many years China was unable to trade with many countries because the United States had imposed a trade embargo on China. Under the self-sufficiency model, China did import technology from advanced capitalist countries. In an article written by Alexander Eckstein, who was an expert on China's socialist economy, he said, imports of whole plants from Japan, Western Europe and, to some extent, the United States are making an important contribution to the expansion of the production capacity in the chemical fertilizer, petrochemical and steel industries, as well as in power generation and commercial aviation, in the 1970s. China benefited from imports of selected technology, because it was able to use it to improve its own. During that time, after a complete plant layout was imported and built, China was able to build a copy of the plant in a fairly short time. John G. Gurley, another expert on the Chinese economy, said, in the 1960s, China purchased 4 complete nitrogen fertilizer plants from the Netherlands, Britain, and Italy, which were set up in 1966. It began building its own plants of fertilizers in 1964, and at that time the goal was set of one large-scale plant for each of the country's 180 to 190 districts and a smaller plant for each of the more than 2,000 counties. In fact, much of the increase in chemical fertilizer production in the 1960s came from the medium and small-scale plants that were built across the countryside during the decade. He went on to say that China also continued to import fertilizers from abroad. The small-scale plants Gurley indicated here were those owned and operated by communes and production brigades. Satisfy human needs as an end. This objective of socialist development is to increase production to meet the basic needs of people and raise their standard of living. Therefore, every effort is made to ensure that the most urgent needs are met first. Common sense dictates that people should have enough food that provides adequate nutrients to ensure good health, clean water to drink, adequate shelter, basic medical care for their health, and basic education. This objective is diametrically opposed to the objective of capitalist development, which is to increase capital accumulation. When the satisfaction of human needs is the goal of development, we see things in a completely different light. Investment in the steel industry is made to develop the capacity to produce machinery and equipment for light industries, in order to produce consumer goods and services to meet people's needs. Or, investment in steel can also provide the raw materials for agricultural machinery that makes agricultural work less intensive for farmers. By contrast, in the vast majority of today's less developed countries, investment in steel must be compared to other types of investment, depending on their rates of return. The rates of return on different types of investments depend largely on the export market for the products. At the beginning of the 21st century, many less developed countries, which had invested in steel, attempted to export their steel only to find that the price on the international market had fallen drastically. Faced with a global oversupply of steel and lower steel prices, the United States protected its domestic market by establishing anti-dumping measures to block steel imports. Steel is just one of the many products exported by less developed countries that have suffered from falling prices and the effects of growing protectionism from imperialist countries. As mentioned above, in Mao's On 10 Great Relationships, he demonstrated the dialectical relationship between development in agriculture and development in heavy and light industry. In addition to the balance between the agricultural sector and the industrial sectors, China's socialist development placed the balance between the city and the countryside as one of its main priorities. The balance between agriculture and industry, of course, is the key to the balance between city and countryside. Furthermore, as mentioned above, in the 1960s with the growth of agricultural production, China's countryside began to industrialize as production brigades and communes established small-scale industries. These small industries did not use advanced technology, but provided a vital function for the modernization of agricultural production. They produced tractors and other agricultural machinery, as well as providing repair and maintenance services. They produced chemical fertilizers for agriculture and cement for construction. They also produced light industrial goods for rural residents. In the 1970s, in most rural areas, peasants engaged in year-round productive work in agricultural production and/or infrastructure construction, and/or became workers in industries. The balance between city and countryside went beyond a more equitable income between city and countryside. Mao emphasized that in the countryside, education and cultural activities in general needed to be elevated in order to reduce the gap between rural and city life. After the commune system was established in 1958, primary and secondary education spread rapidly, and by the late 1970s, most production brigades had their own primary schools, most communes had secondary schools, and most counties had secondary schools. Furthermore, health services in the countryside improved in both accessibility and quality. The improvement in health and education was especially significant after the Cultural Revolution. Medical personnel from the cities arrived to carry out training programs to improve the quality of health services. The network of barefoot doctors in the field reached out to members of the production teams and made basic medical care widely accessible. With the exception of some very poor communes, the lives of most people in rural China improved greatly. Each member of the production team received a quota of grain aid from his production team, even if he was too young, too old, or too sick to work. In addition to food grains, the teams also set aside welfare funds from their income to provide low-cost medical care and education for their members. 9. Social assistance funds also covered the main expenses of needy families. 10. In addition, the state allocated funds to pay for education in rural areas, as well as the training of teachers and health personnel who work in the countryside. Workers in state factories were paid low wages, but only had to pay a few RMB for their housing and utilities. They also had free medical care and only had to pay a small fee for coverage for their families. 11. Food in factory cafeterias was cheap, and they paid low prices to buy rationed food, clothing, and other supplies. The care and education of their children were practically free. 12. They could save a small amount each month and use their savings over time to purchase radios, bicycles, sewing machines, watches, cameras, and items that were considered semi-luxury items. When they retired, their monthly pension was equal to 80% of their previous salary with full medical and other benefits. During the period of socialist development, the lives of workers improved greatly. Above all, their lives were secure and they had no worries about being laid off or not being able to cover their living expenses. At the same time as improving people's diets, China was making rapid progress in other areas that improved people's health. In just a decade and a half after the revolution, China was able to eradicate most of the infectious diseases that had plagued its population for centuries, such as cholera, diphtheria, tuberculosis, schistosomiasis, typhoid, smallpox, and many others. Before the revolution, outbreaks of these diseases and malnutrition had been the main reasons for China's high mortality rate. During the 1930s, China's crude mortality rate was 27 per 1,000, and the infant mortality rate was 156 per 1,000 births for the country as a whole, possibly reaching 200 per 1,000 for the peasant population. About a third of all children died before the age of 5. For the peasant population, life expectancy at birth was less than 30. These kinds of grim statistics are not surprising, considering that in 1949 there was only one hospital bed for every 24,000 rural residents. And there was no preventive medicine to speak of. China has been known as the sick man of Asia, making no mention of sick women and children. Infectious diseases were eradicated by relying on the masses. Mobile medical units traveled through the countryside and cities explaining the nature of these diseases to people and persuading them to change their sanitary conditions and personal hygiene habits to prevent them. Many massive campaigns were started to eradicate different diseases, along with massive campaigns to kill flies, mosquitoes and other disease carriers. People's enthusiastic participation in these campaigns showed how they wanted to be in charge of changing their own conditions. In the late 1970s, even the World Bank reported that despite China's low GNP per capita, its mortality rate had fallen to the level of developed countries. China's crude mortality rate fell from 27 per 1,000 in the 1930s to 6 per 1,000 in 1979, and during the same period its infant mortality rate fell from 156 per 1,000 births to 56. Life expectancy at birth fell doubled in a generation. China also did much better than almost all less developed countries in raising the percentage of children enrolled in primary school to 93% of the age group. China was able to achieve this because it dedicated many resources to making the satisfaction of human needs the goal of its development. China was no longer the sick man of Asia. In contrast, when the structural adjustment program was imposed on highly indebted countries over the past decades, these countries had to cut public spending. The first items to be cut are generally food subsidies and health care for the poor, which are usually already too low to provide meaningful protection. In a report on U.S. National Public Radio, Michael Kremer, an economics professor at Harvard, said that in some parts of Africa, 90% of children carry intestinal parasites that can be easily treated with expensive medications. About $1 a year. The report added that many countries still cannot afford the drug. In the same report, Ronald Bayer of the Columbia University School of Public Health said that diarrheal diseases and tuberculosis kill more than 2 million people a year, malaria more than 1 million, and measles almost 1 million, all diseases curable and/or preventable with vaccination. However, these professors at prestigious American universities are unable to truly understand the devastating health problem facing the poor in poor countries today. A few $1 million will not cure people's problems when they lack clean water, adequate nutrition, and live in substandard housing. In the world of imperialism, a dependent poor country must give up its priority of meeting even the most basic and urgent needs of a large number of its population. The ills suffered by the poor go far beyond the X million dollars donated by kind people in rich countries. These evils are deeply rooted in the systematic exploitation they suffer under imperialism. Another problem that caused great harm to people in many Asian countries became evident during and after the crisis of international capitalism in Asia in 1997. The countries opened their economies after several rounds of meetings at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum. Pacific, and those in high government positions gave their full support to the development of export industries. The creation of excess capacity is nothing new and has always been a byproduct of capitalism. The Great Depression era overcapacity destroyed by World War II only to reappear in the early 1970s intensified in the 1980s and 1990s, and has lasted into the new century. To solve the problem of excess capacity and lack of new investment opportunities, monopoly capital with the help of international financial and trade institutions has been able to shift the cost of excess capacity to less developed countries. Before, during, and since the 1997 crisis, people in many Southeast Asian countries have borne the double burden of paying interest on foreign debt borrowed to build export facilities and the cost of destroying these facilities as excess capacity. Now, with the current economic crisis, the problem has, of course, become increasingly aggravated. There were too many pairs of shoes, shirts, computer components, and household items that had nowhere to go or could only be exported and sold at prices well below production costs. At the same time, many people in these countries were hungry because there was very little food available at prices people could afford. While the population of Southeast Asian countries has not yet recovered from the 1997 crisis, the problem of excessive capacity building has been carried over to China from the early 1990s to the current economic crisis. This is a clear example that demonstrates that when people in less developed countries have no control over their political and economic destinies, a country's resources can be shifted from meeting their needs to building export facilities, which will inevitably remain fallow and as they may never be used again. In the mid-1970s, Thomas G. Roski was commissioned by the World Bank's Development Economics Department to research and write about China's development. His book, Economic Growth and Employment in China, published in 1979, was an update of his 1977 World Bank report. Roski's book provided a wealth of information and analysis on China's development. In his introduction he gives this summary. Qualitative changes are less easily documented, but have been equally important. China has made great strides in providing adequate food, shelter, healthcare, and other basic needs to its entire population, including the lowest income groups. The dominance of modern technology has spread rapidly to a wide range of manufacturing industries and scientific disciplines. A nation that until 1957 could not make tractors, power plants, or wristwatches now produces computers, Earth satellites, oral contraceptives and nuclear weapons. The technical skills needed for industrial development are no longer limited to a few isolated urban enclaves. The spread of rural electrification, local industry, technical training, and publishing has brought modern science and technology to the doorsteps of most of China's 200 million households. The near universal participation of Chinese youth in primary education and the rapid expansion of secondary education ensure that the spread of knowledge will continue to broaden and deepen. Fragment of the Introduction to Economic Growth and Employment in China by Thomas G. Roski. 1979. China was able to achieve economic development during the socialist period to greatly improve people's well-being by ensuring people's basic needs and then further improving their living standards, including health and education. China built its industries, transportation, and communications, and modernized its agriculture in a short span of 20 years. China achieved its economic development by mobilizing its own resources and building an independent technology system. 2. China's socialist development under proletarian leadership based on a strong alliance between workers and peasants. The previous section showed the meaning and importance of each of the two fundamental components of socialist development. The question that remains is why economic development with these components has to be socialist. In other words, why is being socialist essential to achieving self-sufficient development with the aim of meeting people's needs? Furthermore, how did China pursue socialist development politically, economically, and socially? Economically, socialist development must include public ownership of the means of production and economic planning. However, state ownership and economic planning are only prerequisites for socialist development. China's experience has shown that it is of utmost political importance for the state to be under proletarian leadership and based on a strong alliance between workers and peasants. Furthermore, socialist development has to be consistent with socialist values, which are the exact opposite of capitalist values. First, proletarian leadership based on the worker-peasant alliance. Progressive elimination of the production of goods. In China's experience, only when the state was under proletarian leadership was it possible to implement policies aimed at phasing out commodity production. In the process of progressive elimination of commodity production, the goal of production ceases to be profit, only then can the goal be changed to meet people's needs. In China this became possible when the ownership of industrial enterprises was transferred to the state in 1956 and the collectivization of agriculture was completed in 1958. Only then was the production target set to meet the needs of the overwhelming majority of people. Economic planners set low prices for basic needs so that workers and peasants could afford to buy them. On the other hand, in order to conserve resources, high prices were set for some semi-luxury goods. For example, people had to save for several months to buy a watch, a high-priced semi-luxury item. Since each company's profit or loss was the result of the pricing policy, it did not reflect or be used to judge the company's performance. Each company was owned by the state and was not considered a separate individual accounting unit. The state simply transferred the profits of companies that manufactured high-priced goods to companies that manufactured basic necessities for consumption at low prices or agricultural machinery and equipment that were sold to the communes at low prices. This is the true meaning of a state-owned enterprise. At no time could a company use the excuse of losing money to lay off workers, because the salary funds came directly from the state according to the number of workers and their salary scales plus the benefits for that particular company. When state-owned enterprises stopped using profit-making as a goal of production, economic planning was able to allocate resources according to the use value of different products. Only then would workers' salaries stop being considered an expense, which they had to cover with their income. The state guaranteed permanent employment for workers in state-owned companies when it directly assigned workers' salaries and benefits in the form of a salary fund to each company. The state-owned company could not use lack of income as an excuse to lay off workers. That was a necessary condition for gradually eliminating labor power as a commodity. Furthermore, from the Cultural Revolution to the beginning of capitalist reform, workers in China's state-owned enterprises increased their participation in management, while managers devoted themselves more to direct production. The workforce was in the process of being phased out as a commodity as workers gained more decision-making power in the companies in which they worked. In rural China during the socialist period, commune members produced grain not primarily for sale. Most of the grain they produced was distributed to members as quota grain and the rest was sold to the state or used to pay taxes to the state. The same was true for other agricultural products. Within the communes, the production team was the accounting unit and each team set aside an accumulation fund for investment and a welfare fund for healthcare, education, and needy families from the cash it received. The team then distributed the remaining money to the team members according to the number of work points they earned. Team members used their cash income to purchase the consumer goods they needed. Therefore, the way production and distribution in the commune system was established not for the purpose of profit but to satisfy the basic needs of the commune members. China's experience shows that, during the period of socialist transition, the objective would have to be to gradually eliminate commodity production. When grains, other foods, healthcare, and other necessities of life, as well as labor power, have lost their main commodity characteristics, these products can be produced according to their use value to meet people's needs. For most less developed countries that have pursued capitalist development, agricultural products and other necessities of life are commodities sold for profit. A large number of people are hungry because they do not have money to buy food. When many peasants never had their own land or lost their land when land was consolidated into large commercial farms to produce crops for export, or appropriated to be used for other for-profit activities, they were forced to sell their labor power as a commodity in order to survive. However, large mechanized commercial farms do not require many workers to operate, and the few people they hire can only earn low wages. Therefore, these former peasants lose their means of earning a living or are paid wages that are too low to buy the same products that they actually produce. Furthermore, if the development of a country depends on external financing, it is, therefore, indebted to international capital and/or international financial institutions, then this country is obliged to export its agricultural and/or manufacturing products to obtain foreign exchange necessary for the payment of said interest. In this case, food and other necessities of life are commodities on the international market and are sold to whoever has the purchasing power. For example, Brazil is the largest exporter of soybeans, an important source of protein, while many Brazilian children are malnourished. Most of the soybeans that Brazil exports to developed countries is used in animal feed. The same goes for the numerous agricultural products that less developed countries export every year. The large amount of tropical fruits exported by the Philippines deprived workers and peasants of using the land and other resources of their own country to produce food to meet their own needs. According to the Oxfam Project report, since Chile's seafood exports took off in the early 1970s, per capita consumption of animal protein in that country in the late 1980s fell between 15% and 25% and caloric intake between 10% and 22%. Chileans' per capita consumption of fish and shellfish fell from 6.3 kilograms in 1973 to 4.4 kilograms in 1986. Fishermen who catch fish and workers who process fish are too poor to buy enough fish for their own consumption. However, a large amount of exported Chilean fish is ground into fish meal for pet and animal feed in developed countries. Difficulties encountered in the progressive elimination of commercial production. During the socialist transition, there is always a continuous struggle to move away from commodity production. The production of goods has to obey the law of value, which means that everything that is produced must generate the greatest possible exchange value to make a profit. However, during the socialist transition, in many cases, the production of goods must continue. The challenge is how to restrict it so that it does not take over all spheres of production. According to Mao, during the socialist transition, instead of blindly following the law of value, the state could take advantage of the law of value. Mao used the example of pig production to illustrate his point. He said that pork production in China still had commodity characteristics because farmers produced pork mainly for sale. 13. However, the amount of pork produced was no longer regulated by the demand and supply of pork. Rather, the state decided the amount of pork needed according to the economic plan. However, in order for people in the cities to eat pork, farmers had to raise a certain number of pigs each year. When the state set the price it paid farmers for pigs and the price of feed it sold to farmers, it had to adjust the prices of both to make it worthwhile for farmers to raise pigs. If the price of pigs were too low or the price of feed was too high, peasants would simply refuse to raise pigs. The example of pork production illustrates the difficulty of phasing out commodity production. When pork is produced by the collective sector for sale, it retains its characteristics as a commodity. This would not change until agricultural production could be completely transformed into state ownership, and that would only be possible when the productive forces could be further developed. Before that stage is reached, the law of value must be skillfully used and regulated as was done in China during the socialist period. However, this does not mean that China was always able to resolve the contradiction of how to develop and at the same time restrict commodity production. How to actually carry out these policies requires skills and experiences. The determining factor of the direction of the transition in the case of China was the proletarian leadership based on the workers-peasants alliance. In the state-owned sector the same challenge existed, however, here the state had much more freedom to allocate resources according to the economic plan. For example, when China made agricultural mechanization one of its development priorities, the state was able to sell machinery and equipment to the agricultural sector at prices below the costs of production. Another example is when the state transferred technology nationally from a more developed area of the East Coast to less developed areas. West. When China decided to industrialize the western provinces to achieve more uniform geographical development, the state relocated machinery and equipment, as well as engineers and workers from the most technologically advanced factories in areas such as Shanghai and the Northeast to newly built factories in the West. China was able to disperse technology for faster and more uniform development throughout the country, described by the saying, "an old hen laying eggs everywhere." This type of technology transfer can only be done when each company is not a separate accounting unit with the goal of maximizing its own profits. Therefore, it was an important step when the Soviet Union went through its revisionist reform and when China began its capitalist reform of 1979. One of the first items on the reform agenda was to make each company a separate entity, which would be responsible for his own profits and losses. When each company became an individual accounting unit and was charged with the responsibility of maximizing profits, the socialist character of state-owned enterprises had already been lost. Another difficulty that China encountered during the socialist period was the gradual elimination of labor power as a commodity. As explained above, workers in state-owned enterprises were no longer salaried labor to be hired and fired by management. The permanent employment status of workers in state-owned enterprises was a necessary condition for gradually eliminating labor power as a commodity. However, those in the Communist Party who opposed socialism worked hard to replace workers with permanent employment status in state-owned enterprises with contract workers and temporary workers. As my co-author and I wrote in Labor Reform, Mao vs. Liu, Deng, Liu Shaoqi made several serious attempts to institute the contract labor system starting in the 1950s. In the early 1960s, Liu managed to get state-owned enterprises to adopt a two-track system so that these companies could employ both permanent workers and temporary workers. Then, in 1965, just before the Cultural Revolution, the State Council even announced a new regulation on the employment of temporary workers. Only after the Cultural Revolution was the permanent employment status of state workers re-established again. During the transition period in China, the direction of the transition towards socialism or towards capitalism was a constant struggle between those classes. Socialist value versus capitalist value. China's development model from 1949 to 1976 was carried out in accordance with socialist values. In other words, socialist value was made an inherent part of development in this period. One of the most important socialist values is the commitment to end all exploitation, which means that development must move towards a future in which people receive the full fruits of their labor. Meanwhile, during the socialist transition, distribution must be made according to the labor contributed rather than the amount of capital owned. However, the socialist value of ending exploitation has to be based on the socialist economic foundation. In other words, the means of production must be changed from private to public ownership. In China, the state nationalized all industries in 1956, and from then until 1979, workers earned 8 different grades of wages based on skills and seniority. The 8-grade salary system was applied nationally and was only slightly adjusted according to differences in living costs between cities. Between 1956, when the state nationalized industries, and the Cultural Revolution, the former capitalists still received some fixed dividends from the companies they owned. After the Cultural Revolution, their payment stopped. During the early stages of the socialist transition there are still differences in wages, because there are still different types of work. However, every effort must be made to achieve equality. During its socialist transition, China made great strides, albeit with much resistance from its intellectual elite, in reforming its educational system so that workers and peasants could have equal opportunities for all levels of education. The socialist value of building a nation through dependence on the masses is opposite to the capitalist value of depending on a small number of elites. Furthermore, under capitalism, capitalists alternately rely on carrots and sticks to get people to work. Under socialism, it is the political consciousness of workers that releases the great energy necessary to develop a country. China was able to develop rapidly because people believed that they were in charge of their own destiny and that it was part of the larger vision of building a new society. It was precisely this kind of spirit and vision that motivated Dazai farmers to overcome the most severe natural adversities to build a long-term sustainable agricultural base. In the same spirit, workers in state-owned enterprises rejected material incentives, such as the payment of bonuses and piece rate wages, as an incentive for hard work. Another important socialist value is cooperation, as opposed to the capitalist value of competition. The above example of technology transfers demonstrates the importance of cooperation. While the state had the power to relocate resources and people from more to less developed areas, the transfer of technology could not have taken place if people had not been willing to go. Under capitalist development, the direction of migration would be the opposite. People would move to places where they might have a better chance of advancement. Since the United States provides the best opportunity for the elite, it has a concentration of intellectual capacity of people coming from all over the world. Another example mentioned above is the simultaneous use of different levels of technology, or the walking on two legs strategy. Low-level backward technology along with advanced technology was used in China, when old machinery and equipment could still produce useful products. If, instead of cooperation, competition prevailed, the newer and more advanced technology would drive out the old and backward technology. This is exactly what has happened to the textile industry in China over the past 2 decades. Henry Ford II once said, "Obsolescence is the hallmark of progress." That is, Capital accumulation depends on continually making useful machines and equipment obsolete. The key to the process is competition. Andy Grove, president of Intel, said when Intel opened its new facility in New Mexico to manufacture the new Pentium 5 chip, "This is what we do. We eat our children and we do it faster and faster. This is how we maintain our leadership." Capital accumulation depends on the constant elimination of existing technology. That is why it is so important for international monopoly capital to protect its intellectual property rights and insist on including the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights in the rules and regulations of the World Trade Organization. Major multinational companies have been able to use their new technology protected by patent law so that they can monopolize it and use it to drive out older technology in less developed countries through competition. Then, before their patents expire, they already have new technologies to replace them. This behavior of producing only to destroy, of eating one's own children, and the total lack of respect for work and resources is the way to maintain monopolistic control over its technological leadership, essential to achieve a high level of profit. This is not only happening in the computer industry, but also in pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and other industries. Since socialism represents the sustainable future of humanity, another important socialist value is to conserve and preserve. Therefore, socialist values dictate that we value all of the Earth's resources, as well as the products of labor, and use them carefully, even though these resources and products have some price tag attached to them. When China shifted production into the state sector from commodity production so that individual state-owned enterprises could move away from the profit motive, it used a different set of standards to judge their performance. Each state-owned company set a production target for the year based on the quantity and quality of products produced, as well as resources conserved, rather than maximizing profits. 16. Capital accumulation requires planned obsolescence, which requires an abundant supply of cheap resources. Therefore, capitalist production must resist any effort to conserve or preserve. Capital has to consume all the resources now available at an increasingly faster rate and continue to relentlessly explore cheaper resources. Therefore, people in less developed countries suffer the consequences of having their natural resources continually plundered, and when more and more manufacturing production moves to these countries, people also suffer serious environmental disasters that require several future generations to clean up. Capitalist development has lasted so long because monopoly capital, with the help of its imperialist states, has been able to drain the resources of less developed countries and throw them in the trash. There can be no capitalism without imperialism and vice versa. Therefore, we cannot fight imperialism without fighting capitalism. It is necessary to emphasize that socialist values can only be encouraged and promoted in a society that pursues socialism. People would readily accept socialist values when they feel part of this great effort to build a better society for everyone, as well as when people in general can see that those in charge are not using their power to pursue their own interests. The first part of this document explains what socialist development is and why only development under socialism can achieve self-sufficiency and set the goal of meeting the needs of the people. The second part will explain how when the 1979 reform restored and developed capitalism, China became dependent on external finance and imported technology, and subsequently the goal of development shifted from meeting people's needs to capital accumulation. The second part will also explain the political support behind capitalist development and the impact that capitalist development has had on the majority of the Chinese population. Part 2, Capitalist Reform and Development, 1979, present. In post-revolutionary China there was no discussion among its leaders that China needed to develop its economy to become a modern, heavily industrialized nation, so China would never have to suffer again the aggression and humiliation done by foreign powers during the previous 100 years. The question revolved around how China should develop. Since the mid-1950s, fierce arguments and struggles over how China should achieve economic development to become a strong and independent nation had begun within the Communist Party. There were two opposing ideologies within the party in the course of China's development. Mao Zedong and his supporters believed that the Communist Party of China was founded on the foundations of Marxism-Leninism and its goal was to achieve socialism first and then communism. The CCP, as the vanguard of the proletariat, led and brought the revolution to victory with the support of the workers and peasants through a strong alliance between them. Therefore, China's economic development could only be socialist. Mao and his supporters also believed that the masses, once freed from their oppression, could unleash their tremendous potential and build a strong, independent China. On the opposite side was Liu Shaoqi and his supporters, including Deng Xiaoping. Liu strongly disagreed that socialism could develop China's productive forces in building a strong economy. Liu and his supporters believed that China's productive forces would develop much faster if they adopted a capitalist development strategy. A strong political struggle began in the mid-1950s when the Chinese economy reached a crossroads, and leaders sought a clear direction to move forward. Mao won the struggle and proceeded to transform the Chinese economy through state ownership of the means of production in industry and collective ownership of the means of production in agriculture. In the process of socialist construction, relations between classes in the new Chinese society were transformed. However, until Liu died, he never gave up on his idea of developing China through the capitalist path, thus the class struggle continued after transferring property to the state and the communes. The fight over the path China would take became fierce during the Cultural Revolution. Finally, after Mao's death in 1976, Deng Xiaoping was given the opportunity to carry out the capitalist reform in 1979. Deng Xiaoping came to power after Mao's death and officially began his reform once the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Congress concluded in 1978. While in certain circles outside China debates over the nature of the Deng's reforms lasted a long time, the vast majority of people in China recognized the fundamental differences in their society before and after the 1979 reform. The capitalist reform attacked and continues to attack the foundations of socialist development, and aimed to change relations between classes in Chinese society, dissolving the leadership of the proletariat and the strong alliance between workers and peasants. Most Chinese people know that they lived in two fundamentally different societies, because they have experienced and are well aware of the fundamental changes in class relations between then and now. The Reformation could not have proceeded along the path it did if it were not for that fundamental change. Deng's reform program consisted of Gaiji and Kaifang. The two components of the Reformation can be literally translated to reform and opening, meaning that China was simultaneously developing capitalism and opening its economy to the capitalist world. Deng's local capitalist reforms, which are closely related to the opening of the Chinese economy, consisted of several parts that together formed a well-integrated plan designed to deconstruct the socialist system built during the first 30 years of the People's Republic. The capitalist reform fundamentally and systematically aimed to change the relations of production through the dissolution of the communes, breaking the alliance between workers and peasants. 17. Dismantling state and collective ownership of the means of production and turning them into profit-producing institutions and then privatizing most of them, and labor reform that would convert labor force into merchandise and workers into wage labor, which could be hired and fired at will by the factories' new management teams. The reform opened up China and connected it to the international capitalist system, reducing import tariffs and eliminating import quotas to promote trade and provide favorable treatment to attract foreign capital investment. China's development today depends on foreign capital, imported technology, and external markets for its exports. Furthermore, in agreement with deconstructing socialism and constructing capitalism, the reformists had to change the superstructure as well. They rescinded from the constitution the workers' right to strike and the basic rights of the masses 18 that were recently obtained during the Cultural Revolution. Mass movements, which had been encouraged and organized by the government as a way to resolve their problems and contradictions in society since the beginning of the new republic, were prohibited. To demonstrate that the new regime had no tolerance for any grassroots action by the masses, they brutally suppressed demonstrations and protests in many cities in China during the spring of 1989 by opening fire on unarmed students and workers in Tiananmen Square. The local reforms that deconstructed socialist development. At the local level, Deng's reform consists of the following parts. First, economic reform that converted state companies into profit-producing corporations and labor reform that created the Industrial Reserve Army. In China, after 1979, new management teams were incorporated into state-owned enterprises burdened with the responsibility of producing profits for their own enterprise. The new administration was granted the authority to hire and fire the workforce. It once again became a commodity. Before the capitalist reform in the state sector, China's new regime had already dissolved the communal system in the collective sector. This was done to break the alliance between the workers and the peasants. The labor reform in state-owned companies began in the early 80s, and its objective was to convert the workforce into a commodity by eliminating the permanent employment situation in state-owned companies and removing the rights of workers. Workers, including their right to strike. 19. As part of the state enterprise economic reforms, the new industrial administration was granted more and more autonomy to run the factories, including the right to hire and fire workers and replace permanent workers with temporary workers, as a way to maximize profits. Earnings. Throughout the 1980s, workers in state companies resisted reformers' efforts to change their permanent employment status, but their resistance eventually failed. In the early 1990s, China's employment structure underwent drastic and profound changes. The new administration in the state companies got rid of the permanent status of workers and laid off a large number of workers. The percentage of workers in these companies and in urban groups decreased from 84.3% in 1992 to 47.5% in 1999. By 1999 it was considered that only 56% of the workers belonged to the formal sectors of the economy, while the rest were in the so-called informal sector. These large numbers of people in the so-called informal sector were, in fact, the Industrial Reserve Army, which resulted from the reform. By 2005, the number of workers employed in formal state-owned enterprises further decreased by another 33%, from 99.88 million in 1999 to only 66.38 million in 2005. The labor reform and the economic reform of state enterprises went hand in hand. As workers lost their status as permanent employees, management gained complete authority in those companies. By the early 1990s, the reform had already transformed the so-called state-owned enterprises into for-profit corporations and dissolved many of the urban collectives. The designation of state-owned lost its meaning. The remaining workers at these for-profit corporations lost their permanent employment status and all the decision-making power they once had. Many of those workers suffered lower wages, loss of benefits and contract, and layoff became the will of management. In other words, workers became wage labor in the true sense of the term, and their employment continued based on the way management chose to run the company. According to my research, as these workers are laid off, they seek whatever casual work they can to support themselves and their families, and many of them live at or below subsistence income levels. Some of them work as temporary employees for a few hours or a few days at a time. Temporary and casual jobs pay below the subsistence wage in the formal sector, typically representing less than half of the lowest paid regular workers in the formal sector. Successful mobile food vendors earn higher incomes, but need start-up capital and may have to pay exorbitant rent for a small space to do business. They also take big risks, and are at the mercy of local police or politicians looking for bribes or scapegoats. I found very high unemployment rates in some of the major cities. For example, cities in the Northeast, where China's heavy industries were once located, saw unemployment rates skyrocket due to the closure of large numbers of previously state-owned industries, and large numbers of workers they were permanently fired. In the northeastern city of Shenyang, at least half of formerly state-owned enterprises lost their jobs. The unemployment rate remains high today. Residents of cities in Henan, Sichuan, and Anhui and other provinces in central China reported that more than 60% to 70% of workers in formerly state-owned industrial enterprises were laid off. If we count those working in the informal sector as unemployed, Unemployment rates in cities located in northeast and central China can be as high as 40% to 50%. Laid-off workers were forced to retire and stop working, or find whatever casual work they could do in the informal sector. Large numbers of women from towns and cities in those provinces migrated to coastal cities to work in export-related industries. They work in terrible working conditions and earn little pay with no benefits, and many of them also suffer abuse from their employers. Other women migrated to big cities, such as Beijing and Shanghai, to work as domestic servants for wealthy families. Through stages of restructuring, China's corporations lay off large numbers of workers. They also cut salaries and benefits of the remaining workers. Despite high GDP growth rates, salaries have remained virtually unchanged, around 1,500 to 2,000 RMB per month with some benefits, but this represents a small portion of the total workforce. Other workers in smaller companies, including those workers in export companies located in coastal cities, earn much less, between 600 to just over 1,000 RMB per month without benefits. Many of those workers migrated from rural areas to cities over the past 2 decades. Some migrants in the construction industry earn even less. Most other workers in cities in the northeast and central China, where unemployment rates are highest, earn around 600 to 800 RMB per month with few or no benefits. Workers doing casual jobs in the informal sector in those cities are only paid 300 to 400 RMB per month. It was reported that at least 20 million workers, who migrated from rural areas to cities to work in export industries, lost their jobs in recent months, increasing the pool of unemployed. In addition to unemployment, unstable jobs, and low wages, workers also lost their protection against diseases. Workers who lost their health insurance benefits at their jobs or were laid off cannot afford to receive medical care when they get sick. After 20 years of healthcare reform, China's healthcare system is in crisis. Even a Chinese government think tank recently admitted that the healthcare reform begun in the early 1980s was a failure. The entire preventive healthcare network, built during the socialist period and which had successfully improved the health and well-being of the people, was completely eliminated. The majority of urban and city residents now do not have health insurance, because, as mentioned above, almost all workers in formerly state-owned industrial enterprises lost their health care benefits. Healthcare in today's China is a privilege, and the goal of medical institutions is to maximize profits. Doctors charge high fees and receive kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies for prescribing expensive medications. Doctors help hospitals make huge profits by ordering expensive but unnecessary tests with imported high-tech equipment. The prices of medical consultations, medications, and hospitalization skyrocketed. People cannot afford to pay the high costs of medications, let alone hospitalization for serious illnesses. A major operation can cost 40,000 to 50,000 RMB, which is 4 to 5 times the annual income of the highest paid workers. No medical treatment, including emergency cases, is provided unless the patient and family members can make full cash payment in advance, resulting in the deaths of countless people with treatable illnesses literally on the hospital steps. At the same time that workers lost their health insurance, they were increasingly subjected to dangerous and toxic working conditions. Many high-tech firms moved to China to take advantage of the low wages of Chinese workers and to escape regulations in their native countries that placed limits on workers' exposure to toxic materials. Hundreds of thousands of young Chinese workers, mostly women, have flocked to the Pearl River Delta, and in recent years to the city of Kunshan near Shanghai, to work in electronics industries assembling computers and other electronic products for the largest multinationals in the world. These workers are working long hours with little or no protection against exposure to high levels of toxins. Chinese workers also work extracting toxic metals from hazardous electronic waste exported by the United States. 21. In the small city of Giu, environmentalists found 100,000 people dismantling electronic devices without any protection from highly toxic waste materials. 22. Even the Western mainstream press has taken notice of the high number of deaths of coal miners in mine accidents in China, known as the deadliest mines in the world. According to an online report, 6,434 coal miners died in accidents in 2003. China produced 1.7 billion tons of coal that year, and the report calculated that, for every million tons produced, 4 miners they died. In contrast, the mortality rate for Russian miners was 0.34, and for other developed countries the rate was 0.4, about 1/10 of China's mortality rate. The education reform has deprived tens of millions of people of their right to education and has further polarized Chinese society. There are now more opportunities for the city's elite to obtain the education and training that lead to high-paying careers, at the same time that the cost of education has risen so much that it is increasingly difficult for many workers and unemployed to send their children to high school, much less college. Many young people from poor families had to leave school to work and help their families. Gender bias in education is also very significant. Young women drop out of school for work to help their brothers go to school. Parents and sisters often work very hard to support a child in college, which typically costs between 40,000 to 50,000 RMB by the time they graduate. While tens of millions of workers lost their jobs, reformers proceeded to privatize large numbers of previously state-owned enterprises that had been converted into for-profit corporations. Privatization was achieved basically by hiring these corporations by those with political power. These power elites quickly proceeded to take what valuable assets there were and sell them to form private corporations. Throughout this reformation process, powerful political groups and those closely associated with them accumulated enormous wealth. Second, the rural reform that divided the communes and resulted in the Great Leap Back of the Chinese countryside. The rural reform took several measures to divide the communes. By 1984 the land had been redistributed to individual peasant families. China's grain production increased by 22.5% between 1979 and 1984, when the government increased the purchase price of grain by 20% with another 50% bonus for grain purchases above the quota. During these early years, the farm machinery and agricultural infrastructure, purchased and built during the communal years, were still in operation. Previously built fertilizer plants increased the supply of fertilizers 24. Subsequently, irrigation and drainage systems and other land infrastructure began to crumble due to lack of maintenance. The agricultural machinery previously purchased by production brigades and communes became old, and individual peasant families did not have money to invest in new ones. Furthermore, in some areas, such as the Yangtze Delta, where the land has been subdivided into small strips 25, it is no longer possible to use agricultural machinery. Peasants in these areas returned to the old ways of cultivating their lands, each with a simple agricultural tool, as they had done before collectivization. In northwestern and central China, where individual land plots average about 1 mu or more, the main crops are still harvested with combines. Private individuals have invested in harvesters and harvest crops from farm to farm, charging 40 to 45 RMB per mu. Combine harvester owners can earn up to tens of thousands of RMB during the harvest season and, after deducting costs, make a substantial profit. 26. During the 12-year period between 1984 and 1996, cereal production increased by only 20.4%, and then fell in 1998 for 4 consecutive years, from 392 million tons in 1998 to 322 million tons in 2003. Cereal production recovered somewhat after 2003, but farmers' agricultural incomes have continued to stagnate. China also began importing more grains and other agricultural products since 2003 as one of the necessary conditions for China's entry into the World Trade Organization. Since the late 1980s, the lives of farmers, especially those whose main source of income depended on the sale of crops, have become poorer and more precarious. As the government took further steps to liberalize the agricultural market, crop prices fluctuated, while agricultural input prices continued to rise. Today, many of the 320 million farmers who continue to rely on the sale of crops as their main source of income suffer from low and unstable incomes, and there is little hope for a better future. Almost 200 million farmers have already been forced to leave their homes to work in the cities, and most of them are doing the hardest, dirtiest, and most dangerous jobs, to be able to send money home and help their families. These migrant workers have become the source of cheap labor that benefits national and foreign capital in the search for profits by gaining a foothold in the international market. However, many of them lost their jobs in recent months, when exports fell due to the global economic crisis. While the younger, stronger members of the families left to find work in the cities, the children, the elderly and the weak have been sidelined, subsisting mainly on what their migrant relatives can send home. Peasants who migrate to cities do not have city residence permits and are often abused by their employers and harassed by the police. Most male migrants work in construction and most female migrants work in the many factories in the export industries in coastal cities. Young couples often have to abandon their children, but some take them to work with them as street food vendors. Since they do not have residence permits, their children are not allowed to attend city schools. As mentioned previously, during the communal years much effort was devoted to preserving and improving the land, but since the communal system collapsed in 1984, large areas of agricultural land have been lost and land for industrial use, tourism, residential and commercial housing, and other development projects, such as road construction. Land has also been lost to desertification. In more recent years, many farmers have also abandoned their land, because it has become increasingly difficult to make a living by cultivating a small plot, when input prices continue to rise and product prices stagnate or fall. Furthermore, natural disasters, both floods and droughts, and environmental pollution have claimed large areas of land and caused problems in agricultural production from bad to worse. 27. On the other hand, until recently the burden of taxes fell heavily on the peasant population. Even though the central government eliminated taxes on agriculture last year, local governments have continued to charge high fees and other levies. The burden of such charges is too heavy for the peasants to bear. The cooperative health system that had been established as soon as the commune system was established collapsed and was dismantled. After the breakdown of the communal system about 20 years ago, former communal members lost their health and other benefits that had carried them through difficult times. In terms of healthcare, peasants in the countryside suffer even more than city dwellers. According to the status of rural China, 2003 to 2004, peasant participation rates in any type of insurance were very low. In 2002, the participation rate of the rural population in old age insurance was 7.7%, but only 1.4% of those insured actually received an old age pension. The percentage of people who received minimal relief for living expenses was only 0.5%. 28. Only about 5% of rural residents participate in cooperative health insurance. In 2002, 170 million people were affected by natural disasters, but only 9.4 million, about 5%, received any type of disaster relief. The absence of any medical prevention has meant that infectious diseases, such as tuberculosis and schistosomiasis, which had been under control in the 1950s, have returned in full force. 29. Adding, new infectious diseases, such as HIV/AIDS and SARS, have caused suffering to tens of millions of people, not only because of the effects of the disease, but also because of government denials and cover ups, and the low priority given by the government to public health. The rural sector in China has borne the greatest burden of environmental pollution. 65% of all rivers in China are heavily polluted. There are a large number of villages that have documented high concentrations of cancer as a result of water and soil contamination. After the collapse of the communes, the rural education system also collapsed. The welfare fund, which supported primary and secondary schools in the countryside, disappeared. Support from the central government that had paid for school construction and teachers' salaries has also been stopped. Some rich villages have built their own schools, but many other poor villages have no funds. Even in the early 1990s, its schools were falling apart and in desperate need of repair. Many teachers continued to teach even when they were not paid for several months, until schools in many villages closed completely. 2. Linking the Chinese economy to the global capitalist system. Linking China's economy to the global capitalist system has been an important part of the reform. China's local reform, which is closely coordinated with China's opening to the rest of the world, changed basic class relations in China by passing laws and imposing them on workers and peasants. Despite the efforts of workers and peasants to resist these reform programs, the reform was able to achieve all of its objectives as planned. On the other hand, during the 15 years of negotiations to join the WTO, reformers have taken important steps in opening up the Chinese economy by significantly reducing tariffs, eliminating import quotas, and guaranteeing favorable treatment for foreign investment. Even a mainstream economist in the United States, Nicholas R. Lardy of the Brookings Institution, admitted by the time China joined the WTO, it was already perhaps the most open of all developing countries. Later in his book he also stated, under pressure from industrialized countries, China granted WTO members unprecedented authority to limit imports of Chinese goods. When China opened its arms to welcome foreign capital, foreign automobile, electronics, textile, and footwear multinationals, and all other types of light manufacturing and large retailers, came running. They came with the aim of both occupying China's domestic market and also to relocate their production sites to China to utilize cheap labor and take advantage of China's lax environmental regulations. After more than 2 decades of high export growth rates, especially from 2001 to 2008, there are now serious imbalances between China's domestic economy and the rest of the world, especially its imbalance with the United States. China's foreign exchange reserves have continued to increase at a rapid pace. By the end of March 2007, China accumulated $1.202 trillion in foreign exchange reserves, mostly from its trade surpluses in past years. In any case, if the surplus is included in the capital account, China's foreign exchange reserves are estimated to be even larger. Total reserves have continued to accelerate and have reached almost $2 trillion by the end of 2008. The majority of foreign exchange reserves are in foreign exchange, stocks, bonds, and foreign securities. UU and treasury bills, and other foreign assets, all of which are debt of foreign countries. Therefore, most of China's trade surpluses from these past years were exchanged for foreign notes and are now held as foreign exchange reserves in the central bank. At the end of the third quarter of 2005, China became a net capital exporter. China received a total of $570 billion in foreign investment, but had $769 billion in foreign exchange. 30. Due to the large capital exports of China and other Asian countries, Monique Morrissey and Dean Baker of the Center for Economic and Policy Research concluded that by the year 2000, developing countries as a whole had become net capital exporters. To developed countries. 31. China's current account surplus was $249.9 billion in 2006, and represented 9.5% of its GDP. Then, during the first 4 months of this year, the current account surplus rose to $63.3 billion, an 88% jump from the same period in 2006. The 9.5 GDP means that, in 2006, 9.5% of what China produced was not consumed domestically, invested in China, nor spent by its government. That capital was simply exported with nothing in return except more promissory notes supposedly to be paid at some point in the future. This is a serious imbalance between China and the rest of the world. China remains a poor country that needs capital for its own development and for the immediate needs of its people, such as clean water, basic health care, and basic education, but it is exporting capital, most of which goes to the United States, the richest country in the world, at an accelerated pace. Although other economies, such as South Korea and Taiwan, have also exported capital. China's capital exports, both in terms of absolute quantity and relative to GDP, are staggering. China has not borrowed much money from foreign banks or international financial institutions, and has not suffered under the SAP conditions imposed by the International Monetary Fund. However, China has lost its autonomy in developing its economy like other developing countries. China now depends on investments from multinational companies and the foreign technology those companies bring. It is also dependent on the expansion of exports to the international market to maintain its high GDP growth. China is now dependent on its exports of low-priced industrial goods, having to continue lending money to the United States to finance the large annual trade deficits the United States has with China. The transformation of China's textile industry clearly illustrates how self-reliant development was lost in the course of capitalist restoration. During socialist development, China's textile industry used its own technology and equipment to produce clothing to meet people's needs. Since the Chinese reform, it began to phase out older capital equipment in almost the entire textile industry. At first glance, it seemed that industry-wide reform was a sign of progress, but a closer look at reality tells a completely different story. China's textile industry became dependent on external financing mainly in the form of foreign direct investment to import the newest technology to manufacture products that can compete with Taiwan, South Korea, and many other countries in the international textile and garment market. To dress as many textile industries closed and tens of thousands of workers lost their jobs, China's textile industry has become dependent on export markets, dependent on foreign financing, and dependent on imported technology, all of which are strictly controlled by international monopoly capital. When the reform linked China's economy to the international capitalist system and made the rapid growth of exports its most important development objective, exports claimed a very high priority in the utilization of domestic resources. Changes in the Yangtze Delta area, the richest agricultural land, demonstrate how resources that had been used to produce food for the resident area were converted into mulberry plantations for silkworms to feed silk exports from China. Since then, China has exported such large quantities of silk products that the price on the international market hit rock bottom. Silk from China is like soy from Brazil or fish from Chile. When the pursuit of exports is the primary objective of development, resources will be taken away from meeting the urgent needs of the people in order to produce export commodities. Although China was able to achieve high GDP growth rates, the development of the past nearly 30 years has driven tens of millions of workers out of factories and also ruined the foundation for the long-term development of China's countryside. Multinational companies went to China to take advantage of cheap labor and lax environmental regulations. A large number of workers in domestic and foreign factories in the export industry work under deplorable conditions and earn low wages without benefits. The capitalist development of the past 20 years has deprived a large part of the Chinese population of their basic living needs and has also ruined China's fragile environment. China has had many environmental crises as a result, and many more are sure to come. Initially, the reformers' strategy consisted of using foreign capital and technology to improve the technologies of national companies. However, the original intention of using imported technology to improve national technological capacity was not fulfilled. From 1999 to 2003, over a period of just 4 years, China imported $75 billion worth of foreign technology, but technological innovation and the development of domestic enterprises since the start of the reform have not improved significantly. In addition to technology imports, China has also imported most of the machines and equipment used to produce exports, as well as certain components and parts. The 2003 China Industrial Development Report stated that the development of the last decade, especially in the 3 years between 2000 and 2003, resulted in very serious structural problems in Chinese industry. On the one hand, manufacturing has grown at a very rapid pace. Despite this, the base of the industry that produces machinery and equipment has remained very weak. The report went on to say, capacity utilization of the industry manufacturing machinery and equipment remains at only 50% on average. The high demand for specialized and high-tech machinery and equipment could only be met through imports. The footnotes of the report list some examples: 80% of the machinery and equipment in the synthetic fiber industry, 70% of the machinery and digital control equipment in the petrochemical and passenger car industries must be imported. The same report also said that the positive impact of foreign technology on domestic industries has been very limited and that, to maintain their superior position in advanced technology, multinationals cannot they have exported their latest technology to China, and the technology they have exported to China is under strict controls to prevent its dissemination. Both the BI report and the 2003 China Industrial Development Report concluded that foreign technology has helped very little in terms of local technological development. They also recognized China's over-reliance on foreign technology and that this dependence is not likely to change in the future. Less developed countries that have already become dependent on imported technology came to this same conclusion quite some time ago. 3. The political and economic interests of the bourgeois state. After taking power in China, the bourgeoisie began to consolidate its power by advancing the reform program during the third plenary session of the 19th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in December 1978. During the reform that followed, the bourgeois state crushed any opposition within the Communist Party of China. The state implemented policies to fundamentally change class relations, including dissolving the alliance between workers and peasants. When previously state-owned enterprises were transformed into for-profit corporations, high-level state bureaucrats were deployed as new management teams in these corporations. These high-level state bureaucrats then laid off tens of millions of workers to cut costs while also finding different ways to divert profits into their own pockets. When the corporations they managed had losses, the state banks increased their loans to cover them. Most of the time, these loans went unpaid and were simply written off. Legislation was then passed to allow these corporations to sell some of their assets. Management then sold the profitable parts of their companies to themselves or their relatives at low prices. As we stipulated above, this was essentially a privatization process. Thus, through the reform process, the bourgeois state consolidated its economic interests along with its political interests. An important economic interest of the bourgeois state has been close cooperation with foreign capital. The opening of China's economy, one of the two components of the reform, already indicated that the Chinese economy was going to be linked to the world capitalist system, and that it had abandoned development based on self-sufficiency. Still, until China's entry into the WTO, reformists in China still hoped that China would somehow be allowed to protect the interests of its national capital. This explains why the negotiations to join the WTO did not go smoothly and dragged on for up to 15 years. When China joined the WTO, it was clear that the new state bourgeoisie had clearly given up any attempt to pursue independent economic development. In the world of imperialism, China, like other client states, has to obey the rules established and dictated by international monopoly capital and its imperialist states. China's authorities finally understood that if China pursued capitalist development, they really had no alternative, so they gave up. One of the reasons behind their decision to give in to the demands of the powerful WTO members was the economic crisis of 1997. The global capitalist economic crisis manifested in the form of the Asian financial crisis demonstrated the controlling power of international monopoly capital and imperialist states over the world economy, including their power to shift the burden of the crisis to the less developed countries of Asia. Although China's economy was not as connected to the global capitalist system as today, and its economy was not as affected as many other Asian economies, it had to spend much of its foreign exchange reserves to defend the renminbi. China's domestic economic growth slowed. The authorities realized that if China was going to develop capitalism, its ability to defend itself from international capital was quite limited. At the same time, it was clear that cooperation with foreign capital would yield great benefits to those in charge. There were also political considerations. The current regime in China saw that the expansion of foreign corporations into China could provide a model for how to run a modern corporation. This consideration has been closely linked to the reform of formerly state-owned enterprises, including the model of how to discipline workers. Furthermore, as indicated above, Chinese leaders also believed that the superiority of foreign technology would help advance the level of China's technology. The Chinese bourgeois state even has the ambition of becoming a minor imperialist power. As China increases its exports of light industrial products at breakneck speed, it has had to acquire energy and other natural resources from abroad. China has expanded its investment in many Asian countries, as well as Latin America and Africa, acting much like any other imperialist power with the goal of seeking resources and energy globally and exploiting workers wherever it has invested. Third part, Summary and Conclusion. The first part of this document showed that during the socialist period from 1949 to 1976, China's development based on self-reliance was able to achieve remarkable progress in agriculture, industry, transportation, and communications, and greatly raised the standard of living for workers and peasants. Even though China was a poor, war-torn country, it developed rapidly by mobilizing its own people and resources. During the period of socialist development, China made great progress in science and technology and laid a solid foundation for further development. Part 2 of this paper showed that the reform, which began in 1979, fundamentally changed the relations of production in China and reversed its course of development from socialist to capitalist. The state that now represents the interests of the new bourgeoisie stole the wealth of industrial enterprises built before the Reformation and deprived tens of millions of workers of their basic needs of life, including food, drinking water, clean environment, medical care, and education. Those in control of the new bourgeois state benefited from internal reform and cooperating with foreign capital at the expense of Chinese economic independence and the well-being of the majority of the Chinese people. Today, China, like many other client states, has lost its autonomy to develop its economy independently and, consequently, the people in China have suffered. The way China developed in the last 20 years by accelerating its exports and thus accumulating its foreign exchange reserves must be seen as the manifestation of how the international capitalist system has evolved and how this system is heading towards another crisis. It seems clear that international monopoly capital, with the help of its imperialist states and international financial and commercial organizations, will be able to once again shift the burden of this crisis to China as it had done during the other economic crises of the post-World War II era. The Chinese people, especially the poorest and weakest, have already suffered from the reform and will have to bear the heaviest burden of this impending crisis. The conclusion we can draw from China's experiences over the past 60 years is that socialism did not fail. The capitalist restoration in China since the 1979 reform only means that the proletariat lost its political power. On the other hand, the bourgeois victory is not the end and the class struggle has not only continued, but has also intensified. In 2005 there were nearly 100,000 reported demonstrations, the size of 100 or more people, throughout China, and many more went unreported. As more and more people take their grievances to the streets in daily protests, China's President Hu Jintao has called for a harmonious society, as he and others in charge realize that the reform has created a series of crises, and that Chinese society is currently anything but harmonious.